Stick with me here. This kid wakes up alone in the freezing ocean. He screams for his parents, only to watch their ship sink straight into the raging storm waves. Right in the middle of lightning and sinking wreckage. He spots his mom floating face down. He reaches out, only to find a huge blood stain on her chest. She is already gone. Before the shock even hits, a massive wave completely swallows him, dragging him underwater. He watches the dead crew and his parents sink. But out of nowhere, his grandpa, Jin Seoko, literally the chairman of the massive Childe group, grabs him, pulling him up. Even though the old man is totally shot up. Grandpa focuses completely on keeping Tae-ha alive. He instantly realizes the parents did not drown. They were straight up executed before the ship even went down. Knowing he is dying, Seoko shoves a black fountain pen into Tae-ha's hand. He tells him to find a lawyer named Kim In-soo. He begs the kid to survive no matter what, just to inherit the entire Childe group. In one last absolute badass move, Grandpa straps his life jacket onto the kid and shoves him into the dark. By the next afternoon, a massive ship owned by the Salerno family, an actual Italian mafia syndicate, spots Tae-ha floating around. The crew doubts him, but their boss, Regina Salerno, gets super interested when this kid speaks perfect Italian. Tae-ha explains gunmen completely wrecked his family yacht, but Regina is definitely not running a charity here. She demands one good reason, not to toss him right back. Tae-ha flexes his grandpa's name and that fountain pen. He proves he is the Childe heir, basically saying keeping him alive equals a massive payday. Regina tests this wild claim by actually calling that lawyer, Kim In-soo, over in Korea. Now watch closely, because this guy on the phone is definitely not the ally Tae-ha expected. Kim In-soo is straight up partying, and instead of saving the kid, he offers the mafia $1 million to clip the boy right now. He even threatens to frame the Salernos for the yacht massacre. Hearing this pure backstab on speaker, Tae-ha instantly realizes his own blood relatives ordered the hit. Regina's guys aim their rifles right at him, but Tae-ha does not beg. Instead, he grabs a knife and literally carves the Salerno crest into his hand. He tells Regina, since Childe will not pay, she should adopt him. He promises that if she gives him the power for revenge, he is loyal to her forever. Totally mind blown by his absolute grit, Regina just laughs and welcomes him in. Bam, 17 years later, adult Tae-ha is chilling at a memorial hall, but his quiet moment gets completely trashed by a Childe security hit squad. This whole hit squad is led by Lee Jang-gu, who thinks they are just rescuing a kidnapped executive. Too bad for them, Tae-ha is not some helpless kid anymore. Moving like lightning, he absolutely shreds the entire security team with just 2 knives. Slicing right through bulletproof gear like paper. With the guards trashed, Tae-ha walks to a car trunk. I know what you are thinking. Payback? Absolutely. Inside is that traitor lawyer Kim In-soo looking pathetic. The dude begs for mercy, crying about following orders, but Tae-ha is ice cold. He dumps a bag of $1 million over him, that exact blood money promised 17 years ago. Tae-ha says the boy they tried to kill died in that ocean, and a demon was reborn. He drops a lighter, setting the cash and the traitor completely ablaze. As the whole car turns into a blazing bonfire, Tae-ha lights a smoke, telling his family to finally rest in peace. He is back for his inheritance, and the road is paved in blood. Jin Tae-ha kicks off his mission by infiltrating a H Holdings. It is a shady security firm doing the dirty, violent contract work for the Childe group. He drops armed guards left and right. Room cleared, our guy finds a shaking official in green. This dude tries acting tough, dropping Childe's name, but Tae-ha already knows the deal. Because he knows this place, literally handles the kidnappings and murders of Chiangu's rivals. He ignores the trash talk and checks the back. Inside, Tae-ha finds 3 tied-up hostages. No time wasted. He throws a knife, perfectly slicing their ropes, and tells them to run quietly. With witnesses gone, our guy turns his absolute full attention back to the green uniform dude. He needs the schedule for Chiangu's top dogs, especially about a huge emergency meeting coming up. The guy refuses to talk, and trust me, you and I know Tae-ha just lost his patience. He shoves a blade right against the guy's eye, totally proving that messing with him right now is way worse than whatever happens later. All right, guys, stick with me here. Our boy is back wandering through Korea after 17 long years, and man, this place has totally gone downhill. He remembers how way back when, after a hardcore president got taken out, the whole country got hijacked by greedy corporations and straight-up mobsters. The Chiangu group basically brainwashed everyone using fake news and brute force. They act like the good guys while totally wrecking anyone in their way. Getting a feel for the shady streets, our hero hits a convenience store to grab a quick pack of smokes. By pure chance, he bumps into this dude rocking purple hair, who is trying to score the exact same last pack. Dodging drama, Tae-ha just plays it cool and lets the stranger take them. The guy seems grateful, follows him right outside, and offers him a single smoke. Right then, Tae-ha's hardcore mafia instincts kick into overdrive. He instantly clocks that this stranger is an absolute beast, matching the crazy monsters he fought overseas. Dodging unnecessary heat, Tae-ha just stays quiet and watches the dude walk off. But tough luck, that guy is Kaeon He-man, a major heavy hitter for the Asung gang. Right after chilling together, He-man rocks up to the AH Holdings office, only to find Tae-ha's insane bloodbath. Checking out those clean cuts, He-man realizes the killer is a total blade master. He frantically dials a Chiangu boss, warning that the exact same maniac who dropped Kim In-soo is coming for the rest of the top dogs. Remembering those gnarly scars on Tae-ha's hand from the store, He-man starts putting the pieces together. That random stranger, totally the killer. Stepping out of the office and hitting a sketchy dark alley, He-man suddenly senses someone tailing him. Now watch closely, Tae-ha actually followed He-man. They face off in the alley, and let me tell you, that fake convenience store politeness, gone instantly. He-man is honestly pretty hyped someone actually sneaked up on him. But his face goes full predator mode as he readies up. Our boy whips out his blades, and they crash together at lightning speed. Sparks are literally flying everywhere. Tae-ha's strikes are so ridiculously intense that trash and debris get shredded before He-man can even blink. Realizing he is up against an absolute beast, He-man stares up and spots Tae-ha chilling on a high ledge, looking epic against the moon. As our boy gets ready to dive bomb back in, even a hardcore mobster like He-man realizes Chiangu totally screwed up by targeting a monster like Jin Tae-ha. Even with He-man's crazy skills, Tae-ha moves with absolute explosive speed, leaving the gangster bleeding out on the concrete. But get this, instead of finishing him off, Tae-ha just turns and walks away. He-man is super confused and yells that he will regret sparing an enemy, but our guy just completely brushes him off. Tae-ha lays down his own rules. He only flatlines people tied to the Chiangu gang. Since He-man gave him that one smoke back at the store, Tae-ha considers his life fully paid off by that tiny favor. He finally hits his ride, but notices a nasty gash on his waist. It is not deep enough to slow him down, which is huge because he has exactly 32 minutes left to finish his massive revenge mission. 17 years of waiting. You feel that too, right? The driving pain triggers a totally traumatic flashback. He remembers his mom, Yoo Hee-jang, shielding his face from flying blood as his dad, Jin Sayak, totally stood his ground against ruthless Korean mercenaries. Over the insane storm, his mom gave one final, desperate order: jump into the ocean and stay alive. Following that command is why he lived to see their yacht explode. That dark memory purely fuels his absolute rage today. Meanwhile, at this super locked-down luxury spot called the Gangbok Secret Annex, the shady leftovers of the Jin family are having a sit-down. The vibes are crazy toxic. Siblings Juhai, Jaeyoung, and Jang Won are totally going at it over dead lawyer Kim In-soo and grabbing those company shares. Their big bro and the current head honcho, Jin Gyuho, finally shuts them up to hear his son Jin Xiang. And man, the news is totally grim. Xiang admits he already wiped out the crime scene witnesses to dodge the cops, but he still has not figured out who the killer actually is. This major screw-up makes Gyuho snap, and he violently smacks his own son, yelling that Xiang only has power because the real heirs died 17 years ago. Despite getting decked, Jin Xiang just keeps this totally psychotic grin. He promises his dad that the killer is basically trapped in their web, and swears he will hunt the guy down in 12 hours flat. While they bicker, our boy is already at their doorstep. He knows this emergency family annex perfectly. Trust me, you are gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me. We're watching Tae-ha realize these exact cowards haven't changed in 20 years. They offed his folks just to climb the corporate ladder, so our boy says screw the strategic planning. Going fully loud, he straight up slams his whip right into the estate's heavy metal security barriers. Boom, an absolutely massive hit. But homie steps out of the smoking wreck totally chill. Moving like a literal ghost, he slices through elite guards with one fluid blade combo. Meanwhile, inside the dining room, that crazy crash spooks everyone. But the real plot twist: their own personal VIP guards suddenly aim guns right at them. Talk about backstabbing. Jin Chang steps up, flexing that he totally owns the room now. He roasts his dad's panic, confirming old Gyuo was totally right to be scared. Smiling like a psycho, Chang spills everything. Yep, he's the mastermind who took out the OG chairman and Tae-ha's dad 17 whole years ago. While his family absolutely implodes inside, our main guy is posted outside. Ready to kick off the ultimate payback, Tae-ha crouches low on the lawn, dialed in. Guards swarm him, totally mind-blown that one single dude is sieging their turf. But the real spicy drama is still indoors, since Jin Chang is finally making his epic villain power grab. Watch closely, guys. This meeting becomes an absolute slaughterhouse. Chairman Jinho tries yelling at his kid for aiming heat at family, but then realizes this betrayal is way bigger than one dude. Turns out, literally every sibling's private bodyguard caught a bag. Guards like Mu Nong and scarred Park Jun-ho aren't even pretending anymore. They straight up laugh right in their former bosses' faces, complaining about trash pay and toxic 120-hour work weeks as their excuse. Even top dog Baek Jun-soo drops the chairman, boldly claiming his loyalty belongs to the corporate brand, not the guy. Things go super south when the fourth son, Jong Wan, complains this isn't the Wild West. Boom, a bullet shuts him right up. Zero respect left. The guards start blasting, turning this fancy dinner setup into a super messy, blood-splattered crime scene. With the fam getting wiped out, Jin Chang casually strolls up to his pops. Plot twist: the chairman isn't shocked. He admits he always knew Chang faked those accidents and drama to clear his own path. Gyuo confesses he kept his distance purely because he knew his kid was a cold-blooded shark. Can you believe this? Here comes the wildest secret. He personally pushed the OG chairman and Tae-ha's dad into that crazy storm 17 years ago. Roasting his dad's cowardice, he points out Gyuo only helped to steal the throne. Gyuo cries that the committee won't accept a coup, but Chang just smirks. He smoothly explains that the so-called golden boy, Tae-ha, is making such a ruckus outside, he's the ultimate fall guy for this bloodbath. Bang! Father executed, instantly retiring the current leadership. While that inside job wraps up, our boy is busy shredding through the elite goons outdoors. He clocks real fast that these manager-tier bodyguards pack way more punch than your everyday street trash. But thanks to 17 years of hardcore mafia grinding, they're basically just warm-up dummies. Bad news, though. That nasty wound Tae-ha caught earlier starts acting up, slowing his roll right as 3 boss-level department heads, led by Smoky Kim Il-sik, pull up. One guy, Kim Chul-woo, tries exploiting that injury with an absolutely massive shockwave punch. Knowing he can't save his stamina anymore, our dude completely tanks the pain. Blasting into ghost speed, he claps those elite guards with a sick spinning kick and lethal throat strikes before they even blink. Stepping into the dining room, Tae-ha is met with straight-up, unfiltered, absolute carnage. Jin Chang chills on the table among dead relatives Tae-ha planned to end. He waves like an old pal, totally roasting Tae-ha's assassin lifestyle. At first our boy stays iced out, but the chat suddenly turns crazy dark. When Jin Chang whines about getting interrupted with this super specific, annoyed tone, a massive memory unlocks for Tae-ha. It's the exact same mercenary voice from that traumatic shipwreck night. The guy who impatiently ordered the whole yacht blown to pieces. Realizing this dude isn't just some shady uncle, but the literal grim reaper of his parents, Tae-ha's calm entirely evaporates. Trust me, get ready for some murderous rage. All right, you and I are jumping straight into the ultimate showdown. Jin Chang drops the act. Our boy raises his blade, completely ready to finish the revenge he crossed the globe for. Jin Chang talks trash about his manners, but Tae-ha isn't even listening. He's already mentally dissecting this whole setup. He realizes Chiang knew about his survival, and his Salerno mafia ties this entire time. Chiang needed a scapegoat for his bloody coup to steal the chairman's seat, perfectly timing this massacre with Tae-ha's return. Crazy right, our guy walks straight into a master trap. Jin Chang snaps his fingers, dropping 2 elite guards, Hang Jun-hyuk and Park Jun-ho. Tae-ha knows this is bad news. These dudes are the Cheongu group's heavy hitters, way deadlier than your average street mercs. As Jan-hyuk starts blasting, Tae-ha deflects the bullets with insane ghost-like speed, but these guards are perfectly synced up. Park Jan-ho lands a bone-crushing kick, and memory hits Tae-ha like a truck. This guy was at the massacre 17 years ago. But wait, his old wound from fighting He-Man rips open. He's bleeding bad, slowing him down. He desperately searches for an opening to strike Jin. Now pay attention, because things get worse. Security Chief Baek Jun-soo suddenly joins the fight. Jun-soo slams down a strike that literally shatters the floor. Suddenly, Tae-ha's trapped by 3 absolute beasts. Jin Chang watches, looking way too smug. He explains they trained specifically to counter Tae-ha's speed. The plan: frame Tae-ha as the psycho killer while Jin plays the big hero who saved the day. Getting pinned down, Tae-ha's mind flashes back to his mob training in Italy 4 years ago. He remembers Regina Cerno chewing him out for the horrifying, artistic way he executed family traitors. Back then, Tae-ha dropped his brutal logic. Traitors must die horribly, so rumors spread like a virus. 0 future betrayals. Regina told him that being just a regular killer didn't fit. He was something scarier. Back in the present, that inner monster wakes up. Moving so fast the air literally blurs, Tae-ha wrecks Park Jun-ho's face against a solid stone wall. He spins, slicing through another guard's defense and snapping a sword with pure muscle. They freak out, totally underestimating his power. But Baek Jun-ho stays chilling. He orders Mundane to evacuate Jin Chang while he handles the kid. As the chopper lifts off, Tae-ha lunges for the door like a madman, screaming Jin Xiang's name. Baek Su blocks him, landing a devastating palm strike to the chest. Tae-ha coughs up a massive spray of blood. We both think it's over, right? The team boards the chopper. Jin Chang looks down and hits a detonator, blowing the annex sky high. He laughs like a psycho, thinking Tae-ha burned alive. A tragic victim of the exact family legacy he tried to claim. But our boy refuses to die that easy. Bleeding and broken, Tae-ha somehow leaps straight onto the rising chopper. He violently bursts inside and stabs Jin Chang right through the leg, his face looking absolutely unhinged. No way is he letting the guy who murdered his parents sleep easy. Cornered and panicking, Jin Chang grabs a gun, firing 3 point-blank shots while screaming that he is the main character. The insane force of the bullets blasts our hero right out the open helicopter door. He falls through the night, smashing through tree branches and a truck before crashing into a stream. Floating there, his vision starts totally fading out. Then, a mysterious silver-haired dude on a bike rolls up and looks down at him. Using his last ounce of strength, Tae-ha reaches out, begging this stranger for help. The story can't end here. His revenge isn't done, clinging to life with terrifying willpower. Cut to Huang Gray, a silver-haired kid in a messy tech room. He spends nights as a shady data broker, haggling online over voice leaks of dirty politicians. In one very specific recording, you can hear a politician named Kim totally abusing his power. Gray tries selling this spicy dirt for 200 units, but the buyer lowballs him at 30. Gray is super frustrated. Even though he's holding premium blackmail on the Chiangu group, nobody respects him. He lacks the status to make big waves. Gray lives right above a cozy traditional diner run by Aunt Nana. She's an ex-professor who took him in. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me here. Gray's dad, a Chiangu electronics researcher, was completely offed in a fake car crash for exposing their dirty corporate secrets. This trauma fuels Gray's massive beef with these corporate giants. But he has to lay low, just riding his skateboard to school to dodge any suspicion. Too bad his hood is a totally sketchy abandoned zone, stuck in a lawless turf war between the Chaeyang and Own gangs. This wild chaos brings the Yabori gang, run by Choi Boksu, straight to Aunt Nana's door. Since these punks want to snatch her building for half price for redevelopment, they literally harass Nana daily. Cruz stabs a knife into a table to scare her, but Nana does not flinch. She points her own kitchen knife right back. Things get ugly while Gray is at school. He returns to find Nana brutally beaten, her face completely bruised and swollen. This messed-up attack pushes Gray over the edge. He decides to use himself as bait to infiltrate the absolute core of Chiangu. He leaks a pic of executive director Yang Ju-hak chilling with a rival boss, knowing it will totally trigger a massive response. Just like he planned, guys in suits jump him right on the street, punch him in the gut, and toss him in a black van. He is dragged to an H Holdings investigator who brutally interrogates him. The guy mocks his dad's sense of justice and gets a hammer ready to literally yank out Gray's teeth. Crazy enough, Gray does not beg. He laughs through the blood, calling the dude pure garbage. Right before the hammer drops, a lackey busts in screaming about a level 1 emergency. Turns out, their facility is suddenly under massive attack. The boss chucks a gagged Gray into a closet with 2 captives. Now watch closely because the intruder, it is Jin Tae-ha himself. Our boy slices the door open, tosses a tiny blade to the prisoners, and tells them to cut loose and run for it. Gray just watches, totally stunned, as Tae-ha strolls down a hallway packed with dead, armed guards. Seeing this god-tier power totally flips Gray's worldview. He realizes all his hoarded data means absolute zero without a real weapon to swing. Back at his crib, Gray pops a USB into his rig to crack open a stolen security guidelines folder. He finds out that during Level 1 emergencies, Changu top dogs hide at a Buchanan safe house. While he is digging for the exact address, a police scanner blurts out a murder at a secret pad on Wang Chun 4th Street. Knowing this has to be Tae-ha doing his thing, Gray pedals his bike straight there. Pulling up, Gray spots a chopper under the full moon and literally sees a body drop from the sky right after some gunshots. He finds Tae-ha floating in a creek, all bloody and choking for air. Gray hauls the knocked-out beast back to Aunt Nana's diner, where her crazy good medical skills keep him from flatlining. Cut to now, Tae-ha wakes up in Gray's room, surrounded by monitors. Tae-ha asks who he is. Gray turns, looking dead serious. You saw this coming, right? He is the guy waiting for someone strong enough to turn his intel into a death sentence for Changgu. After resting 4 days in the totally lawless Wang Changgu zone, because he deals raw, unprocessed data for sketchy fixers and finance bros, he became a total legend as the youngest pro around. Gray confesses he tracked the hero by face alone after getting rescued. Staring at his busted-up hands, Tae-ha realizes he has been knocked out way too long. He asks Gray to track down a specific target, but Gray brushes him off. He says finding people takes mad luck, cash, and a massive broker network. Plus, Gray straight up tells him that since he and Nana saved his life and paid the bills, it is only fair Tae-ha does him a massive solid first. Feeling the kid hesitate, Tae-ha just turns his back, grabs a dark coat and gets ready to bounce. Even with Gray yelling about his injuries, our hero claims his mission is not done, dropping a cold threat. Stay out of his business, or getting kidnapped will be a total joke. Stepping outside into the kitchen, Tae-ha gets hit with the smell of boiling pork. Aunt Nana warns him to freeze. Taking a .22 caliber bullet and breaking a rib means making a reckless move could literally pop his internal organs like a balloon. Tae-ha gives a quick thanks and promises to pay her back. But the tough lady says do not complain if his stitches pop. In the alley, Tae-ha notices his phone is different. Gray's voice blasts through it, saying the old phone got totally smashed in that massive drop. Gray hooked him up with a new one, plus a 12-hour battery tech earpiece. He adds his button as a camera. Tae-ha threatens him, but Gray just smirks. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me. Gray reveals that while Tae-ha was out cold, the whole country went crazy. The news branded the Changgu family massacre as straight-up terrorism. Gray explains they are chilling in a ceasefire zone. The Changgu and Aseng gangs are currently beefing over turf. Because things are super sketchy, he offers a sweet deal. He will totally help Tae-ha with his urgent mission right now, but afterward, Tae-ha owes him a huge favor. If Tae-ha says no, Gray threatens to snitch to Changgu. Knowing the kid has leverage, our boy agrees to test his skills. The gig takes Tae-ha straight to Guang Huemin Safe, a super private vault company in downtown Seoul. Since these spots run on absolute secrecy, they are the literal best places to stash shady stuff. Inside a lockdown room, Tae-ha grabs a bag packed with fake passports, dollars, and body armor. Gray watches through a button cam, wondering where the guns are, but he spots something way worse. Blood is literally dripping onto the floor. Tae-ha is hunched over, hurting bad. His body feels ridiculously heavy, just like when Regina Solarno used to wreck him in training. Even with insane pain, Tae-ha asks about Kim Pil-young, the top boss of Moving at Night. Gray confirms Pil-young is the broker who snuck Tae-ha into Korea. Now, the dude is frantically hunting for a smuggling boat to China. Since the cops are cracking down hard after that whole royal family murder mess, even a big-shot broker is stuck. Tae-ha tells Gray to bribe merchants with 10 times the cash to trick Pil Young about a ride. When Gray asks if Tae-ha plans to bail with him, our hero just whips out his knife. Now watch this closely. He is heading out to end a traitor. The trap is set at a spooky cathedral. Pil Young nervously arrives holding 100 million won and $100,000. He meets a shady dude inside a confessional booth, totally flexing about his past in Italy to hide how shook he is. Pil Young admits he lost everything gambling at a Cheonggu spot, forcing him to sell Tae-ha out. Then suddenly, the church doors burst open. Pil Young's strapped goons roll in. Pil Young starts trash-talking the info broker, demanding the escape route. But the voice talking back, it belongs to his old buddy. In pure panic mode, Pil Young realizes the dead man is actually back. He scrambles for his peace while begging, trying to play the 10-year friendship card. Tae-ha gives zero cares. He crashes through the booth and stabs Pil Young in the neck, ending the betrayal fast. With blood everywhere, Gray is totally freaking out over the comms, begging Tae-ha to run because of his busted ribs. But our boy ignores the pain, stepping out to face the mob. Since he knows Pil Young banned guns here to avoid heat. You and I know he is built different. He casually tells the goons to start praying. Facing a whole squad, Tae-ha is completely unfazed. He figures since these dudes rolled up with bats and blades for one guy, they are absolutely aiming to flat-out ice him. Because of this, our guy decides mercy is totally off the table. He ignores their rank as basic mercenaries. To him, they are just trash to take out. Watching from his ride, Gray is sweating bullets. He knows Tae-ha is not just rocking a basic arm injury. The dude literally has fractured ribs. He stresses out as the mob rushes the altar, yelling about the cash. Even injured, our boy stays locked in. He knows that if he claps them right now, he can stop any extra drama. Tae-ha moves crazy fast for a wounded guy, sinking his blade into a bald dude's neck. In one smooth flex, he slices another guy's throat and drops a heavy back kick on the third. When another freak lunges at him, our guy just dodges, landing a savage elbow and knee combo. With the goons knocked out and groaning, Tae-ha stands tall, holding his bleeding side. He spots that even though they are terrified, the hype of that cash keeps them from running. Out of nowhere, one thug actually pulls out a pistol, which Tae-ha definitely did not see coming. Knowing he only gets one solid shot with his legs, he spins on his sneakers and lands a brutal high kick. The guy goes flying before shooting. As the piece hits the floor, Gray is in his car, jaw completely dropped. Totally shook at how a busted-up guy could flex such insane power, Tae-ha wipes his blade and radios Gray. Since he knows the kid is close by from warning him earlier about the lookouts, he says to grab the cash. And that is where we leave it, Gray entering the bloody church. Stick with me here. Walking past the bodies in pure shock, Gray spots our hero slumped in a pew, pale and totally wiped out. Gray offers to grab some meds from Aunt Nana, but bam! Tae-ha suddenly slams a blade right into the wood between the kid's fingers. The vibe instantly freezes up as Tae-ha questions Gray's real intentions. He points out that even though his clothes and phone got swapped while he was out, his gloves stayed on. Those gloves hide the Salerno family crest. Tae-ha knows Gray totally peaked, so our guy forces the kid to face some harsh facts. He's Jin Tae-ha, eldest son of the late Jin Sayok, but he's also Vendetta, a wanted mafia hitman with an insane 5.5 billion bounty. Gray confesses he already knew. He kept his mouth shut because he desperately needs Tae-ha's crazy strength for a huge personal favor. He vents that hiding from the Cheonggu group is pure torture. So yeah, he ignored that massive bounty just to score a weapon against them. Tae-ha is super blunt. He tells Gray his rookie vibe is the only thing stopping him from being a top-tier info broker. Then he drops a deal: stay scrub or go pro. He swears that if Gray actually risks his neck, Tae-ha will turn him into the absolute best informant in the game. While this epic team-up happens, we cut straight to the grand luxury hotel. Kim Jill and the heavy hitter Kaeon Hemin are walking into a VIP suite to meet up with Jin Chiang. Jill tells Hemin to zip it and let him talk so the Ohm faction doesn't look bad. Inside, Jin Xiang is chilling with his elite guards, Baek Jun-soo and Mundane. Watch closely right here. Back at the church, Tae-ha's eyes scream pure murder. He only teams up with Gray because the main mission stays the same. He's using that intel to completely obliterate the friends and family who betrayed him. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Hotel, the room is insanely tense as the Oiwang faction bosses face off with Chiang-gu's brand new boss. Kim Jill and Kaeon Hemin step up to Jin Chiang, and Jill actually calls out how crazy it is getting an invite right after a literal family massacre. He says Chiang probably should have mourned first instead of talking business, but honestly, the dude sounds way more sarcastic than sorry. Chiang isn't having it. To flex his dominance right away, he just throws up a hand and cuts them off mid-sentence. He leans back, demanding total dead silence while some classy Schubert piano track blasts through the speakers. You're probably thinking what I am. Chang dramatically raises a fist with an intense look, leaving the leaders exchanging confused glances. Just to break the cringy silence, Jill starts clapping, saying he should have just enjoyed the music sooner. Chang asks if he knows the track, and Jill identifies it as a specific Errol Koenig arrangement. He mentions the playing sounds a bit clunky, basically hinting that Chang played it himself. Our guy's rival actually confirms it. He brags about winning a 6th grade contest with it, but quit because his wrists couldn't handle it. Then his mood completely drops. He points out that every family member at that recital is now totally dead. Hemin asks how they got wiped out, and Chiang straight up claims they were defenseless just because he wasn't there. That totally triggers Hemin right there, who snaps back that he called on purpose to warn him. The attacker, our boy Jin Tae-ha, isn't normal and they should have cancelled. But Chiang cares way more about his rank than actual safety. He ignores the warning, demanding Hemin put out his smoke. Roasting his manners, Chiang explains that emergency guideline number 1 is a hardcore tradition that even he couldn't cancel. He acts like he tried handling the Ohm faction's stolen cash problem quietly to dodge a scandal. But he ended up taking damage, pointing to his busted leg and fancy cane. Hemin isn't buying how Chiang survived a night that massacred elite headquarters guards. When he asks why the attacker let him live, Chiang just smirks, joking that maybe the absolute psycho-terrorist has some rule against friendly fire. That massive insult makes Hemin lose it. He stands up screaming that he'd never disrespect his organization or parents like that. Chiang just keeps trolling him, saying he's super jealous Hemin still has parents to watch his back, while his own are gone. Trying to stop the yelling, Jill steps in and asks who actually took care of the attacker. Chiang points over to Baek Jun-soo, the old chairman's personal bodyguard, who nods that he handled the man. With Baek's legendary rep, Jill buys it and asks what Chiang wants for payback. Shockingly, Chang doesn't want cash. He just demands the Ohm faction stays completely silent. He specifically orders Hemin to totally deny ever seeing the attacker, no matter who comes asking. So what do you and I make of this? Hemin is super confused why Shinggu wants to hide the guy who wrecked them. As they finally wrap the meeting, Jill sparks a cigarette. Let's dive right into the madness. The tension spikes when BJ Junu slaps a hand on Chiang's shoulder to shut him up. The bodyguard flexing his power like this seriously ticks Chiang off. Still, he tries saving face, warning the old folks he's the next chairman. Japel could not care less. He tells Chiang to put his head on the ground like a total punk, then just walks out. His final parting insult, demanding a better ashtray next time, complete with water-soaked tissues. Once inside the elevator, Japel finally reveals what he's really thinking to He-Man. He breaks it down. Jin Guho probably never taught his son how the real world works, making Chiang super reckless. Because of that, Japel is 100% certain Chiang planned the entire villa massacre just to grab power. Then he drops an absolute bombshell. Our main guy, Jin Tae-ha, is still alive. Since Japel knows Baek Junu has a strict no-kill rule, he instantly realizes the bodyguard lied straight to Chiang's face. Lucky for the Azeng faction, they actually have a solid lead. He-Man remembers the attacker saying he was back in Korea after a super long time. He-Man totally wants to recruit this monster to swallow up the Chiang-gu group, but Japel decides it is way safer just to kill him. He is personally insulted that Chiang hired He-Man knowing he would lose to Tae-ha, and now he wants payback for his squad's honor. Back in the fancy suite, Jin Chang is completely alone with his crazy thoughts. Pouring himself a drink over ice, he thinks about his dad's insane talent for reading the room. Now pay attention, this is huge. He realizes Baek Jun-soo's kill confirmation felt completely fake, especially since Tae-ha literally jumped onto a moving helicopter while wounded. With no body found anywhere, Chang turns to his dead silent guards and asks the one question that changes everything. Is Jin Tae-ha actually alive? Baek Jun-soo totally denies letting our hero escape on purpose. Instead, he completely frames Tae-ha for murdering the former chairman. Jin Chang is a massive opportunist. He doesn't care about the truth of that night at all, he just wants his path to chairman clear. He casually points out that they wouldn't be sitting here if Baek hadn't actually finished the kid off properly. But when Baek mentions that Tae-ha has gotten incredibly strong, Jin Chang completely loses it. He shatters a glass in pure rage before finally forcing himself to focus on the big board meeting. He reminds Baek that dead or alive, the bodyguard is way too deep into this conspiracy to ever backstab him now. Shortly after, Jin Chang gets ready to take off by helicopter. On the roof, he gets stopped by Moon Yang, a bloody, desperate guard throwing a fit over getting recently demoted. Since Moon Yang used to guard the main family, he thinks working for a random director is a massive joke. But Jin Chang, zero empathy. He brutally mocks the guy for losing so easily, telling him he should be super grateful he wasn't completely trashed. The chopper flies off, leaving the super salty guard behind, while Baek Junu just tells him to wait for another call. Scene change to the Bowman Goob restaurant. Inside, our main guy is finally stuffing his face with a real, solid meal. Between giant slurps of soup, he and Gray break down the kid's backstory. Turns out, Gray's dad was a top-tier researcher at Chiang-gu Electronics. And the data his dad left behind, including a very specific profile picture. Let Gray connect the dots after 17 years and instantly recognize our hero. Tae-ha is impressed, but Aunt Nana keeps everyone totally grounded. Slamming some painkillers on the table, roasting them for just chilling when there's epic revenge to handle. You and I both know this hits different. The vibe drops when Tae-ha stares Gray down, asking if he's planning a total betrayal. In the mafia world, traitors are literally a virus that must be wiped out immediately. And Tae-ha's ice-cold glare proves he wouldn't hesitate to end them both. Gray is visibly shook by the intense sudden shift. But Aunt Nana gets it. She knows a guy raised by straight-up killers can't just hand out trust like it's candy. Still, Tae-ha drops a rare piece of logic. He figures anyone who is hated by Chang-gu or the Azeng gang can't be totally evil. Chewing his meat with a tiny smirk, he makes a silent promise. If they actually try to double-cross him, He'll just handle them when the time comes. But suddenly, bam, the restaurant door kicks wide open. Kairo Boxu and his goons swagger in, whining about the heavy heat and busted air conditioning. He starts mocking Nana, despite her completely paid debts, trying to flex his absolute dominance on Tae-ha. Our hero just stays insanely focused on his meal, staring at some radish kimchi, literally wondering if Korean veggies got bigger while he was gone. His total silence just makes Boxu lose his mind. As Gray leaves for school, a quick flashback shows the crazy promise he dragged out of Tae-ha. No killing, no extreme violence in this village whatsoever. Gray had broken down the super fragile peace keeping the Jangseo district alive. Years back, an absolutely brutal gang war between Cheonggu and Azeng was paused by a ceasefire run by the local Yabori crew. So where does that leave us? This gang is forcing residents into a housing cooperative to gain crazy leverage for the upcoming redevelopments. Let's jump into the madness. Gray sees right through the BS. The mayor, totally bought by the faction, that Yabori protection deal is literally just robbing the helpless blind. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, things are about to completely explode. Chobaku totally ignores Nana's warnings and actually raises his hand to hit her. Yeah, our guy's patience. 0. Gone. Gray literally just left, but Tae-ha blocks the strike and yeets these punks straight out onto the concrete pavement. Gray turns around, sees the gang groveling outside and just sighs. So much for keeping a low profile. Tae-ha stands over the wrecked crew, his brain working absolute overtime. 30 different revenge plans and they all sucked. Why? They totally ignored Jin Chang's absolute crazy streak. To win, he needs to hit the board of directors. See, the Jangyo district redevelopment is the absolute backbone of their entire corporate empire. Tae-ha's big brain move, tear it down from the inside. He demands an audience with the boss and ends up outside a building covered in protest signs. Enter Yunsi. She is the pink-haired, tough-as-nails second in command of the Yabber faction. She laughs in his face. A one-man war, really, but our boy just sparks up a cigarette with a cocky grin. No bloodbath today, folks. Honestly, he just wants to have a little chat. Now watch this flex. Our guy is just chilling outside Yaburi HQ, surrounded by completely knocked-out guards. Obviously, Yunsi is super on edge right now. I mean, the whole street is literally paved with her unconscious goons. So yeah, she's not buying the whole I come in peace routine. Plus, there are literal snipers locked onto him from every single rooftop. But Tae-ha, chill as ice, still puffing his cigarette, even with his left arm resting in a literal medical sling. He brushes her off, claiming he only bothers talking to people on his actual level. He mentally notes the district is basically a military base. Tae-ha figures if just one spy slipped in among these grunts, their entire intel network would instantly crash. Which makes him wonder, do they actually have some brutal disciplinary system keeping everyone in line? Yunsi is having none of it. She calls him a Changu scrub and an bootlicker, straight up threatening to turn his head into Swiss cheese. Our boy just clenches his fist. All the messed up, toxic stuff he guessed was happening in this zone. Yeah, it's totally real. Right on cue, Lee Hueri enters the chat, the Yaburi vice leader, Akka the Tank. He drops from a building, smashing the pavement. But weirdly, when Tae-ha tells him to move, Warong actually steps aside without fighting. Yunsi loses her mind, screaming betrayal at her vice leader, right as some random grunt aims an AK-47 straight at Tae-ha. But before anyone can pull a trigger, Tae-ha teleports right in Yunsi's face and snatches her drink. He dumps the gross water, telling her straight up drinking trash like that is exactly why she keeps taking LS. You guys feel that shift? He just walks away, leaving Yunsi screaming. Meanwhile, Hyang smiles. He knows he's looking at a literal monster, the kind nobody has seen since the war. Fast forward to later tonight. We cut to the marketplace. Tae-ha and Gray are out here with a power drill, trying to fix up the busted Bowman restaurant door. Since Nana used to patch up the Yabori crew back in the day, Yoonsi and Hyang end up rolling through the shop. The vibe does a total 180. Yoonsi is suddenly super hyped, hugging Nana and calling her Uni. But Nana just ruthlessly squishes the girl's cheeks, scolding her for always wrecking her front doors. Gray explains how Nana saved their old boss's life, making her a VIP. But Tae-ha, he's watching this whole cute moment dead serious. He realizes Yoonsi is probably just a puppet boss, considering how her own squad treats her like absolute garbage. Out of nowhere, Yoonsi flips onto the table, stomping her boot down and totally killing the wholesome vibe. She wraps a crazy high-tech vibrating wire around Tae-ha's neck, daring him to talk trash again. But our dude doesn't even flinch with that wire digging in. Yoonsi drops a bomb. Those roof snipers earlier, they weren't protecting her from him, they were aiming directly at her. Tae-ha pieces it together. The truce is completely fake, and she's literally just a hostage boss. He grabs the deadly wire barehanded and asks the real question, who's forcing her to buy these houses? He drops the name Changgu, and her shock confirms everything. Unfortunately, the guy pulling the strings is an absolute psycho, over at a luxury villa. Director Hong In-gu, a massive deal on the Changgu electronics board and Jin Chiang's buddy, is literally watching a guy get eaten by his pet lion over a botched Lebanon deal. His snipers report someone spotted them instantly, so where does that leave us? In-gu just got handed Tae-ha's photo. Trust me, the real war begins. Stick with me here. We are about to watch this smiling director order his men to actually capture Tae-ha alive. Inside the spot, our boy drops a massive truth bomb right off the bat. He straight up exposes that the Changgu group is the shady puppet master secretly destroying Neighborhood 3. Since he already knows her crew is full of rats, he calls Yunsari out for completely failing to take out the trash in her own ranks. Panicking, the second-in-command totally flips and whips out her secret weapon. Some crazy, heavy-duty Kevlar thread to trap him. Our dude literally just snips the invisible strings like butter. She instantly realizes she is way out of her league, especially when our guy casually mentions he is the #1 expert at dusting Changgu agents. Crazy enough, she still acts super defensive about his help. Thank goodness Aunt Nana steps up, swearing our boy has the skills to fix this mess. But the young boss is just not buying it. She thinks this whole beef is way too messy for simple punches. Telling him that popping a few suits will not stop a mega corporation, she warns him to bounce before storming off. Later that night, Aunt Nana spills the real tea. She drops the absolute worst news. The main villain here is Hong In-gu, a total psycho director at Changgu Electronics. This creep has Yunsari's dad locked up as a hostage in a secret hospital wing, using him as total blackmail to force her gang into doing his dirty work. Only Nana and Suri know the old boss is breathing, because if he died, the whole neighborhood would literally go on a suicide mission. Big yikes though, their secret chat is totally being bugged. A literal private army hired by Changgu is chilling on the rooftops right now, using crazy digital scopes to track our guys' every single move. Now pay close attention here. These goons plan to execute everyone inside just for being witnesses, which is wild. Huge mistake. Moving like an absolute glitch in the Matrix, our dude just teleports right behind the sniper on the roof. He folds the guy instantly, pinning his hand down with a blade to snatch the radio and steal his identity. He gets on comms, telling the squad to chill out and promising he is on his way. Cut to the next day. and director Hong In-gu is totally flexing his power at the hospital, treating Yunsari like absolute garbage. He roasts her dad as a useless slab of meat, even stabbing the unconscious guy with a fork just to watch the heart monitor spike up. Since he knows she has zero options right now, he keeps her in check with pure nightmare fuel, grabbing her face and calling her totally worthless trash. Right before dipping, he flashes a picture of our main guy and straight up demands she drag him in before the day is over. Stepping into the elevator, the director gets super salty because his elite squad is completely ghosting his calls. He calls them bugs, but I know what you are thinking, who is behind him. Our boy is already waiting. Before the suit can even blink, his ear gets completely sliced off and goes flying across the elevator. While the guy drops to the floor screaming in a bloody mess, our dude squashes the ear and drops his mask. He casually drops the bomb that the mercs are already wiped out, flexing a massive handful of their dog tags to prove it. This rich clown really thought cash made him untouchable, so our absolute unit of a hero gives him the ultimate wake-up call. He brutally shoves all those metal tags right into the director's mouth, pins him to the wall, and drops a totally savage promise. Starting today, he is going to visit every single day just to give him a brand new bloody wound. Fast forward, and director Hong In-gu is literally living in pure, unfiltered panic mode. He tries making a mad dash down the hallway, but our guy perfectly intercepts him and slams him straight into the tiles. Since the daily torture routine is already locked in, the boss just curls up into a ball crying for mercy. Our guy simply kneels down and violently stabs his thigh. He super calmly explains that since the leg is mostly muscle, this hit hurts like crazy but will not kill him. He actually calls this a light scratch compared to yesterday, casually flicking the blood off and promising tomorrow will be worse. Meanwhile, the massive power struggle inside the Chiangu group is heating up at a fancy dinner. Big boss Jin Chiang tells his crew the board is totally split right now. 7 guys back him, 6 are with the vice chairman and 2 are totally wildcards. Since those 2 wildcards ignore cheap talk, Chiang says they need to show massive results to win them over completely. He puts insane pressure on director Hong about that redevelopment project, hyping up how the young crew needs to crush the boomers. He straight up threatens that failing before the big meeting means severe consequences later. So what do you and I take from this? Trembling Hong is totally trapped between a corporate shark and the absolute demon hunting him. Alright guys, let's jump right in. Director Hong is limping to his ride, clutching his busted leg. He snaps his glasses in pure rage, totally swearing to wipe out the crazy dude who keeps jumping him. His driver asks if he wants to head home, and Hong just violently kicks the freaking seat, flaming the guy for asking something so dumb. But the vibe gets totally icy when the driver just smirks back. Hong completely freaks out when he realizes our main man actually swapped with his driver. Since Hong was kicking like a total brat, Tae-ha calls out his garbage manners and slices his leg up. Blood literally goes splashing all over the car. And our boy just walks off super chill, leaving Hong screaming in the back, begging to know why he is getting cooked. Fast forward a week of this non-stop trolling, and our guy realizes Hong is completely breaking down. He heads over to this shady industrial room to link up with the Yabari crew, Yunsari and Hyang. These street dudes are mega mad, thinking Tae-ha messing with Chiangu is going to start a crazy war and ruin all their hard work. One dude even suggests taking Tae-ha out to stop another fight. Our boy is literally unbothered, using a smoke to explain Error 307, a digital lock the company uses to freeze bank accounts and Wi-Fi for their haters. He calls them out, saying while locals get their internet bricked and data stolen, The Yaburi gang is too chicken to use their weapons to defend their own families. He tells them to gear up for a major brawl. Now pay attention here. His actual goal is snatching that Chiang-gu director title for himself. Lucky for director Hong, he still has backup plans. He meets up with Go, the big boss of the private military squad Peak. While chowing down on a bloody steak, Go totally roasts the director for getting clowned. Hong refuses to snitch to the board because he is totally betting on Jin Chang's getting named chairman so he can lock down his own future power. He thinks this is a total big brain move for someone lacking connections. He warns the merc that if this project flops, they are done. But funnily enough, Go did his homework. He drops the bomb that our hero is actually Vendetta, the top executioner for the Salerno Mafia in Italy. He hypes up Tae-ha as an absolute monster with a hidden name, known as the best in the game. Since a walking nuke like Tae-ha just dropped into Korea, Go says they seriously need a backup plan to counter. He demands an insane bag of cash from the director to bring in a pro who can match the mafia killer. Go then flexes his wild card, a super sketchy guy named Jerome, known as a Wang. You and I know surviving this guy twice is insane, so Go really thinks Jerome is the absolute perfect counter to our boy. Director Hong is visibly skeptical though, asking why they would ever hire a guy who already failed to kill the man. To chill him out, Go explains that Vendetta is so legendary because he is completely unhinged when hunting traitors. He throws it back to a rainy jungle where a blood-soaked Tae-ha is standing over a target. The dude ran all the way to the Amazon, but our guy literally ate bugs for a month in a suit, just to roll up holding the head of the traitor. Since Jerome somehow managed to dodge a crazy beast like that. Go justifies the crazy price, $700,000 up front, $300,000 later plus massive fees. When Hong asks if his men will fight, Go demands double. In response, Hong straight up makes a call to get 200 kilos of ammo dropped right into his basement. Turns out, it is actually a massive pallet of 50,000 won bills, making a giant mountain of cash that could let anyone retire forever. Hong says dropping $1.3 million on just one dude is totally not the Chiang-gu style. But he is super down to pay up for a productive chat that ends in blood. Meanwhile, back at the Bowman Goob spot, our guy is breaking down the mission. Gray actually scored the blueprints to Hong's giant house by bribing some local security firm. Since these backup workers have zero loyalty to Chiang-gu and get treated like trash, they were super stoked to take some under-the-table cash. Tae-ha just stares at the screen with a deadpan face, quietly thinking his grandpa would literally roll over in his grave if he saw how crazy easy it was to buy off the company security. While Gray is scanning the schedule, he spots something super weird. The entire first basement floor is completely missing from the plans. Checking the labels, he spots B1GRC, a crazy reinforced soundproof bunker usually used for zoos or chemical dumps. Right before heading out, Tae-ha whispers a favor that leaves Gray in absolute, total shock. Gray literally jumps out of his seat. Makes you wonder, right? Gray asks why he needs this wild item, saying he has it but never pegged Tae-ha as the type to use it. Stick with me here. Our guy tosses on his jacket, claiming survival tools don't have one specific type. He leaves Gray with one last job. Keep those eyes glued to the CCTV for town intruders, then fades into the dark. But outside, boom, Hurong, the vice boss of the Yaburi crew, steps right in his path. This veteran has been scraping since the 90s revolution. He instantly spots Tae-ha is legit and aggressively demands to know who he really is. Tae-ha plays it totally cool, so the gangster threatens to flat out smoke him for endangering Yunsari. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He figures this guy must be ex-Aseng, since he wants a fair brawl instead of some sneaky trap. He just gives the dude a chill shoulder tap. He trusts him to guard the town, promising a payday 10 times bigger than Chiang-gu's cheap redevelopment offer. Fast forward to 10 p.m. Tae-ha hits the luxury villa looking fresh. He drops the guards, cracks the keypad, and ghosts through the pitch-black living room toward a secret stairwell. The second he heads down, bang, a massive metal door slams shut behind him, locked tight by some motorized gear. Static hits the wall speaker. It's Director Hong, laughing his head off, admitting he tracked Tae-ha's every move and totally knew this ambush was coming. Sitting super comfy in his fancy ride, Hong watches the feed on his phone, chuckling at how our guy actually thought he could pull off a sneak attack. Now watch closely, things get wild. Hong pops a metal gate open, and 2 literal, massive lions step straight out of the shadows. Hong gloats over the mic. He played nice in Jang Seo because of those Aseng punks, but now, he has the absolute perfect excuse to bulldoze the entire neighborhood. He happily brags that while Tae-ha gets turned into cat food. A top-tier squad of peak mercs is marching to wreck the district. He hypes up his pets, Mimi and Uni, to feast. These massive beasts leap right at him, but Tae-ha is totally unfazed. He just roasts Hong for giving male lions girly names. Not caring about a fair animal fight, he whips out a hidden handgun and blasts twice. Both lions drop dead on the spot, the director completely frozen in absolute stunned silence. Hong finally snaps out of it, screaming like crazy. Why is a legendary knife expert packing heat? Tae-ha just pulls his tactical blade, casually explaining that the knife is strictly reserved for human targets. He totally roasts the guy's logic. Did he expect some anime duel? He slices off his medical sling, ready to actually hunt Hong down. Tapping his earpiece, he orders Gray to warn Yunsari right now. Those mercs are blitzing the district. We all felt that. Shaking in his car, Hong realizes those terrifying Aswang rumors were totally true. Payback is here, and money won't stop it. Meanwhile, Gray drops a grim warning on the Yabori bosses. Chiang-gu's private army, Peak, is officially knocking at their front door. He drops one last message from Jin Tae-ha, who promises to return after hunting Director Hong down. The thugs panic, totally convinced our boy bilayed on them, but Gray just clenches his fist, staying strong. He spells it out. This clash was bound to happen. They stand their ground today or they lose absolutely everything. Sadly, the Yabori crew isn't feeling that hype, especially since their star player vanished to do his own thing. Guys start freaking out, saying Tae-ha sparked a war and dipped. When Gray defends him, an older punk aggressively shoves a finger in his face. He talks trash about Gray's age, throwing the brutal, bloody losses of their last massive war right in his face. Thank God, Soo-yeon Kim shuts that noise down fast. He's an ex-military major and the gang's advisor. He roasts their cowardice, tossing the final call over to their leader. Yunsari shuts her eyes. She hates being Chiang-gu's puppet to protect her dad, but right here, right now, she decides this fake peace is officially over. Wrapping up her deadly signature Kevlar wires, she apologizes to her crew. The Yabori gang is finally kicking Chiang-gu out. Meanwhile, Insect Go, Peak's shady CEO, drops his ice-cold logic. Wiping out the residents kills their land rights instantly. This lets the construction company score way bigger profits on luxury apartments. He smirks, noting that while the Aseng gang truce normally keeps things peaceful, they are using this vendetta drama as a perfect, legal loophole to attack. His master plan: use our boy as bait. He's setting Tae-ha and the mysterious Aswang up to take the fall for this entire massacre. High on a brick ledge, the assassin Jerome, also known as Aswang. You and I know exactly what that grin means. The smell of war is back, and he's finding Korea insanely fun. and as a massive drone fleet launches for air support. Yo, stick with me here. Insgo reminds his totally ruthless mercenaries that for the right amount of cash, absolutely anybody can get wrecked. Meanwhile, director Hong In-gu is a total wreck. He screams into his phone at Insit Go, demanding to know if the guards are actually working. Go totally tries to hype up his security, promising Hong he is protected like the actual president. Hong stays completely paranoid since he has already been stabbed way too many times. He punches his car seat in a massive rage. Dude is terrified that his crazy hunter is already closing in fast, and honestly, he is so right to panic. Our main guy is currently cruising in a slick black sedan, tracking the director using GPS trackers he sneakily slapped onto the Chaeyoung vehicles. Even though he is super stressed about how Gray and the Yaburi gang are holding up, he decides to speedrun this hunt. When nearby mercs spot our boy rolling up, they are totally stunned by his insane guts. They instantly unload their heavy weapons, totally shattering the glass of our dude's ride. Tae-ha smoothly swerves and ducks under the massive bullet spray. Sandwiched between enemy rides, this whole thing turns into a crazy high-speed survival game. Our absolute madman slams his foot on the gas. He smashes an enemy van before his car violently crashes into a wall. Crazily, the wreck does not stop him. Our guy slides out of the smoking ride and instantly chucks the broken door like a massive frisbee. He blasts an incoming biker to clear his path, completely stomps on another mercenary's head, steals his sweet motorcycle, and zooms down the street. Even as the panicked mercs scream for their squad to start blasting from the left. Watch this, Tae-ha leans low over the handlebars for a crazy speed maneuver. Using a ramp truck to launch himself into the sky, our dude straight up jumps off the flying bike. He hits a super clean superhero landing, completely baffling the goons who thought they had him trapped. Standing up with his twin tactical blades drawn, he calmly announces that playtime is officially over. The mercs are absolutely shook seeing Tae-ha surfing their van's roof without a single gun. They desperately try to coordinate a hit, planning to crush him the second he jumps down. But honestly, our guy is playing three-dimensional chess here. With a massive burst of energy, Tae-ha dashes to the back and completely vaults over a guardrail. He completely vanishes from their sight right as the clueless guards yell out in panic. Before they can even blink, he brutally smashes through the side of a moving bus. Blades ready, he moves with that insanely fast Italian mafia ghost speed. Then he literally blasts right through the front windshield. The poor driver is terrified, completely mind-blown that a flying motorcycle just turned into this scary dude chilling in his passenger seat. Hilariously, our boy sits there super chill and hands the shaking driver a fat stack of 50,000 bills. We all felt that insane flex, right? Smiling through the blood, he politely asks the driver to speed up his revenge trip. While he wrecks the convoy, the neighborhood defense kicks off. Back at base, Gray spots 16 confirmed drones on radar, realizing they are splitting up to dive bomb them. Soo-yeon Kim, the gang's brainy advisor, spots them as small FPV drones, confirming the Yaburi crew's worst fears. This dirty tactic sparks a gnarly memory about their previous gang war. He breaks it down for Yunsuri that back then, Chengdu and Aseng fought using gentlemen's rules. It was basically a staged medieval tournament where both sides totally clocked out when the sun went down. They stuck to small weapons because nobody wanted a full-blown war, mostly thanks to that absolute monster who used to own the entire battlefield. But since Peak wants to snatch this turf super fast without alerting Aseng, they toss the old playbook away. Soo-yeon Kim realizes sweeping the buildings would take forever. Instead, these mercs brought drones strapped with RPGs and grenades for instant, massive explosive damage. Thank goodness the Yabari boys came prepared with sci-fi electronic drone guns. Sniping from the balconies, they successfully jam the first wave. They watch the drones wobble and totally wipe out. But bummer, this tiny win is exactly what the mercenary boss in Sitgo wanted. Hearing the radio chatter about the jammers, he flashes a totally evil grin. He completely laughs off the idea that some cheap jammers could stop a pro-military squad. Suddenly, Gray's laptop explodes with red icons. He freaks out, realizing the sky is now packing at least 100 killer drones. Insectgo laughs like a maniac. He explains those drone guns have trash range, so aiming at one group just lets the others fly free. With 800 programmed drones swarming the entire sky. He thinks nobody survives. Trust me, you gotta see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. As killer machines sneak through the vents, Soo-yeon Kim totally loses it and yells retreat over the radio. But hold up. He freezes when he spots Yoon-suri chilling on a high ledge. The young boss flexes hard, standing right in the drone swarm to reveal her secret weapon. Heavy-duty Kevlar threads. Flashback time. She's saying sorry to her crew for hiding this, explaining her missing status last war. She was secretly grinding this crazy string technique to help her dad. She missed her shot back then, but she's fixing things today. Moving like an absolute ninja, Yoon-suri whips up a wire web, making drones blow up everywhere. Insectgo is shook. His jaw is on the floor because they never faced this kind of heat in the previous war. Super salty, he screams at his goons to send the next wave and blast everyone in sight. But someone crashes his party, literally. A car smashes right through the wall by his command center. The driver, Hu Yang, the Yabari underboss, literally nicknamed the tank. Thanks to Soo-yeon Kim's intel, Hueri Yang totally pinpointed the mercenary base. He jumps out the ride, ready to trash the ground troops himself because he's the crew's ultimate heavy hitter. Now pay attention here. He tells the command center he's wrecking these mercenaries first. 10 years ago, the Yabori gang literally started just to survive. Times were super sketchy and weak folks were getting totally wrecked. Gizub Yun talked a young Soo-yeon Kim into starting their own crew instead of paying off outside gangs for protection. Gizub figured dropping cash on cops and running their own turf was the ultimate survival hack. Soo-yeon Kim, a hardcore military guy, originally rolled his eyes at playing street thug, but agreed to be the muscle to get his neighborhood a better deal. Clinking soda cans over that deal gave the Yabari gang its official name and whole vibe. Jump to today, and these alleyways are straight-up nightmare fuel for the peak mercenaries. Hwang Lee tracked them down, making the shooters totally freak out because they thought they were hidden. As Hyang charges like a freight train, Commander Insig-go desperately yells at his boys to quit aiming for heads and shoot the dude's legs to slow the giant down. That plan totally flops hard. Hwang violently chucks a merc into a brick wall, then throws a massive haymaker that leaves another guy completely trashed and bleeding out. Luckily, the ground crew isn't fighting solo today. Up on the roof, Yoon-suri plays sneaky guardian. When a sniper spots Hwang through a thermal scope, she goes airborne and slices his neck with wires. Older Soo-yeon Kim is totally bossing this coordination game. He uses military smarts to run defense over the radio. Catching the mercenaries distracted downstairs, he knows they're wide open. Now check this logic out. He figures snipers need clear corners, so the drone station has to be in the dead center. Thanks to that big brain move, Gray spots a shady black van by the community center, clocking it as the drone swarm's main hub. While Sorai rushes to the spot, a gunshot pops off. Insik-go steps from the shadows, a bullet grazing Hyang's shoulder. Rocking an axe and a shotgun, the mercenary boss roasts the Yabori leaders. He spills the tea on his real goal, because Hurong was once 16th in the Mega Aseng faction. Taking him out makes Inz-go a top-tier national mercenary. He threatens the girl next, but Hurong stands firm, his metal arm shining for legendary payback. Meanwhile, out on the highway, a crazy car wreck leaves director Hong In-yu totally helpless against our protagonist. Staying ice cold, Tae-ha stabs him to keep his daily wound promise. When the totally freaked out Hong In-yu screams that he dropped over $76 million to nuke the district with bombs and missiles, Tae-ha doesn't even bat an eye. Because the director thinks cash is the ultimate flex. He laughs like a supervillain, claiming his goons won't spare kids or grandpas, but Tae-ha knows real strength. He explains guys who lost everything are scary, but dudes protecting their families are straight up built different. Our boy remembers a crying in Surrey, whose hardcore rage came from Ngu's awful cruelty toward her family. He realizes the director accidentally spawned a crazy revenge squad that no amount of cash can buy. So Tae-ha shuts Ngu up with another stab, dragging his sorry butt right back toward the neighborhood. So what do you and I take from this? Running away won't save him. Downstairs, Hyung and Inseo's wild showdown hits its absolute peak. Stick with me here, this gets wild. The commander blasts his shotgun laughing, but Hueri-yang tanks those hits using his metal arm guards. Just as Insego winds up to deliver a fatal axe strike. Boom! Yunsori's wires snap around his neck and arm, locking him down. She promises to take his head to avenge the innocent townsfolk he butchered. But hold up. Right before Hurang can smash the commander's face in, a brand new player crashes the party. Enter Jerome, the absolute elite assassin known as a Swang. He casually shoves Insect-go back to safety, totally roasting the commander for needing childish drone toys to win a fight. This top-tier killer Jerome stands dead center in the alley, gripping his red and black staff, ready to brawl. Watching from the sidelines, Yunsori is absolutely bugging out, wondering if he is a new enemy. She watches the whole scene intensely. It hits her, even though she had the merc leader Insgo totally tangled in strings. Jerome literally just grabbed his coat and yanked him free like it was nothing. Honestly, Insgo is feeling a massive mix of pure rage and total relief right now. He starts yelling at the punk for showing up late, but Jerome stays totally chill, pointing toward a busted building 350 meters northwest. He calls it out as the Yabori base, telling Insgo to get over there and handle his business. Wham! Hurong randomly slams Jerome right into a brick wall, completely catching Insect-go off guard. Even while pinned down, Jerome looks straight at Huang with a crazy smirk, telling him to stay right there for some fun. Now watch closely, things are about to get bad. This gives Insect-go the opening to hit his comms and frantically scream for all drones to launch. One of the radio guys questions launching them completely blind, since they still have zero clue where the command center is. Insgo basically says who cares. With the town's strongest fighter busy dealing with Jerome, he orders his goons to literally slaughter everyone in town during the distraction. Back to the fight, Jerome blasts Hyung away with one massive kick, breaking completely free. Huang is dripping sweat and absolutely stunned. He cannot believe this guy sent his 120-kilo body flying with a single casual kick. He realizes if just the kicks hit that hard, that staff must be crazy dangerous. Jerome confidently strolls forward, dragging his deadly weapon behind him. Hyung tells a totally panicked Yunsori not to sweat it. He promises to tank Jerome one-on-one, giving Sorai the chance to handle those drones. Yunsori agrees, but orders Hyuyang to finish this guy and get to base within 5 minutes. If the mercs get there first, it is game over. Jerome tries blocking her path, playfully telling her to stay, but Hueri-yang suddenly lunges in and lands a massive, bone-crunching hit straight on Jerome. That heavy impact buys Yunsari the perfect split second to dash away. Watching her sprint off, Hurang feels super proud. For a rookie in her very first war, she is keeping her cool like an absolute boss. Jerome just starts busting up laughing. He wipes some blood off his lip, steps up, and straight up admits a few more punches like that might actually kill him. Huang is mad confused. How did this dude survive a clean chest hit? He demands to know where this freak came from. Jerome flexes that he is from the Philippines, saying he learned Korean out of pure boredom, chasing the high of some real heavy-hitting fights. They square up, and Jerome leans right in with this totally manic smile, introducing himself right before dropping a crazy fast combo of punches that snaps Hyung's head back. But Hurong tanks it and throws his own wild strikes. You feel the tension, right? Locked in a tight grapple, Jerome suddenly asks if Hyung used to run with the own gang. Boom, flashback time. We see a younger Hyung kicking it with Gizio. He remembers Gizob fully trusting his insane strength to protect their turf while he was gone. Hueri looks back to the very first Django District War. Back when he was a heavy-hitting squad leader for Ohm, while his best bro Jishab was running the Yabari gang. Gizob straight up refused to let the elderly locals get kicked out, choosing to fight and die for his city. His last dying wish, for Huerong to protect his daughter and their hood. Snap back to reality. Jerome drops a devastating slam that absolutely floors Hyung. Thinking about his past, Huerong realizes he only joined on seeking raw power, but seeing those god-tier monsters in the gang just left him in total despair. But now, he gets that his true strength doesn't come from chasing those mountains. It comes from the people he protects. Bleeding but unbroken, he stands tall, declaring himself the ultimate tank who clears the path for his squad. He hits Jerome with an epic, ground-shaking slam. The killer's eyes widen at the sheer conviction driving that punch. Okay, playtime is over. Jerome gets dead serious, whipping his red pattern staff to unleash a nasty horizontal blood slash. An entire building wall crumbles into dust right behind Hyung. He ends up kneeling in the middle of the rubble, completely battered. Out of nowhere, a voice tells the wounded Hyung he did an awesome job. Huang is completely wrecked on the ground. And trust me, you are gonna love this. Jintai finally shows up, looking down at Hyung, ready to tag in. Tae-ha calmly praises the absolute beast for tanking such a brutal beating. Stick with me. We are staring right at the source of this crazy violence. Jerome just chills with his staff on his shoulder, saying what is up to Tae-ha like old buddies. He totally calls out Vendetta for being crazy late. Since things are looking real bad, Tae-ha tells our bleeding boy Hyung to back off so he can handle this boss fight himself. He double-checks his bro's condition. And even though Hyung is gripping a shredded, totally bloody shirt, his gamer pride refuses to quit. The dude swears he can still move. Respecting that tough energy, Tae-ha gives him a super important job. He tells him to run 1 block down to a black sedan parked under a street lamp. Tossed in that trunk is the tied-up, gagged director Hong In-gu. Tae-ha's game plan is super simple. He will wrap up this epic fight while his buddy secures the hostage at base. But Jerome, oh, he is absolutely not letting his prey dip out that easily. To block their escape route, he stomps hard on a manhole cover. Now watch this flex closely. He launches that heavy metal disc straight at Tae-ha as a test of power, but our guy stays completely frozen until the absolute last second. While Jerome flips through the sky to build up some crazy momentum for round 2, our boy whips out his twin tactical knives and goes full aggro. He dodges low and insanely fast, letting that massive manhole cover completely miss his head while he rushes in for the kill. These two absolute beasts clash right in the middle of the alley, weapons locking up in a massive shower of sparks. During this crazy tug of war, Tae-ha just hits Jerome with the coldest, most unimpressed stare ever. He completely roasts Jerome's rival claim, literally calling the dude a weird stalker. Jerome is not offended. Honestly, the trash talk just hypes him up even more as they trade a totally wild flurry of lightning-fast hits echoing across the whole block. While their epic brawl tears up the rooftops, the rest of the neighborhood is literally crashing into pure chaos. Thanks to the peak mercs dropping a massive drone swarm, the entire night sky is just absolutely lit up with fire and explosions. Yunsari chills on a ledge, quickly realizing she is totally running out of time and ammo to hold off these annoying drones. Over at the Yabori base, the older boss Suyin Kim is blasting back at the mercs, desperately yelling at his squad to hold the line until our guy gets back. Back at the ride, Hyung finally hits the black sedan and stares down the totally panicked Hong and Gu stuffed in the trunk. Glaring right at the actual garbage human who got his best friend killed and totally wrecked their hometown. I know what you are thinking. Just crush the boss's skull and end the war. Without their rich employer, Jerome and his hired goons literally have zero reason to stick around. But a massive earthquake vibe from a rooftop nearby instantly snaps his brain right back to reality. Way up high, Tae-ha and Jerome are brawling so insanely hard that it literally makes the nearby buildings rumble. Our boy finally spots an opening and lands a totally bone-breaking kick right to Jerome's gut, sending the psycho flying backward. Jerome skids across the roof, casually wiping blood off his lip with the most hyped-up smile. He tells Tae-ha that Korea is basically heaven for killers like them, right before countering with a massive hit that blasts our hero straight through a glass window. Luckily, the epic fall doesn't faze him. Tae-ha crashes through the furniture but pops right back up, jumping onto the roof just as Jerome dive bombs down on him like a total absolute predator. While these absolute units keep throwing hands, Gray drops some serious lore on a super tired Suyin Kim back at base. When asked about their mystery boss, Gray confirms Tae-ha is definitely not just some basic terrorist or mafia hitman. He is literally the real heir to the massive corporate empire that started this whole war. Gray drops the absolute hardest title for him, the real heir to the throne. Turns out, our main guy was actually hunting the exact same target over in England years ago. That is where he first bumped into Jerome, deep in the creepy darkness of a brick train tunnel. Their meetup was definitely not a friendly vibe. The dead silence broke when a dude got violently body slammed into the wall. But insanely enough, despite that heavy slam, Jerome just stayed up, flashing a super creepy, bloody grin. Our boy did not hesitate for a second, slashing his blades in a massive arc that straight up painted the air red. Still, Jerome casually tanked the whole hit with his staff. As a massive train blasted by, Jerome just chilled completely unbothered on the tracks while Tae-ha watched from the dark. By the time that crazy train finally zoomed past, their whole epic standoff had literally just vanished. Our main guy was basically 100% sure he finished the job that night, but nope. Much later, while Tae-ha was tracking down a traitor running to Russia, Jerome popped back up. Since their target was flying on a massive cargo plane, these two absolute menaces threw hands in an insane midair brawl, basically free-falling right through the sky. Trust me, you won't forget this. Smashing weapons way above the clouds against the sun, not even a brutal chest kick could stop this insanely epic rivalry. Watching Jerome fall toward the distant ground, Tae-ha realized this crazy dude just refused to die. Let's jump into the present. See Jerome under that moonlight. You and I both know this guy gets insanely stronger every single time they clash. Flashing a totally bloody smirk, Jerome quickly points out a major flaw in our hero's stance. Since Tae-ha is still nursing an old injury, Jerome notices his right arm strikes are packing way less punch than his left. He totally mocks our main guy, calling him Vendetta, wondering how an absolute beast like him got hurt in this totally lawless wasteland. Jerome's weird obsession with Tae-ha is hitting a total fever pitch. He seriously sees him as his ultimate teacher, believing Tae-ha is the only guy capable of dragging him to death's door, just to make him ridiculously strong. Mid-fight, Jerome drops a brutal overhead strike that completely shatters the pavement into a massive dust cloud. For a split second, it literally looks like our hero vanished. But nope, just a huge tactical distraction. Wildly enough, Jerome thinks he is winning, right, until Tae-ha whispers directly into his ear from behind. Moving with blinding speed, he looked like a literal streak of light. Because Tae-ha also levels up near death, he totally used this insane fight to completely shatter his own absolute limits. With a brutal final strike silhouetted right against the night, Tae-ha completely ends the brutal confrontation, leaving Jerome terribly bloodied and defeated. While Tae-ha totally handles Jerome, Yoon-suri is busy scanning the dark streets for the last batch of drones. She desperately needs to clear the area to protect their base, but her mission gets completely wrecked when she spots mysterious guys unloading someone from a black car. They instantly spot her on that rooftop, making her wonder if she is facing entirely new enemies. Thank God, these dudes claim they are an own gang special ops team acting under Cheon Hemin's orders. Back at the duel site, Tae-ha just casually sits on top of Jerome's bloody body. Suddenly, Cheon Hemin totally appears right before him. The vibe gets intensely heavy as Hemin straight up admits he has orders to execute our main guy. Now don't blink because this gets wild. Hemin claims he has a death sentence to deliver, but instead of attacking, he just mockingly asks what he should do. Our boy stays totally chill, mentally noting that this is the exact same dude he bumped into before. Tae-ha starts running a super quick mental check, wondering how Hemin seriously found his exact location. Since this guy is not one of Changgu's flunkies, Tae-ha figures out that corrupt director Hong could not have possibly called him. Our hero quickly realizes if Hemin really wanted an execution, he would have totally tried a silent ambush instead of casually stepping under the street lights. Knowing he is a major heavy hitter in the own faction, our boy totally acknowledges Hemin's insane VIP status. The gangster just laughs at our hero's polite tone, warning him about the crazy consequences of starting trouble in this district. Right before things get too heated, Tae-ha tries explaining he wasn't the one who threw the first punch over in Django district, but he gets abruptly cut off. The calm logic of this entire scene completely shatters when Jerome suddenly pops up right behind our main guy. Even after that brutal beatdown, this crazy monster actually crawled his way back. You saw that giant knife in his chest too, right? He is literally spitting blood. This insane distraction forces both Tae-ha and Hemin to turn around in pure shock. This absolute manic killer just grins through all the blood, leaning forward to happily admit he basically just knocked on death's door. Our boy instantly drops low to finish the job, throwing a blazing fast horizontal slash. But of course, Jerome is totally ready for it. He whips out a literal flashbang from his vest and drops it on the ground like some sick twisted parting gift. Luckily for this psycho, the blinding white flash gives him perfect cover to escape, leaving our hero covering his eyes and cursing this dude's insane zombie resilience. Wildly enough, right as the light fades, Tae-ha feels a razor-sharp spear point tapping directly against his throat. Hemin totally used the chaos to get into position, coldly telling our hero to wait his turn since Jerome was technically first in line. The second Hemin raises his massive weapon for a super heavy strike. Our protagonist desperately raises his knife to block, creating a massively heavy metal clash as their blades lock up in a wild shower of sparks. Sweating bullets, Tae-ha suddenly realizes that Hemin completely predicted his exact move. Hemin just smirks, openly admitting his eyes cannot even track Tae-ha's insane speed. But he noticed our guy started the exact same way as their previous fight. He savagely mocks the hero, saying getting fooled twice is the ultimate embarrassment, and basically suggests our boy is way too beat up to even keep fighting. While completely locked in a stalemate against this building, our protagonist analyzes Hemin's insane power, realizing this gangster is the real deal and has not even hit his peak yet. He quickly figures out that if this is true, Hemin must be pulling some seriously massive strings deep inside the own gang. Tae-ha forcefully pushes off to create a little distance. So what do you and I make of this ending? Instead of attacking, Tae-ha looks at him with total respect and boldly points out that despite his insane skills, this gangster has never actually killed anyone. Trust me, this hits a nerve. Prompting He-Man to launch upward for a massive vertical strike, screaming that he's beaten plenty to a bloody pulp. Tae-ha counters, dashing forward with insane speed to completely bypass his attacker in midair. Instead of throwing down, Tae-ha just walks off. He leaves a totally stunned He-Man standing right there in the alley. He tosses the gangster directions to a local hideout. It's an abandoned spot 450 meters northwest with campers. He swears that even without a kill, He-Man is going to walk away with something way more epic today. So the own gang rep just stands there, totally complaining about how annoying dealing with our boy really is. While these guys clashed, the own gang's special ops completely took over the district. Wild radio broadcasts echo everywhere, demanding the leftover mercenaries surrender right now or face absolute, total destruction. Over at a construction site covered in dead mercs, a busted-up insecto hears the radio. He curses, realizing the own faction totally planted moles in their turf. Down the hall, Gray and a badly hurt Soo-yeon Kim are hiding out. Gray practically begs the older man to stay awake. But Soo-yeon Kim stays locked in. He grips his rifle, whispering for Gray to shut up before they get caught. Way up on the scaffolding, terrified mercenaries keep watch, way too freaked out to move because of hidden ambushers. When a rookie begs to bail, Insecto screams right into the comms, instantly shutting him up. With over 10 billion won on the line here, he sees this as the ultimate once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. He is not running. He swears to rip Gizio apart, trusting Jerome to clean up so they can grab the cash and ditch. But watch closely. His massive ego becomes his absolute downfall. The second he grabs a shovel for payback, a hand shoots out of the shadows and totally grabs his face. Hurong survived the bloodbath. He is standing right behind him, covered in blood but definitely still kicking. He is absolutely furious that his life and the whole town were priced at just 10 billion won. Hurong throws a brutal, bone-snapping punch that launches Insecto into orbit. The dude smashes through solid brick and literally falls through the building's core. With their boss totally knocked out, Yunsori jumps into action. Using her crazy signature wires to slice up the leftover mercs, dust clears, and she realizes this crazy war is finally done. 5 minutes later, Chan Hemin climbs the hideout stairs, looking around like he has no idea what just happened. He walks in and finds a chill Jin Tae-ha sitting with Yunsi and a totally tied-up Director Hong. Our guy welcomes him to the table, formally calling out the reps from the neighborhood, the Chaeyoung squad, and the own faction. Smirking confidently, our main character officially declares that the time for fighting is over. We both know what happens next. Everyone's finally here. He is ready to negotiate the Jiangxio district redevelopment rights, aiming for a win-win. Cut to a dark skyline. Hui Min Chan is standing on a bloody balcony. angrily telling his bosses he wasn't played, but admitting he is definitely not the right guy for these tricky negotiations. Walking through the super dark alleyway. Stressed out by his crazy workload, Tae-ha casually steps out and offers him a lighter. Even with their beef, they share a smoke. Himon openly admits he probably wouldn't win a rematch today or even next time. But the gangster flexes, promising that after 3 more brawls, he will absolutely figure out how to beat him. Tae-ha isn't buying it. He points out it's a huge bummer Hyun only has 1 life to gamble with. Before splitting up, Himon asks how our guy survived after the elite enforcer Jun Soo Baek swore he killed him. Tae-ha just tells him to save his questions for later. As our boy heads down the stairs, Himon dares him to keep that same cocky attitude with the absolute beast arriving next. Right after that, the actual vice president of the own gang, Japal Kim, pulls up to the site with his guards. Former branch boss Hwang Lee bows deep, but Jill quickly scolds him for it. He reminds Hwang that even though he ditched the gang, he shouldn't be bowing to anyone. Watching nearby, Hyung is totally speechless. He realizes Jill is 11th in power, the political genius who turned Aseng from basic street thugs into a massive corporate mafia. Since Jill always wins without throwing a single punch, Hwang knows this guy is a way bigger threat than the Chaeyoung group ever was. Let's see how this ends. Inside, the meeting kicks off with someone immediately pointing a finger at the tied-up director Hong In-gu. Stick with me here. He is straight up refusing to talk until that Chaeyoung executive gets released immediately. Suri is fuming, arguing that Hong is literally a criminal who tried wiping out the villagers. Tae-ha tries to jump in, calling out Hong's broken deal, but Japal just ice cold tells our boy to shut his mouth. He calls Tae-ha a total outsider who doesn't belong here, threatening to bounce if he hears 1 more peep. Since the whole meeting depends on him staying, our MC signals Suri to chill. Tae-ha pulls his knife, slashes the ropes, and Hong books it. That shady director stops just long enough to thank Jill, promising to make everyone's death painfully slow before dipping into a getaway car. With Hong gone, Suri just violently slams her hand down. She is furious, demanding why Jill is backing the exact scumbag who kidnapped her dad. Japal doesn't even flinch. He asks why he should buy her story, since this whole turf war could easily look like a messy brawl over some shady backroom deals. He throws it right back, pointing out Tae-ha attacked Hong first at the hospital, basically framing the Yabori gang for using a random outsider to poke the bear and provoke Chaeyoung. Suri gets totally cornered by this political trap. She has literally no choice but to completely shut down the negotiations. Japal just pushes up his glasses. He gives them 24 hours for a counteroffer, leaving the room in an absolute dead-end stalemate. Once the big bosses leave, Suri kicks a massive spool in pure rage. She realizes they have a rat leaking their secrets to Jill. But plot twist, Tae-ha says she crushed it, confirming this is all going perfectly to plan. Outside, Japal actually kicks a subordinate out of his ride, calling him a total coward for losing his brawl and refusing to drive him. Now watch closely, you are gonna love this. The thug is screaming as the ride leaves. Suddenly, Japal's car screeches to a dead stop because our boy is blocking the pitch-black road. Tae-ha casually leans into the window, breaking down his real master plan. He lays it out. If that freshly freed director Hong were to just mysteriously vanish into thin air, that massive power vacuum would totally stop Shungu from replacing him before the big board meeting. It would completely wreck the alliance between the rival gangs. Tae-ha drops the bomb. Hyung was actually chilling outside, waiting to snatch Hong right back up. Since our guy was big-brained enough to bag the hostage twice, he finally has enough leverage to make serious demands. Jill is stunned by this insane galaxy brain play. His icy vibe drops, he smirks, and tells Tae-ha to hop in, finally respecting him as an equal. Tae-ha is totally down for the chat. But he is super shady about getting inside the actual car. He wants to talk through the window, saying they aren't exactly besties yet. Jill is not backing down, though. He promises it isn't some sketchy trap, he just wants to chill at a super fancy cigar lounge. Since Tae-ha is a massive snob about his tobacco, he thinks this is super annoying. But luckily, the VIP mentions this spot stocks those premium Italian Toscanolo cigars. You and I know that perfectly hits his Italian backstory. Bam! He slams the door and jumps in the sedan before Jill even finishes speaking. Cruising through Seoul's tiny back alleys, their totally opposite vibes are super obvious. Jill calmly mentions the 31 miles per hour limit, while our boy only cares about the rush, telling the driver to floor it. They pull up to this ultra-luxe lounge. Think fancy wood walls and sick leather chairs, the ultimate boss-level negotiation spot. A worker brings over a slick silver tray loaded with cigars and cutters. Jill politely nods at the waiter while Tae-ha grabs matches for his ritual. Our boy preps a dope Kentucky leaf cigar, dropping some lore that working-class dudes smoked it back in the day. They called it the friendship cigar since you slice and share it. By going with this super quick smoke, Jill instantly realizes our MC is putting a strict 15-minute timer on this whole chat. Once they spark up, Jill drops the act. He totally admits the Jangseo district rebuild is basically pocket change to a guy like him. He literally only showed his face because his underling, Hemin, was fumbling hard. And honestly, he was super nosy about why an absolute unit capable of wrecking the top Chiangu bosses was just slumming it in a rundown neighborhood like that. Tae-ha hits back with some totally raw honesty, explaining he was literally seconds from death fighting the Chiangu mob, and the only reason he is still breathing is because those local residents saved him. Since our guy rides hard for his saviors, he drops his ultimate demands. Guaranteed spots to live, a completely paid move to Gangnam Standard apartments, and 0 extra fees for the locals. We both saw this coming. Japal Kim points out the massive cost. Alright guys, stick with me. With construction hitting 3 trillion, these residents are about to make 10 times their property value. But Tae-ha, totally unfazed, bro. He hints that Jill's obsession with Chiangu's future easily covers the cost of this negotiation. Weirdly enough, Jill drops a bomb. He's not just curious, he's actually here for the committee. He reveals South Korea is secretly run by 5 major powers. We got Chiangu the megacorp, the Aseng faction, and a super-powered crime syndicate. Then there's the Eternal Life sect, a sketchy religious cult controlling literally the president. Add in the Dobang Association, full of military loan sharks, plus the Yan family of Changju who keeps this insane balance in check. Jill Kim is freaking out that Chiangu's recent coup will completely destroy this decades-long peace. And he points the finger straight at the real threat, Baek Jun-soo. Sheng Jin might be the boss, but everyone knows the real muscle is Jun-soo, a total superhuman beast running all their security. Since Jun-soo stepped up from basic bodyguard to leading a whole coup, the Aseng bosses think he's totally using Sheng Jin for his own greedy goals. Now pay close attention here. Our hero realizes Jill literally wants him to assassinate both Sheng Jin and Jun-soo to fix the balance. Instead of giving a straight answer, Tae-ha just stands up, thanks him for the smoke, and basically uses silence to seal the deal for Jangseo. But Jill drops one final threat, warning that anyone outside the inner circle who finds out about them gets whacked, so Tae-ha better not try running away. Our guy just smirks over his shoulder, telling the VP to get hyped for that upcoming Chiangu board meeting. Boom, we cut straight to the 31st floor of the massive Chiangu Electronics building. A totally normal workday gets interrupted by a loud fax machine, and one poor employee is left absolutely speechless by what she reads. Meanwhile, out at a hidden waterfall, the vice chairman is busy training when a freaking out director, Paido Jang, crashes the party. He screams that senior director Hong In-gu is officially skipping the massive board vote. Instead, he faxed over that a proxy is taking his spot. The vice chairman's eyes practically bulge with rage as he screams to know who. Back in the heart of Jiangxiu district, with those anti-demolition banners flying high, Tae-ha takes a quick second to lock in. Since he grew up in the crazy underground of the Italian mafia, he treats his morning coffee like an absolute sacred ritual, bro. Our dude literally measures out a 7-3 Arabica Robusta blend, doing a super dark roast before pulling a flawless ristretto shot. He flexes on the crew, saying that tiny layer of crema on top is the ultimate sign of a legit Neapolitan espresso. Too bad the Yabari gang members definitely don't share his fancy palate. Yun Suri and Hu Yongli take one sip and absolutely lose their minds, yelling that this stuff is boiling hot and disgusting. You and I both felt that. Since it's straight espresso, Gray jokes his throat is literally burning alive. Our boy doesn't even blink, just sipping his cup and claiming he needs this insane caffeine kick to start his hustle. When Suri snarks about sugar being illegal in Italy, Tae-ha just tilts his head. Dude literally had no clue they wanted any. This cultural gap hits max level when Suri practically begs for an iced Americano, just to survive the nasty aftertaste. Which makes our Italian mafia boy instinctively grab his knife. He is deeply, personally offended by that basic drink. Thank God Aunt Nana jumps in, steering the chaos back to the actual Aseng gang negotiations. Thinking back to that shady cigar lounge, our guy breaks down how Jill Kim actually agreed to their first offer. Thanks to this sweet setup, the locals get totally free rentals without dropping a single dime while their homes are rebuilt. But Aseng ain't stupid. They locked in their bag by controlling future sales and snatching 50% of the total value. But then Jill dropped one crazy final catch. Yun Suri has to quit being the boss. Tae-ha explains that Jill is totally paranoid about Suri's insane, specialized wire fighting techniques. Back at the meeting, the VP literally called out that only one person in all of Korea uses that weapon. Even though Suri barely finished training, being linked to that legendary master makes her way too unpredictable for Aseng to handle. Suri totally confesses she was scouted by the elites and lived in a traditional Hanok house for training, but honestly, she just wanted that sweet, high paycheck. Past drama aside, our boy lays down the law. The Yabari gang has to officially surrender to Aseng's command. Suri absolutely snaps at this. She refuses to be a lapdog for the exact same scumbags who wrecked her dad. But Tae-ha stands his ground, because this is literally the only path to save Gyo. That's where we leave it. With her dad trapped at their hospital, he's totally doomed the second Chiang-gu realizes Hong In-gu is gone. Alright, stick with me here. The tension totally drops when veteran Soo-in Kim and his bandaged crew roll up. Soo-in backs up our hero. He straight up admits the Yabori gang would get absolutely crushed once the real Chiang-gu security forces come back swinging for revenge. He points out this whole block only survived because Suri stepped up to lead. Even when everyone else was terrified to bust Jizab out of the hospital, the whole gang bows down to her out of pure respect, and Suri just totally breaks down crying. Trying to hide her tears, our girl pulls her cap down low and finally says yes to the deal. She flips the vibe, shouting for a massive party at Bowman Restaurant. But while the gang gets hyped for a wild night of drinking, our boy sits totally chill in the back. He got exactly what he needed, In-gu Hong's fingerprints and a stabilized turf. The setup is done. Rocking a super confident smirk, Tae-ha knows it's finally time to crash that corporate board meeting and snatch back his crown. Meanwhile, in a speeding black car, director Pyoto Jang is straight up losing his mind. Being the vice chairman's main hype man, he's screaming into his phone trying to find out where director Ingu Hong went, but the update from headquarters is awful. Even with HR and PR tearing through every known spot in the Gangbuk area, Hong is completely off the grid. Now watch closely, because things go from sketchy to absolutely insane at Hong's mansion. The dude's two massive pet lions are found gunned down right in their cage. Pyoto Jang instantly knows Hong didn't just wander off. He was violently taken out. Making matters way worse, the Aseng faction officially steps up, claiming Hong's recent moves in the Jiangxio turf completely broke their ancient peace treaty. Because of that, Aseng uses the rules to steal all the redevelopment rights, totally robbing Chianggu of $1 billion bag. Pyoto Jang is just sitting there sweating bullets, trying to make the math work. He always thought Hong was an absolute scrub who only got promoted because Chaeyoung Jin liked him, but he can't believe the guy would be this crazy reckless. Then a terrifying thought hits him. If Hong got smoked, the proxy showing up to this board meeting has to be a certified monster. Freaking out, he looks right at the dude riding shotgun, Vice Chairman Guang Hu Yang. But the Vice Chairman stays ice cold, just asking Pyoto to remind him exactly who is listed as Director Hong's proxy. Cut to a sketchy abandoned warehouse miles from the city skyline. Ingu Hong is tied up and bleeding. And our boy Tae-ha is just standing over him, super casually checking his phone to map out the Chianggu headquarters in Uido. Since Tae-ha never misses a detail, he makes a totally panicked Hong confirm the setup of the 15-member board that controls everything up on the 60th floor. You and I saw this coming. Tae-ha just swings a tactical knife right at his eye, getting answers real quick. Hong cries out, asking what the hell Tae-ha wants. Our MC completely waves off needing anything new. He's literally just double-checking the insane amount of intel he already has. Then he drops a cold truth. Even if he cut Hong loose right now, the guy is basically walking dead. Because the second Chung Jin realizes Hong's screw-ups handed their prime turf to Aseng, the company is gonna erase him anyway. Tae-ha just turns around, leaving Hong with one savage piece of homework. Spend your last hours figuring out a single reason you deserve to survive. Outside, our guy gets ready to roll out in a slick black ride. But Yunsuri, Hueri Yang Lee, Gray, and Aunt Nana cut him off. Since Hong is an official boss, Tae-ha tells the squad to keep the dude breathing. He's basically a political meat shield in case Aseng tries to hijack the redevelopment deal. Gray hits our hero with a dead serious look, bringing up an old promise about jumping into the big leagues. Tae-ha just taps the young hacker's shoulder, confirming he hasn't forgotten, but tells the crew to lay extremely low until Chianggu's crazy revenge wave blows over. Flashing one last epic smirk, our main guy speeds off, heading straight into the belly of the beast. Cut to a sunny airport runway. Two absolute units, executive bodyguards Hong Junhyuk and Munyoung Min, are chilling by a private jet. Munyoung Min is stress-smoking like crazy again, venting about the massive corporate war that's about to pop off. Since nobody knows who Hong's proxy is yet, the two neutral board members basically hold all the cards for the top spot. These guys are just thinking about their own messy lives. Junhyuk got totally blocked from a raise, and Munyoung remembers begging to cancel a forced transfer. They figure their only real play is to back the captain. And right on cue, the first neutral boss arrives looking like a straight-up army. Doyoung Han, this massive dude in a trench coat and Junu Baek's true successor, steps off that private jet. Since he's practically a god to the security teams and has crazy smart political vision, hundreds of guards salute him. He holds the board's security seat, and trust me, you and I know this means the upcoming war is gonna be legendary. All right, come along with me down south. Jin Chang takes a chopper to meet up with the second neutral board member, Harin Yan. Chilling on her yacht, Harin reps the legendary Yan family of Changju, a fierce all-female crew rumored to rival Aseng's absolute strongest fighters. While she flexes a 900-pound marlin she speared herself, Jin Chang casually brings up Director Hong's proxy situation. Harin is totally baffled. Why? Because the facts list Su Yak Jin, the late chairman's third son who literally died 17 years ago. Jin Chang grabs his chest, explaining that a dead man just came back as a literal monster. To handle this insane threat, he begs the council for a massive bounty. He wants our boy dead, dropping a totally wild 20 billion won reward. Flashback 17 years. A massive screaming match popped off in a parking garage between Chianggu Group's founding chairman, Shuko Jin, and his eldest kids, Guo and Juhai. Since the boss was packing up for a special trip with his third son, Sayak, his older siblings were losing their minds, demanding to know why he was the favorite. But Syoko Jin, he wasn't explaining a single thing. He harshly snapped that he didn't need their permission for anything, calling them spoiled brats right before peeling out in a two-car convoy. Inside the ride, Sayak felt completely crushed by the family drama, stressing over how to face his brothers. His wife, Hai Jiang, sweetly told him to just stay in the moment, even throwing out the idea to buy a nice painting for his oldest brother later, just to smooth everything over. Now pay attention here. While 10-year-old hero Tae-ha watched from the window, their cars rolled past a massive line of waiting executives. The suited guys bowed perfectly, hyping up the chairman for a safe trip. Syoko Jin was super annoyed by the whole flex, straight up telling his executives to just run the business and not do anything stupid while he was gone. Passing the bowing suits, Sayak took a second to teach his young boy about exactly who those guys outside really were. He explained they were the die-hard loyalists, dudes the chairman personally saved, who climbed the ranks purely feeding off his epic charisma. A few even swore hardcore blood oaths of loyalty. Thanks to that bond, Sayak swore those guys would eventually be a huge help for Tae-ha's future. Back in the present, our boy thinks about those exact loyalists while chilling with Gray. He wonders if any are actually still kicking, asking Gray to dig through all those old files his dad left behind. Even though it's been over 10 years, Tae-ha remembers every single name since there were barely 20 of them total. Gray seriously doubts it at first, but boom, he finds an old retired guy who runs a local pub out in Yongjin. When our main guy pulls up to that old-school traditional pub in Yongan City, Gyeonggi Province, a super-hyped chef says hello. Tae-ha grabs a seat at the bar, asking for their absolute best plate, so the guy hypes up the fresh mackerel. But the vibe instantly goes ice cold the second Tae-ha asks when the owner, Mr. Gwangu, is arriving. You and I both know something's off, the chef claims ownership, but Tae-ha sees the lie immediately. Since the dude is gripping a heavy-duty tactical combat blade instead of a normal fish knife, Tae-ha totally roasts his terrible disguise. The fake chef slams his blade onto the counter and straight-up lunges. They clash hard, and crazily enough, Tae-ha's own knife starts cracking under the sheer weight of the guy's strike. Right before things get super bloody, a guy rocking a scarred forehead slides the door open. It's Gwangugu. The apprentice Hyanbin tries warning his boss about the intruder, but Guangsu is just frozen in pure shock. He recognizes our hero in a heartbeat, crying and bowing, so relieved that young Master Tae-ha is actually alive. This crazy reunion sparks a massive flashback. Our boy remembers sitting in that exact car 17 years ago. Staring at their driver back in the day, Sayak pointed out Gwangu as a hardcore loyalist. Guanggu humbly told the kid he was just a rookie compared to the big shots, swearing to serve and protect him with everything he had, no matter his rank. Snapping back to reality, Guanggu walks Tae-ha into a private back office. Thanking him endlessly for showing up, he nervously trashes a random document which totally catches our hero's eye. Guangsu hypes Tae-ha up for destroying the Cheongu annex, but our boy thinks he failed since Sheng Jin survived. Asked about the crazy kid out front, Guanggu explains that Hyeon Bin is just his apprentice. Since Guanggu still works as a badass blacksmith on the side, he's been training that kid for 8 years straight. Tae-ha gives props to how dangerously sharp Hyeon Bin's blade was, but his brain is entirely focused on that thrown-away paper. He remembers Guangsu holding it when he first walked in and tossing it away without even giving it a second glance. Feeling super suspicious, our guy grabs the crumpled paper, acting like it's a bill. But while Guanggu chats, our hero realizes it's literally a wanted dead bounty poster. Trust me, you and I aren't ready thanks to the annex. A 20 billion won price is on his head. Let's jump straight into the wildest revenge plot ever. Our boy calmly reveals he spent 17 years taking out every single traitor who wrecked his family. 17 years back. Inside a dead silent interrogation room, a completely battered Guang Sugu is tied down to a metal table. The eldest boss, Jin Sung Gyuho, struts in and immediately starts roasting the prisoner's pathetic state. Since the funerals for the chairman and Sayak's family were totally wrapped up, Gyuho thought he had secured absolute power. He tries playing mind games with Guangsu, claiming the company logged his yacht absence as a legit break to look after his sick mom. Classic villain gaslighting right there. But that fake sympathy, it only throws gasoline on Guanggu's massive rage. He launches out of his chair, screaming at Gyuho to drop the whole act. Guanggu instantly pieces it together. The caregiver of 8 years bailing, his mom completely vanishing. It was all a super dirty setup by Gyuho to keep him off that yacht during the hit. Even getting called out, Gyuho doesn't even flinch, just totally chills and slides a pen across the table. He heavily pressures Guanggu to snitch, demanding the names of any die-hard loyalists who would flat out reject the new boss. To flex his muscle, he glances into the dark corner where Baek Junu is lurking. Guanggu desperately begs to know whose side Junsu is on. The gray-haired dude coldly claims he only serves the company, boom, confirming he totally flipped. Snapping to the present, Guanggu is literally shaking in his office, realizing this once innocent kid is now a straight-up pro hitman. Since Guanggu thinks missing that yacht 17 years ago makes him a huge traitor, he practically offers himself up as the next target. Tae-ha rips out his blade, claiming zero mercy for any sellouts. Don't blink during this crazy clash. He lunges so heavily that metal shards actually explode off his own weapon. Our hero is completely stunned watching his gear break, but Guanggu just grins, tossing out that the sword was absolute garbage. Without missing a single beat, our boy hits a crazy fast dodge, slipping Guangsu's guard and jumping straight into bare-knuckle brawling. They start trading lightning-fast punches throwing actual sparks, while Guangsu just secretly fanboys over him. He notices that even in pitch black, the kid's beast-like focus and speed are absolutely insane. He wonders what kind of total hell Tae-ha survived to fight like this. The super heavy tension shatters when Guanggu suddenly pulls Tae-ha into a massive bear hug, yelling he'd gladly die by the young master's hands. After chilling out in the office, Guanggu completely breaks down how he managed to survive. He drops the lore post-yacht disaster. Gyuho Jin launched a massive purge, wiping out everyone loyal to the old boss. Guanggu only dodged the Grim Reaper because Junu stepped in for him, pitching him as living bait to catch the rest, but after 17 totally quiet years, It looked like the company completely forgot him. Tae-ha then casually drops a slick black pen right onto the counter. He says his grandpa originally wanted him to hand this directly over to the lawyer. I know you guys felt that chill. Since the lawyer flipped, Tae-ha literally had to end him. Seeing the pen leaves Gwang-gu absolutely paralyzed. It sparks one last intense flashback. Back in that grimy room, Gu-ho-jin totally mocked his loyalty, bragging that even the family lawyer switched teams. In that dark memory, Gwang-soo proved his hardcore loyalty by violently smashing his face into the metal desk until blood completely puddled on the floor. He screamed his lungs out at Junu Baek, refusing to sell out the one man who actually dragged him out of the gutter life. Thanks to that insane level of dedication, he rocks that hardcore forehead scar to this day. Staring at our hero with totally hyped-up eyes, Gwang-gu realizes the old man's master plan is actually happening. He intensely hypes our boy up, begging him to go claim the absolute throne at Cheonggu. Meanwhile at HQ, director Mong Kim snitches about a massive weak spot to Cheong-jin. Since 3 of the 6 big-shot board members backing the vice boss are in danger, the power balance is wobbling. Working under these guys are super veteran department heads, but the vibe is getting toxic since their bosses absolutely refuse to retire. Cheong-jin totally roasts these old-timers as washed-up boomers, realizing the whole squad is slowly falling apart. To fully exploit this, he orders Manhwa Kim to set up a shady dinner with those heads. He figures since these dudes spent decades serving the top brass, they definitely hold enough crazy blackmail material to force a massive betrayal. So what do we expect next? The plotting drops as acting boss Gwang Hu-yang enters, carrying some seriously heavy authority. Alright, stick with me here. He asks for a quick second, but Chang straight up refuses to make eye contact. The smug jerk actually tells the vice chairman to just email him. He totally mocks the old dude's age, joking his crew can't even type. But as Gwang Hu-yang steps up to cut this whole nonsense short, the bodyguard Mundane physically blocks his path. She drops Baek Jun-soo's name, declaring zero fighting allowed between factions before the big meeting. Since their security squad runs everything and backs Cheong-jin, even the vice chairman has to back down. Mundane takes a super aggressive step up, warning she will absolutely throw hands if he inches any closer. But then the whole vibe flips. Gwang Hu-yang shoots her an insanely terrifying, pure death glare. This short king unleashes such a massive aura that the tough bodyguard literally starts sweating and shaking. Cheong-jin just towers over the trembling girl, clowning her panic and docking 3 months' pay. Walking by, Gwang Hu-yang leans in to flex his real cards. He straight up thanks Cheong-jin for wiping out the loyalists and his dad, Gu-ho-jin, finally letting him snatch that chairman's seat after 37 long years. But his face goes full predator mode, dropping a massive 20 billion bounty. Turns out he already tracked down Jin Tae-ha, the ghost who sliced Cheong-jin's ankle. He tells the director a deadly merc is already out there, and our boy is practically cooked. Now pay attention here. He hits Cheong-jin with a crazy ultimatum: pick death or quit before the ghost arrives. Meanwhile, over at the pub, our main guy is totally locked in on his own prep. Since Gwangsugu's goofy apprentice, Hyunbin, actually cracked Tae-ha's knife in their earlier brawl, our hero demands a blade tough enough to block a tank. Hyunbin brags about his wild sharpening skills in the back, but Gwangsugu screams at him to just keep slicing that fish right. Tae-ha admits he needs this because of Baek Junu, a literal monster who shattered a blade with his bare hands. Gwangsugu points out that dropping Tae-ha's dad's name to act as Ingu Hong's proxy was absolute genius, totally sending the corporate boardroom into a panic. Our hero figures the vice chairman is probably screaming at Cheong-jin as we speak. remembering that Gwang Hu Yang's insane greed was way too much for his grandpa. Gwang Sugu says if Tae-ha simply walks into that board meeting, his pulse alone proves Chang Jin's coup was a total fraud, ruining his career. Even so, our guy's gloved hand reaches down for his shattered blade. He knows a showdown with Baekjunu, the absolute boss of security, is inevitable. Asked if he'll win, Tae-ha says winning isn't the point. It is purely duty, making sure every snake who backstabbed his family finally drops dead. Totally moved by this killer mindset, Gwangsugu slams the table, promising to forge a weapon so epic it will leave Jun-soo speechless. Standing up to bounce, Tae-ha casually mentions he'll crash somewhere else until the sword drops. But guys, you and I know it's never that easy. Outside, a blue-capped bounty hunter is already waiting. Before our dude can even figure out how he got tracked so fast, a massive tank in a red hoodie named Batter swings a metal bat like crazy. The hit is ridiculously heavy, launching our boy straight through neon store signs and slamming right into a dumpster. Weirdly enough, this twisted duo, batter and pitcher from the Do Bang Association, realized the smash wasn't exactly a clean shot. Batter admits Tae-ha actually jumped on impact, surfing the shockwave to save his own ribs. Meanwhile inside, Gwangugu hears the wild crash and screams for Tae-ha, but out of nowhere, a super thin blade pierces his neck. In the craziest plot twist, the goofy apprentice Hyundin grabs his master's face, looking absolutely demonic. He spills the tea. That whole idiot routine was a massive lie to hide his rank as a god-tier assassin. Eyes glowing bright red, he brags about rigging traps for literally every scenario. He sold out his own boss for one reason: to fight for the ultimate right to replace Baek Jun-soo. Things look super grim as Gwangugu is trapped by his former student. Caught totally off guard, the legendary veteran can't stop Hyunbin from sinking a blade dripping with deadly Bushmaster venom right into him. With a sick smile, the backstabbing student explains that while the neurotoxin won't flat-out kill him right away, the agonizing pain is going to make him literally beg for death. But get this, the backstab ties into a massive corporate conspiracy. Over at Changgu headquarters, the unhinged Jin Chang steps right up to Gwang Hu Yang. He exposes a secret Black Ops squad that Baek Jun-soo built from scratch, just to crown his ultimate successor. So what do you and I make of this? Dog Yang Hen got picked, but Jin Chang kept those lethal rejects alive. Trust me, the real bloodbath starts now. Alright, grab your snacks, 'cause you and I are diving into a world where people are the ultimate resource. So the big boss drops a heavy final ultimatum. The vice chairman can either retire peacefully, or find an absolute beast strong enough to survive throwing hands with Baekjunu. Back at the pub, plot twist, that random apprentice is actually Nameless, the former number 4 of that elite Black Ops squad. As Gwang-soo's hand violently shakes from the nasty neurotoxin, the old man asks if this assassin has been stalking him since he quit the corporate life. Hyunbin smirks, confirming he was stuck on indefinite stakeout duty until he snuffed out the remaining company loyalists. Gwang-soo throws a heavy haymaker, but Hyunbin easily dodges, delivering a brutal counterslash right across his mentor's back, totally neutralizing the veteran. The assassin smoothly spins his karambit, deciding it's finally time to step outside and collect the young master's head as a trophy. Outside, our main dude Tae-ha is already busy throwing down in another wild fight. He's getting tag-teamed by 2 crazy bounty hunters who literally call themselves the Pitcher and the Batter. The Pitcher is chucking high-speed, exploding steel balls, making our boy sprint and dodge through the rubble, while the Batter swings a massive metal club that literally ripples the air. Even though Tae-ha smoothly dodges their crazy combo attacks. Watch closely here. My guy is totally unarmed, and that's a massive problem. The bounty hunters tell him to just give up, flexing that they get paid big bucks whether he's delivered breathing to their boss or in a body bag. This clue tells our hero these dudes aren't on Jin Chiang's payroll. But suddenly, boom, the fight gets totally hijacked as Hyun Bin lunges from the dark. The batter gets super ticked off about the interruption, but not for long, moving at god-tier speed. Hyun Bin slices the pitcher's arm and completely drops the batter, casually calling these guys roaches and bloated maggots. Tae-ha instantly clocks the pub apprentice's outfit, demanding to know why the heck he was playing dress-up. Hyun Bin totally mocks him, joking that old Guangsu is probably kicking the bucket from Venom right now. But he actually thanks Tae-ha for finally showing up and ending his boring stakeout. He says he only survived this trash mission for one goal, icing the young master and snatching the throne of the absolute backstabber, Baek Junwoo. While Hyun Bin leaps at him with a totally psychotic grin, the camera quickly cuts back to the vice chairman's point of view. Guangsu thinks about the young director's huge ego, realizing the kid is straight up foolish for thinking he could sneak an assassin right past Jun-soo. He realizes Jun-soo probably just acted clueless about the fake apprentice because he thought the guy was literally too weak to care about. You feel that tension too, right? Back outside, Hyun Bin charges in, but our boy stays totally ice cold. Knowing dodging isn't gonna cut it anymore, Tae-ha loudly yells out, demanding a proper weapon. Thank God, out of nowhere, Guangsu suddenly tackles Hyun Bin with insane force. Even dripping blood and full of venom, the OG loyalist dragged himself outside. He plants his feet in front of our hero, gripping his sword, ready for one final epic stand. But Hyun Bin just counters with a massive hit, launching the old master through the air and smashing him straight into a building. With the loyal veteran now clinging to life, Tae-ha gets totally locked in, grabbing his tactical blades. Our guy looks down at his fallen mentor with crazy focus, gently telling Guangsu to sleep as the man completely blacks out. But our hero literally has zero time to grieve. Hyun Bin jumps off a ledge with a sick smile, totally roasting Tae-ha for spacing out during a death match. The assassin slams the concrete with crazy power, forcing our boy to slide backward right into a defensive fighting stance. While the dust clears, Hyun Bin keeps yapping, pretending to be amazed that a poisoned boomer like Guangsu could even crawl to his boss. Tae-ha just brushes off the trash talk, asking if this hitman is just salty about loyalty he never actually earned. Suddenly, crazy cracking sounds echo everywhere. Before Tae-ha can even blink, a massive utility pole comes crashing down on his head because Hyun Bin completely wrecked the foundation earlier. Live power lines start whipping around like crazy electrical snakes, sparking everywhere as the entire neighborhood's lights just completely black out. In the middle of all this pure panic and screaming, the assassin rushes in, cracking a joke about whether our boy knows how to tap dance through these deadly live wires. Boom, their blades violently clash in a massive shower of sparks. While their swords are locked, Hyun Bin tries to totally mentally break our hero, bringing up his humiliating defeat against Baek Junwoo. He loudly asks where Tae-ha gets the audacity to show his face when he couldn't even touch the company's strongest enforcer. So what do you and I think happens next? Our boy flips to the roof, but Hyun Bin quickly follows. Alright, stick with me here. The dude looks down from the sky, calling our boy totally weak. Then boom, the fight crashes into this tight hallway and the damage gets real. Catching his breath, our guy notices something. The assassin hits hard, but his moves are totally weird. It literally looks like Hyun Bin is teleporting, staying one step ahead of every single move. But Tae-ha spots a huge flaw. Sure, the dude moves crazy fast, but his actual strikes, way too slow, making them super easy to counter. Boom, flashback. Regina Cerno is chilling in her office, feet kicked right up on her desk. She tells Tae-ha that most people think hitmen and regular killers are the exact same thing. But they definitely aren't. One is a paid pro. Regina says real assassination is basically pure science. From bombs to drones, the options are endless. A true assassin never, ever leaves a single trace behind. Tae-ha jokes that sounds like his own messy style. Regina just kicks her desk, totally roasting him for painting the walls with blood. She drops a truth bomb. The government uses hit jobs as traps to kill two birds with one stone, wiping out the target and the killer. Then she asks one last thing. What happens to a crew that has a hitman who leaves absolutely zero evidence? Now you and I need to watch closely. Back to reality, Hyun Bin lunges, and Tae-ha realizes that kind of ghost makes any crew totally unstoppable. Our boy finally cracks the code. Hyun Bin isn't teleporting at all. He is pulling a magic trick, vanishing and popping up for a reason. He realizes breaking that utility pole was no accident. It was a setup to force the fight into the dark, giving the assassin a huge edge. Hyun Bin smirks, confirming it, saying he would have rotted away in that trashy pub forever if Tae-ha hadn't shown up to rescue him from that miserable life. Our hero smiles back. He finally gets why Chang Jin and Junwoo Baek kept this dude undercover for years. They tried to train an elite assassin, but since Hyun Bin loves messy, face-to-face brawls like a basic thug, they totally gave up on him. That roast makes the guy's eyes practically pop with anger. Boom, flashback to the training room. He gets knocked across the floor, begging Junwoo Baek for just one more shot. Baek Jun-soo just glared down, completely disappointed. He coldly told the kid he was totally done watching. He chewed Hyun Bin out for chasing impossible dreams, flat out saying he would never, ever become a legend like Do Young-han. Back in the present, Hyun Bin loses his mind, screaming at Tae-ha to shut his mouth. Our guy lands one last savage insult, calling him a pathetic, dumped coward who ran off with his tail between his legs. That totally pushes him over the edge. He charges down the hallway, swearing he will chop off our hero's head just to finally get some respect. You and I both saw this coming, right? Hyun Bin jumps into the elevator to chase him, but wait. A gloved hand hits the button, and the assassin realizes he is the one trapped. Jin Tae-ha just stands there in the creepy red elevator light as the doors shut, casually saying he gave him enough chances. Our boy whips out his twin tactical blades and smirks. It is finally his turn to play. Trapped inside that glowing red box, our hero officially corners Nameless as the heavy doors lock them in tight. Since the guy used all those crazy distractions like smashing utility poles to lure him here, Tae-ha was secretly busy reading his every single move. Now that our hero knows exactly what cards this clown is holding, he makes it crystal clear. It is time to pay the price. Suddenly, the tiny elevator turns into an absolute war zone as Nameless lunges in. But guess what? Our boy is completely done faking that slow, sluggish act from earlier. He blocks every hit, matching that insane speed with deadly focus. Nameless is literally sweating and shaking in pure shock. Tae-ha slips through the tight space like a ghost. Moving so insanely fast, he pops up right behind the guy before his brain can even process it. Since our guy totally sees right through those fake teleport tricks, he brutally calls the kid an open book. The elevator hits its floor with a massive boom, and the hero unleashes an absolute flurry of lightning-fast strikes. He totally mocks the guy's panic, pointing out there is only one way out of this box, and he is already guarding the door. That backs Nameless straight into a corner. His only move left is a super predictable, desperate final swing. The brawl explodes out of the elevator, but strangely, our hero's knife totally snaps during a brutal clash. Nameless laughs like a total maniac. He brags that he made that garbage knife himself while undercover. But man, his little victory does not last. Since our boy never relies just on weapons, he grabs Nameless right by the face to shut him up. "Trust me, you and I aren't ready." He violently slams him right through the glass window. "Yo, stick with me right here." They completely shatter the window, free-falling toward the street. Our absolute legend sticks the landing flawlessly, leaving Nameless totally wrecked in the dirt. Tae-ha just casually sparks up a cigar. His dark silhouette looks absolutely bad to the bone. He straight up admits Nameless has crazy natural talent, but calls out one massive red flag in his vibe. Zero loyalty. The OG Gwangsugu literally treated him like blood, making this absolute backstabbing totally unforgivable for our guy. Plus, Tae-ha drops a hilarious tactical plot twist. Because Nameless kept clashing his toxic blade against our hero's knife, that nasty poison totally splashed right back onto the assassin. Mad lucky for this traitor. A quick flashback shows Gwangsugu's dying wish was literally to spare this kid's life. Paying massive respect to the old man's ultimate loyalty, our boy decides to give Nameless a free pass today. He ditches the wrecked assassin in the dust, strolling into the sun while warning him not to press his luck again. Meanwhile, up in the fancy penthouse, Jin Chang is throwing a massive party for his supposed win. Sipping his fancy drink, he chills while Mongi Kim confirms the neutral guy, Doyoung Han, is dropping the ultimate clutch vote for chairman. Suddenly, Jin Chang's phone starts buzzing off the hook. He cockily assumes Tae-ha is totally cooked. He chucks the phone to Baek Junu, telling his security boss to melt the hero's body into literal nothingness. He even tells Junsu to trash Nameless too, basically treating the botched assassin like a totally useless, broken stray dog. Baek Junsu steps out to answer, but plot twist, the dude on the line is definitely not some random merc. It is our main man. Now watch closely. Tae-ha is hyped that Junsu picked up, straight up knowing Jin Chang is way too chicken to actually talk. Chilling outside the massive Cheonggu building looking at the lights, Tae-ha hands him one final, epic ultimatum. Step outside and throw down, or wait for him to breach. With Nameless totally dealt with, Jin Tae-ha is hyped to finally face the absolute mastermind pulling the strings. Baek Junsu. Our dude skips the small talk entirely, freezing him out and demanding the security boss pull up before he kicks the door down. Junu is just chilling, staring at the epic city skyline as he casually asks if our hero is just buying time. He savagely roasts him, asking if he is terrified of flopping like before. This massive disrespect actually makes our boy rethink his whole vibe. At first, his big comeback was purely fueled by some hardcore, raw vengeance for his family getting offed. But honestly, since things got super messy, he totally flipped the script. He desperately wants the tea on Junsu's wild double-cross, betraying the late chairman first, and then totally ghosting Gyuho Jin. Tae-ha finally clocks that despite the crazy boss changes, Junsu is still the head of security, exactly like 17 years ago. Over the phone, Junsu drops a wild metaphor. He basically calls himself a savage beast that would totally sacrifice everything for its kids, but would just as quickly snap the neck of a totally weak or failing cub without blinking. He claims Cheonggu is not some cute family heirloom, but a massive empire that has to be protected at all costs. Since his day one promise to Chairman Seoko Jin was to keep the company bulletproof above everything else. He literally views taking out Tae-ha's parents as just a completely necessary sacrifice for the big picture. You and I both know that is pure garbage, right? His face goes stone cold at this nonsense, deciding talk time is officially over. Just as he reaches for those wicked tactical blades, he gets a massive jump scare. Junu is already outside, standing literally right behind him. Super weirdly, Junu just starts throwing up these intense hand signs, leaving our main dude completely shook and totally confused. He is frantically wondering what crazy kind of sign language this dude is dropping. But before he can even process it, boom, Dog Yang-han randomly spawns right behind him with an insanely deadpan stare. This super sudden move forces our protagonist to duck low and literally leap away to get some space. Baek Junu casually clarifies they are not brawling today, revealing Nameless was never the actual target. Because the big corporate board meeting is the absolute perfect battleground for their beef. Jun-soo and Do-young-han just hit a 180 and completely walk away, leaving our hero gripping his knife in the empty parking lot. While the crazy tension bubbles at HQ, we jump to a chill cigar lounge where Jill Kim gets some wild news. He finds out the bounty hunters, Pitcher and Batter, have been absolutely obliterated by our boy. Since the Doing Association is crashing the party, Jill realizes the big boss vice chairman, Gwang-hoo Yang, is actually dialing up outside Mercs since Jun-soo linked up with the enemy squad. Trust me, guys, this is not just family beef anymore. We are officially witnessing a full-scale corporate war. Stick with me here, because Vice Chairman Gwang-hoo Yang is cooking up something lethal. Inside a hidden lab, he watches a ceramic explosive completely obliterate a dummy's torso. Since these bad boys are piezoelectric and ceramic, they slip right past any metal detector. And guess what? He secretly rigged every single board table chair meant for his rivals. He doesn't even sweat the fact that Tae-ha is completely missing. He totally believes he's the only one who can pay back decades of straight-up disrespect. Meeting day hits, and an eerie silence instantly flips into pure media chaos. Reporters absolutely swarm the building, totally confused since no board members use the garage entrance. But their jaws drop when they see the lobby completely packed with Cheongu's core security. Something massive is definitely about to go down. Way up in a luxury office, Jin Chang laughs at the circus. He figures Jill Kim leaked the intel to stop a silent coup, but he stays super cocky when his subordinate, Mongi Kim, says Tae-ha is still off the grid and security shifted downstairs. Jin Chang just brushes off the danger entirely. He totally mocks the idea that our boy has the guts to strut through the front door on live television. But watch closely, because he is dead wrong. Looking absolutely crispy in a sharp suit, our hero casually strolls right through the swarm of reporters. He's here for his crown, so he straight up ignores the flashing cameras and hits the front doors. Up on the 36th floor of headquarters, these fancy double doors have been locked tight for months. It's the big boss's office, a spot strictly for the absolute top dogs of the company. Because of that flex, everybody wants a piece of it. Right now, a ringing gong shatters the silence as a wild shamanic ritual pops off inside. A red-robed shaman throws down a ritual dance, totally surrounded by drummers and half-naked dudes, right in the middle. Vice Chairman Gwang-hoo Yang going absolutely crazy, dancing in front of an offering table. He's screaming with wild theatrical energy. Outside in the hallway, the stoic Junsu stands guard like a brick wall, managing the 36th floor. While this whole spiritual hype session goes down, Jin Chang just watches with a cocky smirk. He tells a super confused Mongi Kim that the vice chairman is just throwing a massive party for his guaranteed promotion to the top spot. I know what you're thinking, but the reality is way darker. See, most people out there blame the historical loyalist massacre entirely on Jin Chang's late father. But the truth is pure nightmare fuel. His dad wanted to watch his rival, so Jin Chang literally saw the vice chairman torture those loyalists to death himself. A brutal flashback hits, a bloody guy tied up in a torture room, screaming his lungs out. The dude begs, swearing he just respected the old boss and knows nothing about any loyalists. but Yang just towers over him, gripping cutting tools. Yang screams for the family secrets, threatening to end him if he stays quiet. Snapping back to reality, Jin Chang wonders if he or that rabid old man will finally be the one to take our hero out. Down at the entrance, news crews are fighting for their lives just to get footage of the lockdown lobby. Right in the mob, Tae-ha gets bumped hard but just keeps strolling toward the doors. The press thinks he's just a rookie. Inside, guards Hang Jun-hyuk and Mun Young-min spot him. Jun-hyuk is shook, and Young-min literally can't believe our guy is crazy enough to just walk in. But Tae-ha keeps his swagger, flashing back to a chat beside a poisoned Gwang-sugu. While the dude was stuck in the hospital, our boy asked why he never dipped out of the country after the massacre, especially since this company had turned into a literal hellhole. Gwang-sugu just smiled, saying he stuck around because he had this crazy, blind, hardcore belief that someone would eventually show up to finish the late chairman's work. It was that exact insane loyalty that made him keep a spy like Nameless around for all those years. Suddenly, a massive shout echoes through the lobby. A hardcore security squad, Team Black, rolls in under Captain Voy Kim. Since the new boss gets picked today, Voy Kim literally threatens to drop anyone who even looks like a problem. Hang Jun-hyuk recognizes Voy as the leader of a top-tier spy unit. These guys have way more real-world combat experience than regular headquarters guards. You and I both know what this means. The lobby is now an absolute tiger's den, with 400 elite killers ready to strike. Mun Young-min squints, realizing that even though these guards work for totally different factions. All right, stick with me here. Saving the company is the ultimate goal. He watches our main dude strut forward. And yeah, he looks super slick, but the guy thinks he is walking straight into a trap. The guards move to lock down the area and pull the shutters. Suddenly, a pistol slide snaps into place. Our boy stops dead in his tracks, but instead of pulling out a piece, he yells out to the massive security force. He shouts with pure boss energy echoing right through the hall. He officially drops the mic, revealing he is Seoko Jin's grandson and Soo-yok Jin's kid. The crowd gasps. Even Vice Chairman Yang's eyes practically pop out. Our guy declares that even though he survived an ambush 17 years ago, his insane journey finally brought him home to honor his grandpa's dying wish. He flashes a sleek black fountain pen, asking who remembers this symbol of his inheritance. Hwang Jun-hyuk's doubting face totally freezes when he hears heavy footsteps stomping toward our hero. Flashbacks hit, showing just how deep the vice chairman's internal struggle really goes. During a shamanic ritual, he literally prayed for payback for his sins while begging for blessings on Seoko's true heir. Watch closely now. Vice Chairman Yang makes a stunning move. The exact dude who tortured loyalists drops straight to his knees before our boy. Following his boss, every single security guard hits the floor at once, screaming a massive welcome to the young master. Reporters in big-shot suits stare in total shock. The vice chairman slams his head down, crying and apologizing for failing to protect the family company. While Jin Chang just laughs like a total maniac in his office over this power shift, our hero stays ice cold. Staring down his new kneeling army, he casually mentions the board meeting is waiting and orders them to move out. He just publicly claimed his spot. The reporters and staff just stand there in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Whispering like crazy, they wonder if this guy really is the heir who vanished 17 years ago. Our main character struts with absolute purpose. His silver cross necklace shines as he walks past the stunned crowd. Watching from the sidelines, Young Min is just standing there in complete disbelief. The dude is literally sweating bullets trying to process this madness. He knows the vice chairman supposedly butchered the loyalists. But here this guy is, acting like a die-hard loyalist with elite Team Black backing him up. Spooked by this massive betrayal, Hong Jun-huk gets his gun ready and yells for his squad to brace for an attack. But when he demands to know why they are not blasting yet, Yang Min totally hesitates. He realizes that even with the vice chairman flipping sides, his own security goons still outnumber Team Black 3-1. You feel that tension, right? Our guy's arrival makes Young Min panic. He grips his pistol, knowing if this goes wrong, Chiang loses the big vote. That brutal reality darkens his whole vibe behind those glasses. Because messing up here ruins his career forever. Plus, he would have to answer for his massive failure back at the annex. He thinks his life is over if he does nothing. Strangely, the heavy tension breaks when Hinyong arrives. As an outside director for the Cheongu group, she rolls up smiling, asking what in the world all this wild ruckus is about. Vice Chairman Guang Hu-yang stands like a brick wall. He explains he called our boy in as a star witness for the board meeting. He lays out the stakes. Our hero actually witnessed the yacht incident 17 years ago, plus those recent Jin family murders at the Gangbok Annex. His testimony is totally vital. He warns the guards that if this mess links back to the company, it will be treated as a full-blown, organized coup for power. Luckily, Heron Yan thinks this whole drama is hilarious and decides to lead the way. She jokes that keeping Cheongu in line is her actual day job, and then mockingly calls our main dude the young master. Heading into the VVIP elevator, the air inside gets instantly thick with awkward, heavy questions. Heron leans against the wall, asking the vice chairman if his thirsty power grab was just acting. She straight up asks if he faked being bad for decades just to prove loyalty to a dead guy, or if he was patiently waiting for the heir. The vice chairman drops the truth. He actually had no clue our hero was alive until the ex-security VP. Guang Su called him up after seeing that bounty hunt photo. That is when he realized his 30-year wait had finally paid off. As the doors open, he asks Harren a totally random question. Is her old childhood elementary school still standing? She laughs, saying it is long gone. He sighs, explaining how watching a piece of your past just vanish is honestly super bittersweet. So what do you and I take from this? She spent 6 years at school, but he gave 30 years to this single company. Stick with me, because we are about to watch a revenge plot where losing this company literally means losing his whole identity. That is why he survived. He fought tooth and nail, just to keep madmen from completely wrecking Cheongu. The squad finally rolls into the massive boardroom for the 81st Directorate meeting, getting formally announced as they walk in. Mayungi Kim, Pyodo Jang, and Dayoung Han are watching like hawks as Harren claims her spot right at the head of the table. She introduces our guy as a key witness, sitting him literally right across from his smirking rival, Chiang Jin. The meeting kicks off, but things immediately go off the rails thanks to Taichu, an executive director who totally fanboys for Chiang. He slams his hands on the desk, screaming that letting a wanted fugitive sit in a corporate boardroom is completely out of line. Vice Chairman Yang tries to cool things down, saying the guy is Director Yan's witness, but Tae-ho just cuts him off, barking that the annex murders are a problem for the cops, not the board of directors. He actually roasts the vice chairman's age, accusing him of desperately grabbing any lifeline to reach the 36th floor, making all his cronies absolutely lose their minds laughing. But our guy stays totally chill and just starts dropping a specific list of names. He lists off some top-tier mercenaries, like Captain Yuri Nikolin from the private military company Water Call. He taps his gloved finger on the wood, rattling off Vladimir Alan, Harry Felt, Liam Jackson, and more. We get this insane flashback of him on a sinking, blood-soaked ship exactly 17 years ago. He breaks down how out of the 8 guys who ambushed that yacht. Now watch this flex. He already wiped out 7 of them, but the last Korean-speaking guy escaped. And get this, he just found that exact guy sitting right at the Cheongu board table. Tae-ha starts sweating bullets, desperately demanding receipts, and joking that our guy might as well claim he fought 7,000 dudes. Our boy just locks him down with a dead-eyed stare, straight up saying he does not do proof. He points out Tae-ha is completely failing to read the room. Why? Because In Soo Kim got wiped out, the Jin family was massacred, and director Hong has totally vanished. Tae-ha is completely cornered now. After shutting the entire room up with that brutal reality check, our guy stares right at the terrified director, getting ready to drop more facts. Meanwhile, since Gwang Sugu has a massive debt of loyalty to repay, he gears up for his mission at the liquor pub, snapping a nasty tactical knife into its sheath and strapping down a handgun. He hides the hardware under his suit jacket, but right before he dips out, a blue van rolls up. Sariri Yun and Gray offer to give him a lift, noticing he looks totally strapped to crash the Cheongu party. Gwang Soo is pretty shook to see the exact duo from the town that patched him up. He straight up warns them this is life or death, not some video game. Suri just tips her cap and cuts him off, explaining they know exactly how crazy things get, because they have dealt with our boy's unhinged stunts before. Back in the boardroom, the vibe turns freezing cold as Jin Tae-ha tears apart the revised inheritance and gift tax law. He explains that Article 1 of this act, which builds national wealth by letting blood relatives dodge taxes on inherited stocks, literally passed just 2 months before the yacht ambush. Thanks to this super convenient law, Gyuho Jin managed to inherit that massive 28.5% chunk of Cheongu, shares completely tax-free. When Tae-ha tries brushing this off as just a normal legal loophole, Vice Chairman Gwang Hu-yang completely shuts him down. The Vice Chairman slams the desk, reminding Tai-Chichu that the emergency committee purged the loyalists and handed Gyuho the chairmanship just a week post-funeral. That coup is the only reason Tae-Chu even has a seat, since his bosses got fired. You saw this coming, right? Our guy challenges the board to view these shady events as totally rigged. He reveals the shady broker who smuggled him into Korea was actually Cheongu affiliated. Leaving In Soo Kim unguarded made him an easy first target, and the Jin family just conveniently held their meeting at his exact childhood villa. He calls out how Jin Chang was the only survivor of that bloodbath, then questions that super random run-in with Himin from the Oing faction. With the board totally shook by the Asang name drop, Tae-ha steps up with the missing puzzle pieces. He drops a flashback showing Jin Chang hired Himin to hunt down In Soo Kim's killer, just to dodge using Cheongu security. Our guy explains this was a big power play to grab leverage by dragging in a heavy-hitter council member like Asang. Jin Chang was basically locking down future support for his own chairmanship. Harin Yan suddenly clicks that this was a selfish power grab, since Chiang wanted to crash the council completely solo. This massive bombshell gets Vice Chairman Yang leaping to his feet. He screams for order, moving to shut the meeting down and form an emergency squad to investigate the yacht disaster and the new murders. He demands dragging Hyun in for questioning, stating the board's entire reputation is looking incredibly sketchy right now. Harin Yan demands answers, and Jin Chang just sits there furiously wiping his sweaty forehead with a striped cloth. You and I both know he's panicking. Suddenly, Jin Chang flips into full dramatic actor mode. Bro looks up with this pained expression. Stick with me, we are about to watch him call out the vice chairman's pure greed. Clutching his chest and gripping that fancy cane, he shakes, demanding to know who spilled their allies' blood and attacked his weak spot. Drama King. He literally yells at the board, super salty that all his big sacrifices are getting totally ignored. Our boy watches this whole show, realizing Chang is totally unhinged. Look closely. A sick red aura starts glowing around his hand as he grips that cane. Flashing a totally demonic smirk, Jin Chang makes a crazy move nobody saw coming. He announces that since they think he offed his dad, he is giving back his entire inheritance. Even his grandpa's slice, straight to the government. This mega-brain corporate sabotage has Vice Chairman Yang completely shaking in his boots. He dresses up this savage play as some big charity donation for the National Pension Fund. But the math is super shady. Giving it away blocks stock value from totally tanking due to a massive supply drop. Chiang looks like a total saint while completely weaponizing his grandpa's legacy. Vice Chairman Yang is sweating bullets. He realizes this giveaway threat is just Chiang running a massive loyalty check on everyone. Weirdly enough, Yang wonders if Chiang scored backup from the cracked Eternal Life sect to keep his power without the shares. Meanwhile, Tae-ha is just not buying this performance. He basically tells Chiang to go ahead and dump the cash, but demands the board instantly reboot investigations into that recent villa bloodbath and the yacht mess from 17 years ago. This spicy demand totally triggers director Jae Soo-chan, the vice chairman's biggest hype man, who rage slams the table. He yells they gotta verify if Chiang can legally inherit before talking about any shares. Watch closely. Things get totally wild when director Chang calls Jin Chiang a literal monster. He drops a totally cursed secret. Pretending to hunt the villa killer, Chiang baited his dead uncle's families to a restaurant and literally wiped them all out. Since some random janitor saw the whole massacre from a closet, the board finally has the receipts on Chiang's crazy true nature. Jin Chang, though, stays totally chill. He roasts their zero evidence and clowns on the janitor's story, using this super smooth voice to hide that he is basically a predator. Watching this insane back and forth, our boy is catching major bad vibes. Even knowing that literally everything coming out of Chiang's mouth is pure cap. The dude's riz is so suffocating that Tae-ha feels like a snake is squeezing him. Figuring out Chiang is totally stalling, our hero frantically begs to pause the meeting. But Chiang's fan club instantly shuts that down. To keep the hype, Jin Chang throws out a compromise. He says just run the election right now, promising that if he wins, he will chill for a month before taking power so the cops can investigate. Vice Chairman Yang is not buying it, saying a legit probe takes at least 6 months. But Chiang goes full aggro. He accuses the vice chairman of trying to hog the boss title forever just to rig the final score. Led by chairperson Zhang Han Li, the whole board finally moves to a vote. The vice chairman does the math, betting on a total tie since director Ingu is basically a no-show today. Did we really think that would work? The vice chairman's master plan just completely flops. Right when Jin Chang hits 7 votes, loyalist director Pyodo Jang slowly puts his hand up. The entire room freezes as Pyodo, literally sweating buckets, flips and votes for Chiang. Vice Chairman Yang is fully panicked, realizing Chiang's whole "not a monster" speech was secretly a massive coded signal meant just for Pyodo. In a crazy brain blast moment, the vice chairman stares at those fancy boardroom chairs. He told Pyodo to rig Chiang's fan club seats with hidden explosives, a totally extreme panic button if Chiang started throwing hands. But since Pyodo switched teams, the clicker is with the enemy. Shaking with crazy guilt, Pyodo Jang actually hits the detonator button. Our boy dives to save the vice chairman, screaming for everyone to hit the deck. But they are totally cooked. A massive explosion shreds the boardroom, blasting pure chaos right against the penthouse glass. While the loyalist squad gets literally vaporized in their seats, Jin Chang just sits there chilling, his dope suit covered in his enemy's mess. Through the insane screaming and absolute wreckage, the chairperson, totally a secret Chiang fan, just calmly keeps running the meeting. Gavel drops twice. Jin Chang owns Kaengu. Trust me, you and I just witnessed absolute madness. Stick with me here. Chang just casually wipes blood off his face. He stares at the dead bodies, straight up mocking these roaches who thought they could actually hide. Our boy Tae-ha sits over the knocked-out vice chairman, totally drenched in blood, glaring at the new boss with pure, murderous rage in his eyes. Covered in sweat and blood, he demands to know how Chang could be crazy enough to pull off a literal massacre in broad daylight. But strangely, Jin Chang stays totally chill, even cheerful. He brushes it off, blaming the traitor Pyoto, acting like the guy just had his own weird reasons for this crazy stunt. Chang feels completely untouchable. He literally laughs at the idiots who dared to poke a sleeping bear like him. That arrogant attitude gets an instant reaction from Heron Yan. Furious about getting caught in that explosion, the director launches a surprise attack. But man, her strike never even lands. That elite enforcer Dog Yang Han steps in completely ice-cold, catching Heron's arm right in mid-air. She snarls at the mutt to let go, but Chang doesn't even flinch. He smoothly reminds her he didn't actually plant those bombs, so she is aiming her crazy killing intent at the wrong guy. Taking his shot, our hero vaults over a desk, flying through the air with his tactical blade ready. Now watch closely. Chang barely looks up before Doyang Han lands a totally brutal mid-air kick, sending Tae-ha flying across the room. Heron Yan gets pushed back by the shockwave, tosses her coat aside, and gets ready for an actual, all-out brawl. She drops a bomb. Instead of running to her Yan household sisters, she is just gonna end Chang right here, right now. Tae-ha stands tall, face to face with the new boss, swearing this whole war ends today. But then, a painful groan from behind totally breaks his focus. By some insane luck, Vice Chairman Yang survived. While the injured old man struggles up, Jin Chang is already rolling right into the next phase of his sick plan. He calls up Junubaek, ordering him to tell the whole building that Tae-ha and his loyalists just pulled off a suicide bombing. Thanks to that massive lie, the lobby turns into an absolute kill zone. Munyang Mayan hears it and realizes the civil war is officially on. A loyalist guard takes a bullet straight to the head, splashing blood all over the lobby glass. Hwang Jun-huk just casually blows a pink bubblegum bubble, whips out his handgun, and accepts this insane new reality. It is straight-up open war now. Back in the boardroom, our boy quickly weighs his desperately shrinking options. He knows if he doesn't take out Chang right now, he might never get another shot, especially with Doyoung's backup incoming. Voices from his past hit him hard. His grandpa's dying wish for him to inherit the company, and those loyalists kneeling before him in pure hope. Just as Tae-ha gears up for one last crazy lunge, Vice Chairman Yang reaches out and grabs his arm. Knowing they are completely surrounded, our boy uses his head and suggests they dip out while they can. Finding some serious second wind from our hero's grit, the vice chairman confirms he can actually walk on his own. Tae-ha glares back at Chang one last time, swearing that dumb luck will not save his life a third time. Chang just smirks, creeping him out by saying Tae-ha won't live to see a next time. They duck into a dark hallway, but when Tae-ha suggests the stairs to dodge guards, Yang literally stops him. Super weirdly, the vice chairman insists the elevators are totally safe. Since Yang expected Chang to play dirty, he secretly had the escape routes cleared out ahead of time. You and I totally saw a trap coming, right? Well, the elevator doors open to pure, unhinged carnage instead. The whole inside is just stacked with bleeding, knocked out Cheongu security guards. Standing right over that pile, Vue Kim, the captain of Team Black, just super calmly wiping blood off his blade. Since the young boss is officially back to take his throne, Vue Kim hits him with a totally loyal smile. He reminds Tae-ha he is not fighting alone anymore, says sorry for being late, and invites our hero to finally escape. Outside Changu headquarters, things have gone full public lockdown mode. Cops block off the street, waving traffic batons to shove the greedy media away from the front doors. The reporters complain the extra security is completely overkill. But they shut up real quick when heavy gunfire echoes straight through those thick metal shutters. Inside that lobby, the entire place has turned into an absolute war zone. A huge, brutal brawl breaks out between the rival security crews, dropping the whole room into pure, close-quarters chaos. Young Min Moon tries to keep the upper hand, shouting at his guys to spread out and use handguns to hold the line. But Team Black does not back down. Trust me, you are going to want to see how Ozra survives these bullets shredding his desk next time. Alright guys, stick with me here. We are diving into absolute madness. He realizes these villains have officially lost it, declaring all-out war right inside their own headquarters. Luckily, the loyalists clap back with absolute, clinical precision. A Team Black fighter gets totally rocked by a bullet that shreds his ear, but does he back down? Nope. Instead, he just grabs the side of his head, while blood literally sprays everywhere. Turning himself into a human shield to clear the lane, letting Ozra and his buddy dash right on through. The lobby brawl gets insanely brutal as a bald security dude gets completely dropped with a clean headshot. Team Black starts bulldozing the enemy guards, shoving them back using pure brute force to clear the hallway. And the momentum totally shifts the second Eerie Kang, a scarred squad leader, dives headfirst into the madness. Wielding a tactical knife, he absolutely shreds through multiple enemies all at once. His epic entrance kicks off a hardcore, metal-on-metal clash against none other than Yang Min Moon. Their blades lock up. Yang Min just glares, totally roasting Eerie for coming back to Korea after getting kicked out. Eerie casually says it has been a hot minute. Then he brutally claps back, joking that Yang Min should have ditched those glasses like he warned him, since he literally lost an eye anyway. While the lobby literally burns. Now watch closely. An intercom broadcast announces a massive terrorist attack, sending terrified workers scrambling for those safe rooms. Up in a dark office completely packed with knocked-out guards, Tae-ha is chilling with Captain Vue Kim and Vice Chairman Yang. The Vice Chairman pieces it together, since most of the crew was told to work from home for safety. This broadcast is just a sketchy trick to lure them out. Tae-ha points out that for such an insane takeover, the security on these top floors is honestly looking pretty weak. Which Yang explains is because the majority of Chiang's goons are probably down at the bottom, handling the massive media circus on the ground floor. Captain Vue Kim confirms that by sneaking up the board's super private elevator. They have totally made it to the fancy executive lobby on floor 11. He checks out the building's blueprints, figuring out they gotta use the emergency stairs on both sides of the place to make their getaway down. Swapping between the two sets of stairs should totally catch the bad guys lacking. Tae-ha grimly admits that normally, taking any elevator in a situation like this would be straight-up suicide. As they start creeping down a super sketchy, creaking stairwell, Vice Chairman Yang finally gets his head straight, letting him completely figure out Chiang's master plan. He realizes something crazy. Even if that backstabber Pyodo never triggered the bomb, Chiang still would have locked down the chairman's spot with 8 votes. But Chiang deliberately provoked Pyodo, a huge family guy, threatening him just to make him hit that detonator. Yang connects the dots. Chiang cannot let a single loyalist survive, because any new investigation into that nasty villa massacre and yacht disaster would totally ruin him. Captain Vu Kim knows as long as they breathe, Chiang's power grab is totally invalid, making their escape an absolute must. While the rest focus purely on running away. You are probably thinking the same thing. Our hero lurks in the shadows, wondering if just running away is actually the best way to wreck the new chairman. Cut to the 36th floor. Jin Chang is strutting toward the big boss's office alongside Mundane. He is super salty that the elevators were not shut down fast enough to trap those rats. Meanwhile, Mundane casually admits she dipped because she knew she would totally lose that fight. Chang finds her brutal honesty hilarious, pointing out he cannot even cut her pay since there is literally nothing left. The new chairman finally meets face-to-face with the totally stoic Baek Juno. Stepping up, Chiang boldly demands the keys to the 36th floor, totally hyping himself up for actually delivering on his big villain promise. Baek Juno tosses the keychain right into Chiang's hand, warning him not to let the company down. Mundane just watches quietly while Chiang grips the keys, super hyped to finally see this legendary office. When Jun-soo suggests they totally evacuate via helicopter due to the insane danger, Chiang shoots him down with this massive, arrogant smirk. He is the big boss now, and he is absolutely not running away from his own turf like last time. Instead, he drops his very first order. He tells Baek Juno to flat-out eliminate Tae-ha and every single loyalist, demanding their heads on a platter before the sun sets. Down in the center of the Kaeon lobby, this insane civil war hits a boiling point as the security squads clash in an absolutely brutal, all-out brawl. The red-haired Azra, a total boss from Team Black, realizes something hilarious. Their enemies are just corporate gym bros playing bodyguard, totally clueless about actual warfare. So he screams at his guys to close the gap. He knows these pampered guards will completely fold in close-quarters combat, and he is super ready to show them what a real, bloody fight looks like. Through all the screaming and bodies sliding across the floor, Eerie Kang suddenly pops up rocking an absolutely manic, psycho grin. Being a hardcore squad leader for Team Black. That is where we pause. Wielding a gold knife, he moves so fast his old rookie can barely track him. And trust me, you are going to want to see this master fight his former student. Let's dive straight into the drama. He completely roasts the kid's weak progress, asking if he quit training the second he joined the Jin family. The young dude just grinds his teeth in pure rage. It finally clicks that while he was living comfy at headquarters, these abandoned dogs were leveling up in the trenches, fighting to survive overseas. Sparks fly as their blades clash, but man, the kid hits a massive physical and mental brick wall. Flashback time to his major fail at the villa, where Baek Juno coldly busted him down a rank. Back then, the kid arrogantly claimed nobody at Kaeongu was a real threat. But Juno read him like a book, calling out his completely weak mindset. Since the kid was way too terrified to face our main guy again, Juno realized he totally bobbied his student. That kept him from crushing the obstacles that an absolute beast like Tae-ha brings. Boom, the lobby brawl gets crashed by roaring machine guns shredding everything in sight. Enter a bald dude named Pyong-won Ho, aka the Mad Tiger, dropping massive firepower. As the vice president of security and an unhinged combat instructor, he just sprays bullets everywhere. Dude is literally tagging his own guys as much as the enemy. This absolute clown behavior has veteran Azra seriously wondering if the top brass finally lost their minds. Because the Mad Tiger clearly cares way more about total chaos than actual tactics. Now pay attention here. Upstairs, our hero keeps tearing his way down. He drops a tactical guard with one clean, brutal chop to the neck. He figures all those heavy hitters on the first floor are a totally planned trap. Vice Chairman Yang chimes in, saying these goons are probably part of Yang Mudai. That is a top-secret private army the Mad Tiger kept hiding from the board. While the crew sprints to back up their boys, Tae-ha gets a super panic call from Gray. Good news, though. Gray drops intel that totally flips this escape run. He reveals Tae-ha's inside guy already set things up with the outside. Bam! Downstairs, Azra smashes a control panel keypad, making those massive metal security blinds slowly grind upwards. The guards completely panic and scramble toward the doors, while Pyong Wan-ho tries trashing Azra for rage-quitting his job. But get this, Azra just smirks right back at him. He knows the cavalry is here. Crash! A bright blue van whipped by Unsuri violently smashes right through the front entrance. The hit literally throws the Mad Tiger straight into the stairs, rolling out the red carpet for a newcomer. Gwonsu-gu, the legendary former security co-president, hops out of the van and racks his gun. After 17 whole years away from the game, he scopes out the completely wrecked headquarters with this hardcore grim look on his face. Joking that this company's absolute dumpster fire energy hasn't changed one bit. Azra hits him with a confident grin, asking if he planned that Hollywood-style entrance. Stepping foot back in the company that threw him out, Gwonsu-gu just waves off the compliment. You and I both know nobody plans to walk into this much chaos. As the smoke clears, the rival security guards start completely freaking out. The rookies are stressing, wondering if he's a new boss, but veteran Hang Jun-huk admits he hasn't seen that face in forever. Out of nowhere, a machine gun pops up in the lobby, just dumping a wild spray of bullets. The guards dive for cover, while Pyong Wan-ho snarls like a rabid dog at his former senior. Packing serious heat, Pyong Wan-ho stands up and trash talks Gwonsu-gu, calling him the loser who got fired for backing the wrong crew. Gwonsu-gu stays frosty, clapping back that he'd rather be known as the loyalist who chose to quit. This flex leaves the basic guards absolutely shaking. They finally realize Gwonsu-gu is the absolute legend who built Kaengu's entire security system with Baek Juno. During this intense standoff, Unsuri and Gray hop out of the van. Totally shook by the trashed lobby, Azra is super confused by these random kids, but Gwonsu-gu swears they are 100% solid. He vouches that Gray is a top-tier data broker, and Unsuri, literally trained as the heir to the insanely powerful Yan family. Packing those elite skills, the duo sprints straight for the elevator to hack the basement-level control room. But of course, Pyong Wan-ho barks at his goons to ice the intruders. As the guards aim, Gwonsu-gu totally blitzes forward, snapping a dude's arm to point the barrel down. And then, he starts a brutal combat lecture, dropping savage combos while literally roasting the guard's garbage grip and zero recoil control. He punts the guys away like trash. He is absolutely disgusted that the company's combat trainers let standards drop this low. Right after Gwonsu-gu wipes the floor with the first squad, Eri Kang orders the rest of Team Black to push in. Pyong Wan-ho clicks his tongue, super annoyed, and gets ready to fire, but Gwonsu-gu blitzes him, in a move of pure, unhinged ruthlessness. So what do you and I make of this? The Mad Tiger literally uses his own guy as a meat shield. Absolute zero chill. He shoots a bullet right through his own begging subordinate just to hit Gwongu. Then he slashes out with a knife. Gwongu is absolutely furious about the human shield, but Pyong Wan-ho just laughs. To him, dropping dead weight from the payroll makes perfect sense. Stick with me, things get wild here. Flashback to 2 days ago. Gwongu met up with Azra to figure out the absolute biggest threats sitting on the current board. Azra instantly warned him about Pyong Wan-ho. He brought up a totally insane incident in the Middle East. Pyong straight up wiped out 16 hostages and the terrorists, then vanished with the ransom. Crazy enough, Baek Junwoo personally recruited this killer from Oman. He claimed their group needed absolute power, completely tossing out morals. Back to the present fight. The clash is so intense that Gwangu's knife literally shatters right against Pyong's weapon. The mad tiger laughs at the broken blade, but Gwangu doesn't flinch, just coolly leaning against the wall. He admits he actually wanted to avoid a pointless fight today, but Pyong's total lack of humanity, that completely forced his hand. A glowing red aura of pure rage explodes from Gwangu. He stands tall, flat out declaring that the mad tiger needs to die. Now pay attention here, because the mad tiger's backstory is actually rooted in one seriously blood-soaked Middle Eastern scandal. Years back, a militant squad grabbed 16 Korean missionaries in a desert trench. The ransom, a totally insane $50 million. Since the Korean government basically refused to cough up that crazy amount. The terrorists started executing hostages every single hour to prove they weren't messing around. Meanwhile, 2 government suits desperately tried haggling the price down. But the militants literally did not care. They executed another hostage mid-conversation just to prove they weren't bluffing. While the negotiators panicked over their budget, Pyong Won, back then a Team Red covert operative, got absolutely sick of the cowardice in that room. He saw the terrorists as oxygen thieves and the suits as clowns wasting his tax money. So, Pyong Won threw diplomacy completely out the window. He opened fire, wiped out everyone in the room, hostages, terrorists, and negotiators alike. The media later spun the whole bloodbath as a tragic shootout caused by extreme tension. They reported everyone died except one Team Red operative. And the kicker, $20 million meant for the deal vanished right off the scene. Fast forward 6 months, Pyong Won is chilling out in a luxury villa in Oman. He thought he swept the whole mess under the rug perfectly, but Azra and Baek Junwoo tracked him down. At first, Pyong was super cocky. He figured nobody from the Shungu group could actually beat a guy who soloed a hideout pact with terrorists. So Junwoo steps up himself. In a brutal clash, Junwoo absolutely wrecks Pyong Won, pinning the dude right by the throat. You're thinking he wanted the cash. Nope, think again. Junwoo realized something big. If Pyong really wanted that money, he would have easily swiped it way before negotiations even started. Pyong smiled like an absolute maniac. He admitted he wrecked the deal because he hated clowns thinking money fixes everything. To him, he stopped Korea from looking like a joke. Since Junwoo was actively hunting for guys with that exact kind of lethal, unhinged conviction, he instantly recruited the mad tiger into Shungu's private ranks. Back in the present, Vice Chairman Gwang tells our boy that Jun-Soo's famously unbreakable loyalty. Yeah, it definitely had a few cracks in the past. 18 years ago, way before the yacht incident even happened, the late chairman strongly hesitated about actually joining the main council. Since Gyuho, the eldest son, was pushing incredibly hard for this alliance. The chairman constantly traveled overseas for advice. He kept venting to the vice chairman about his deep doubts regarding the council's massive corruption. But being away constantly, that let Gyuho secretly team up with Shungu security. 1 year later, the yacht incident hits, and honestly, it was absolutely no accident that Jun-Soo, the chairman's ultimate bodyguard, was conveniently missing. Our hero pieces it together. Jun-Soo's belief that real power rules probably made him back Gyuho's shady ambitions. Captain Vi Kim drops even more truth bombs about Jun-Soo's real vibe. He explains that Shungu security used to run a hardcore special ops division. It was a brutal training ground where squads literally fought to become Jun-Soo's worthy successor. Sure, Jun-Soo played the devoted mentor, earning loyalty through intense physical and mental training, but behind closed doors, he viewed his men as absolute cattle. To him, the security firm was basically a ranch, just a place to breed and pick out the ultimate, perfect warrior. Since Vi and the team black leaders got trashed overseas the second they stopped being useful, they totally see the cold logic hiding behind Jun Su's mask. So what do you and I take from this? The chairman only rules because Jun Su allows it. Alright, stick with me on this one. This boss is the absolute powerhouse of the company, a literal beast who will mercilessly snap the neck of any weak or failing leader. Moving right through that dark stairwell, our main dude suddenly hits the brakes. He asks Vu Kim to buy him some time, which totally freaks the vice chairman out. Guanghu Yang literally begs our boy to just hide and bide his time. He is terrified that fighting a total monster like Jun Su means instant game over, but honestly, our hero is not backing down. He thinks back on his grandpa, his parents, and his godfather, Regina Solarno, real legacy stuff. Since nobody raised him to ditch his family or his morals, he figures if Jun Su is the absolute big boss ruling over Kaengu, then Jun Su literally has to go. With ice in his veins, our main guy gets totally hyped up to crash the Empire's party. He is super done playing the victim right now. Flashback to 17 years ago. A tiny Jin Tae-ha gets back from school covered in gnarly bruises, calling for his mom, who instantly freaks out with total worry. She asks if bullies jumped him again, begging to switch schools right away before his dad spots the heavy damage. But honestly, our little dude stays completely chill despite that huge shiner on his face. His mom is left totally confused, asking why in the world he keeps taking these constant beatdowns without complaining. Here is where it gets wild, so watch closely. Back in the present, our boy stands in that dark stairwell, absolutely shocking Vu Kim by declaring he will kill Baek Jun Su. Since pretty much all the heavy security guards, plus their actual boss, are currently busy fighting downstairs, Tae-ha knows this is a super rare chance to strike. He asks Voy and the vice chairman to stall for him, promising he will be back in exactly 10 minutes after the hit is totally done. Voy is not buying it, saying the super deadly first floor is right there. But our guy stays totally locked in, marching right up those stairs. Weirdly enough, Voy grabs him with a massive secret, leaning real close to whisper into his ear right there. He spills the tea. The whole crew only acted like totally loyal fanboys, because they thought it was their one shot to finally ice Jun Su. Voy admits that all the rejects from Chaeyoung's Black Ops squad literally only joined Team Black just to survive, while they got shipped overseas to do all the sketchy dirty work. The company straight up staged accidents to wipe out their families and hide secrets, since their thirst for Jun Su's blood is honestly just as crazy. Vi violently yanks our hero's collar, desperately screaming that Jun Su already almost clapped him back at the villa. It is way too dangerous. Tae-ha stays super chill. He explains that catching a loss before was just a fluke from blindly chasing Jin Chiang. Grabbing Voy's arms, he looks him dead in the eyes, asking for real trust. He swears that if Voy just buys him those exact 10 minutes, he will literally put Jun Su in the ground for good. That crazy confidence makes Voy finally release him. Thank God Vice Chairman Yang steps in, telling the young boss to go handle business and promising they will hold down the fort. While our boy sprints up the stairs, Voy completely questions the old man's logic. I know what you are thinking, but get this. Yang admits his memory got hazy with age, totally forgetting Tae-ha's wild childhood energy. Meanwhile, up on floor 11, Baek Jun Su is effortlessly body-slamming guards into the concrete. He straight up roasts the rookies, mocking them for playing loyalists without ever meeting the founding boss. But this captain named Ledger just smirks, popping up and crossing his twin golden blades. He confidently states that throwing away their lives to stall Jun Su is literally the only strategy to save everyone trapped downstairs. While the battle explodes, the old man keeps yapping, explaining how Tae-ha's folks actually forced him into a regular public school to stay humble. When an older kid started bullying him over his fat allowance, our boy never backed down. Bro would literally draw a circle in the dirt every single day, challenging that bully to a straight-up duel. But since the bully was a massive coward, he dodged the ring and just beat Tae-ha up where nobody could see. During those brutal beatdowns, Tae-ha never even swung back. He just tanked every single hit. Back to the kitchen memory, tiny Tae-ha drops his logic on his mom. He says the bully was trash-talking their family so badly he literally could not repeat the words. He promises he can totally handle the physical pain, as long as she keeps believing in him. Snapping to the present, adult Jin Tae-ha finally kicks open the boardroom doors, stepping over fallen enemies with that same insane willpower. Blade gripped tight, he marches straight toward Jun-soo. He swears that with his squad believing in him, he will always secure the win against literally anybody. The whole room goes dead silent while Baek Jun-soo just stands there, totally unfazed. Right across from him, our main guy is totally locked in, gripping his tactical knife. Trust me, it is going down. This sudden showdown throws Ledger and his crew into pure panic. All right, stick with me here. Their whole plan was keeping Jun-soo far away. Now Ledger is absolutely freaking out, screaming about why our boy just showed up. The pressure in the room just goes through the roof. Ledger is literally sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf. He is desperately screaming for our hero to run before somebody dies. But ignoring those frantic warnings, our guy just full sends it, lunging in with a massive slam. Jun-soo casually blocks the knife with his bare hand. Boom! That insane shockwave just proves how much crazy power was behind that strike. Leaning right into the clash, Jun-soo hits him with the truth. He has literally been waiting for this. Ledger is stuck in the background, totally frozen in shock. His brain just cannot process how a normal human can move that crazy fast. Tae-ha goes wild, unleashing rapid-fire strikes just to keep the enforcer busy. But he quickly tells Ledger to get down to the first floor. Our guy is totally determined to carry this weight alone, straight up declaring he is going to take this monster down himself. This gives Ledger the opening to run, but he still looks back one last time, completely stunned. As they blast through the hallway, Jun-soo just stands there with his back completely turned. He mockingly asks if our boy actually brought a special plan. Then bam! Jun-soo snatches the hero's face and violently pins him down in this terrifying, dark silhouette of pure power. Now pay attention, this is where it gets real. He totally trashes Tae-ha's efforts, saying his strategy is honestly trash. Tae-ha struggles hard, his crazy eye glaring right through Jun-soo's fingers, before violently shoving the enforcer back to get some space. All bloodied up from that crazy clash, our hero flashes back to what Gwang-soo told him. See, Jun-soo is an absolute legend from this era of pure chaos and bloodshed. Just hearing his name keeps the whole council shaking in their boots. This dude is literally legendary. He is the only guy to ever fight the Ong faction boss and actually walk away breathing. Flashback to the bar. Our boy remembers telling old man Gwang-soo that absolutely any human can be taken down. Gwang-soo just laughed, loving that fiery spirit. He said people only call Jun-soo invincible because they are too terrified to fight him. Then Gwang-soo brought up that insane villa fight where Jun-soo literally shattered our hero's knife. He broke down the crazy logic behind that weapon-snapping move. You gotta strike the blade's exact bevel angle with absolute monstrous brute strength. And the wildest part, Gwang-soo casually dropped that he actually invented this impossible move himself. Back in the present, Tae-ha slices through the air, but Jun-soo literally catches the blade using just 2 fingers. Our boy figures it out. Junsu's real talent is copying any move he sees, which means he only spams the techniques he already knows by heart. Crunch, Junsu snaps the metal knife again, standing there in the broken shards with super creepy eyes. He moves like a total blur, throwing this massive high-spinning kick that forces our boy to duck for his life. You and I both know a backup blade ain't enough, right? Junsu looks back, totally mocking him for trying it. Cue another flashback. Little Tae-ha is bruised up on a swing. A younger, nicer Junsu offered to beat up his bully, but the tough little dude actually said no. Instead, tiny Tae-ha told Junsu to swing by his school at noon, just so he could brag to his mom about winning. Back to the fight, and that exact same beast energy is back. Tae-ha charges in hard, completely refusing to lose to the exact same trick twice. Boom, they clash so hard it creates a literal shockwave, and for the very first time, Junsu's cocky little smirk totally wipes off his face. Blood goes flying from Junsu's arms. The enforcer suddenly realizes he totally forgot what kind of absolute savage the young master really is. Tae-ha might look like he is swinging wild, but every single hit is super calculated and packed with absolute conviction. Our boy stands his ground, double-wielding bloody knives with pure, straight-up murder in his eyes. He looks him dead in the eye and declares it. Since Junsu made enemies of his grandpa and parents, our guy is finally here for pure vengeance. We flash right back to his childhood, proving this kid's tactical, ruthless vibe was literally built from day one. Even as a tiny kid, little Tae-ha was dealing with bullies who just beat on him non-stop. But they couldn't break him, so these older jerks stooped super low, writing nasty graffiti to shame his entire family. You think our boy just took it? Nope. He straight up provoked a fight by drawing a challenge circle right in the sand. This older kid, like 3 years older, felt super disrespected. So he charges in full speed, planning to drop Tae-ha with just one massive punch. But big mistake, bro. Our little genius had already rigged the whole battlefield. Tae-ha sneakily buried a wooden plank under the dirt. When the bully lunged, one quick kick exposed the wood and sent that older kid slipping hard. With the guy totally off balance, Tae-ha went in for the kill with a super quick combo. Wham! He drives his knee straight into the dude's nose, dropping him to the ground. But hold up, our little savage is not done yet. He whips a literal rock out of his pocket and just starts absolutely wailing on this fallen bully. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with his family. He proved to everyone right then that he was never playing the victim. You and I are jumping right in. Young Baek Junwoo watched everything from a fence. He told Tae-ha's folks the kid totally held his own. Flash forward to today. A fully grown Tae-ha is going absolutely goblin mode. He's sliding across the floor, blades out, keeping up that crazy high-speed assault. He swings a nasty slash that Junsu barely dodges. That blade rips straight into a solid marble pillar right behind the enforcer. Junsu checks out the damage and honestly, he's low-key shook. This crazy knife slices stone like wet paper, keeping its razor edge even after taking extreme damage. Sure, the young master's skills are totally cracked, but Junsu has to admit, this knife is top-tier loot. Out of nowhere, the enforcer counters. He grabs Tae-ha's arm and violently wrenches his wrist toward the floor. Since our boy aimed a little too low, Junsu exploits the opening, forcing him to backflip away. He totally roasts our hero's progress. He brings up how little Tae-ha used crazy patience and big brain planning to crush a playground bully. Did 17 whole years of mafia grinding and plotting really just boiled down to this one-trick blade strat. Junwoo turns up the heat with surgical precision, dropping a heavy barrage of strikes before literally grabbing our boy's chest. Junwoo keeps trash-talking. He asks if those fancy overseas gains were supposed to beat a native powerhouse like him, especially in a country where absolute bloodbaths happen every single day. The beatdown finishes with Tae-ha getting yeeted straight into a wall with a bone-crushing slam. But wait, as Juno just stands in the room's center. Did you catch that? Blood randomly splatters across Junu's chest. He is totally stunned, wondering when our boy actually landed those ninja hits. Sprawled out and bleeding, our main character flashes back to Regina Cerno's lessons. She used to say that some folks are just straight-up God's favorites. Dudes born with crazy cheat code talents that make the rest of us feel like basic background extras. Since Regina saw herself as one of those op monsters, Tae-ha straight up asked her if a normal guy could ever actually beat them. Flashing a super confident smirk, the Cerno family underboss promised him he definitely could, just because he was her student. Cut to a moonlit forest way back. A younger Tae-ha is totally fighting for his life during an insanely brutal training session. Regina Cerno just stands there, chilling with a red toy hammer on her shoulder while openly roasting how gassed he is. Since our poor protagonist could barely stay upright, he started seriously doubting his own stats, wondering if he could ever actually trade blows with guys in a completely different league. Regina answered his crying with a giant smirk, then suddenly whacked him in the ribs with that toy hammer hard. That crazy hit sent our young hero literally spinning through the air until, bam, straight into a tree. When the kid asked if that stupid toy was secretly made of steel, Regina dropped facts. If you just stand around tanking hits all day, you are never going to win. Later, by a waterfall, Regina got super nerdy and broke down the actual science behind all this insane training. She explained the human body has slow-twitch red muscle for stamina and fast-twitch white muscle for pure explosive power. Since our boy was totally blessed with god-tier fast-twitch muscles and long legs, she decided speed was his ultimate cheat code. Even though he was already dead set on dual-wielding knives to boost that crazy agility, he was still totally stressing over having zero intel on Baek Juno. You and I feel his pain. Facing a bodyguard undefeated by anyone except the own boss felt like a massive boss fight he was underleveled for. To snap him out of his emo phase, Regina suddenly just lunged at him with a straight-up real knife. Facing absolute certain death, our hero's pure survival instincts kicked in, and he cleanly dodged a nasty strike he always fumbled when it was just a silly toy hammer. Regina finally spilled the harsh truth of her methods. Tae-ha was the exact kind of dude who only leveled up when his life was actually in danger. She brought up that crazy time he stabbed his own hand, proving he literally only pops off when the Grim Reaper is knocking. She said his only real path to victory was treating every single scrap like a hardcore kill-or-be-killed deathmatch. Snapping back to the present, adult Tae-ha is standing on that bloody floor, holding onto those hardcore memories as he literally faces death against Baek Jun-soo. Meanwhile, down in the main lobby, it has turned into an absolute brutal slugfest. The mad tiger, Pyong Won-ho, is spamming crazy strikes at Gwangsu, literally screaming for the older dude to drop dead. Luckily, Gwanggu holds his ground. He catches the mad tiger with a massive punch straight to the jaw, following up with a wild combo of heavy hits. Sadly, Pyongwon's stamina is completely off the charts. He clapped back with a punch that sent Gwanggu sliding across the floor, making their red-haired buddy, Azra, rush right over to help. Even though Gwanggu admitted he was way past his prime, he realized Pyongwon was just a meathead with way more raw strength than actual skill. Desperate, Pyongwon screams into his radio for the Yungmu division, but plot twist, they're trapped. Looks like you and I must wait to see how this bloodbath ends. Stick with me here. Yunsuri and Gray just hijacked the main control room, totally overriding the building systems. They slammed down the heavy containment barriers, completely blocking those armed goons trying to rush down from the 8th floor. Gwangu catches the update over his earpiece, but man, his relief, totally short-lived. Gray drops the bomb. Our boy is up on the 11th floor, locked in a crazy one-on-one duel with the white-haired Baek Jun-soo. Hearing this absolutely fries Gwang-soo and Azra's brains. They are in pure, unadulterated shock. Azra frantically asks about their captain who went on a rescue mission, but Suri is just struggling to track all these chaotic incoming reports. Scanning the monitors for the mustache captain, her eyes suddenly pop wide open. On one of the live feeds, she spots a woman. It is Lady Heron, arms chained way up high, held captive right inside the exact same building they are trying to tear down. Since Siri used to be a trainee at the Dowsa, she immediately recognizes the high-ranking lady and hits the intercom to talk. At first, Heron is super skeptical of this random voice. But her eyes go wide when Suri name-drops herself as the runaway successor who smashed a sacred tree. Thankfully, that shared lore bridges the gap. Heron puts 2 and 2 together. Suri is only in this building because of her ties to Jin Tae-ha. But Heron keeps it 100% real. She warns Suri she totally lacks the skills to pull off a rescue. Watch closely here because things get wild. That monster Baek Junu raised, Dajiang Han, is stalking the halls, so Heron drops a desperate final order. She tells Suri to run a vital message to the Yan family head. She knows this mess has escalated way past just a simple kidnapping gig. Meanwhile, down below, the lobby has become an absolute bloodbath. Astra and Gwangugu are pinned behind a desk, fighting for their lives against a totally relentless storm of bullets from the rival guards. Astra is losing his mind. He shouts that while our boy is taking on the legendary Baek Junu solo, they are stuck playing sitting ducks on the ground floor. Gwang-sugu just takes a second to process the sheer insanity. It is wild that our guy is actually trading blows with the absolute strongest dude in the company. Out of nowhere, the pressure drops. A crazy fast silhouette literally blurs through the air right behind enemy lines. Captain Vu Kim spawns in like an absolute ghost. He unleashes a lethal horizontal slash, spraying blood and wiping out the guards. With Vu Kim and the vice chairman finally meeting up with the lobby crew, everyone gets to breathe for like 1 solid second. But things are still super sketchy. Voi Kim reports they are still dangerously outnumbered. He drops the timer. Our hero promised to finish his duel in 10 minutes and bro, they only have 5 minutes left. Voi lays it out straight. If our guy is not back by then, they are bailing immediately, even if they have to leave the air behind. You felt that right. Their escape window instantly slams shut when Pyong Won-ho arrives with a brand new nightmare. A heavy squad of elite, fully geared tactical soldiers, the Yang Mud, rolls up from behind the security barriers. Gwang-sugu is absolutely sick to his stomach seeing this off-the-books army. Dropping them here is a massive middle finger to the committee rules. Pyong Won-ho barks out his brutal order. Take 0 hostages and flat-out erase everyone in the lobby. Knowing they cannot win a head-to-head firefight against a literal mini-army, Vu Kim yells at Azra to rush the vice chairman to the front gate. Azra is stressing hard about our boy upstairs, but Gwang-sugu and Vui stay locked in. They pledge their lives to him, so they know 100% he is going to win and return. High up on the 36th floor, the atmosphere is just disturbingly, creepily quiet. Jin Chang finally kicks open the chairman's office, only to find a basic, cluttered room packed with old electronics and a cheap fan. He totally roasts his dad and grandpa for actually keeping this absolute dump. He admits their obsession with staying humble was probably their only good trait. Meanwhile, Mundane stands guard, begging the new chairman to dip before the loyalists arrive. Since Doge Yang Han is still marching his way downstairs, after taking care of Hin. Dne knows the harsh truth. If Jin Tae-ha reaches them, she cannot protect Chiang by herself. Jin Chang stays arrogant as hell. He literally laughs out loud thinking Baek Jun-soo could ever lose. He kicks back at the desk, grabs an old red rotary phone, and tells Dne this thing is a hotline straight to the 4 remaining emperors of the committee. When Dne asks about his endgame, Chang lays it all out. He is not about to just share a small country as one of 5 rulers. Nope, he plans to merge with the Asengpa, pulling huge power players like Kaeon Human and Baek Jun-soo over to his side. Since those gangs only respect raw, brutal power, Chiang is going to weaponize them to completely wipe the other committee members off the map. His master plan: become the solo, undisputed emperor of the entire nation. And get this, that was his secret handshake deal with Baek Jun-soo from day one. Makes you think, doesn't it? On the 11th floor, the bloody cost of this ambition is fully visible. All right, stick with me here. We are dropping straight into an absolute bloodbath today. Standing over him, the white-haired Baek Jun-soo, face covered in gore, but he is standing tall like a tank. Back in the office, Mundane is absolutely losing her mind over the new chairman's wild strategy. Why? Because Chiang is actually thinking about teaming up with the 5 Stars faction. Yeah, the exact same crew that flatlined the president and wrecked the whole country. This syndicate only respects raw power, so Chiang just chills, staying super calm while dialing his vintage red phone. He breaks it down perfectly. These guys are wild animals. You want to boss them around, just take out their alpha dog. Twirling the cord with a smirk, he points out that even a hardcore disciplinarian like Baek Jun-soo gets it. Which is exactly why that top enforcer spent years training a hand-picked successor in the Black Ops squad. Back out in the executive lobby, total chaos, metal clashing, wood exploding everywhere. Now pay close attention here. Our boy and Jun-soo are locked in a high-speed deathmatch, leaving dust trails everywhere. Jun-soo's raw power is insane. He lands a brutal sweeping kick right to the hero's side, sending him flying. Our boy violently hits the stone floor, skidding backward. He fights to get back on his feet. Baek Jun-soo stands tall, sizing up the whole situation. He knows Tae-ha lacks raw muscle and stamina, but the kid has one god-tier cheat code you cannot block: instant speed. Jin Tae-ha explodes forward again like a missile, but Jun-soo flexes his veteran experience and predicts the whole attack. The speed is blinding, but Jun-soo just uses the kid's own momentum. He flips him over his shoulder, slamming his head into the floor. Baek Jun-soo just stands right in the center. He realizes he has mastered every human martial art ever created, built purely for survival and total domination. But here is the wild part. Even with those maxed out skills, Jun-soo hasn't landed a single clean, finishing blow. Our boy skids back, gasping for air, face dripping red. He figures it out: Jun-soo is hardwired to hunt assassins. Tae-ha knows right then. If he dodged even a millisecond slower, his head would be totally caved in. But hey, his hands still work perfectly fine. So he lets out a massive roar and charges in again. He refuses to spam the same move. He cycles like crazy through Muay Thai, Aikido, and boxing, keeping Jun-soo guessing. Jun-soo respects the kid's insane grind. Still, he stays completely solid as their blades clash just inches apart. Tae-ha spits some hard truth. Jun-soo trained in fancy dojos, but Tae-ha spent 17 straight years risking his neck for pure, bloody revenge. Thanks to that gritty street-level survival instinct, our hero pulls off a massive, calculated gamble. You and I both thought he lost that knife, right? Nope. It drops perfectly into Tae-ha's hand. Jun-soo got totally played. The boss realizes the kid never actually lost his weapon. He tossed it on purpose for this exact trap. Suddenly, We flash back to Regina Cerno, teaching young Tae-ha to hold out until his absolute last breath. She told him, hide your feelings, wait for that 0.1-second opening, and unleash an unblockable power. Back to reality, Tae-ha grips his blade and launches a massive leaping slash. A giant cross of blood explodes as the blade finally tears right across Jun-su's chest. But get this, as blood pours from the massive wound, Baek Jun-su actually starts smiling. He stares straight up at the ceiling and drops his final words. He admits that after 17 bloody years, the young master figured it out. Even in defeat, he calls this a total win for the late Chairman Jinoko. The real heir proved he is the ultimate apex predator. We jump back to 1988. Thousands of crisp white balloons are flying up into the sky to hype up the Seoul Olympics. But in Insangdong, total nightmare, the government kicked off a massive city renewal project. The happy Olympic anthem is totally drowned out by massive excavators bulldozing straight through people's literal homes. These shady real estate sharks roll up flexing designer tracksuits. They straight up pit the locals against each other, splitting lifelong neighbors into warring gangs of landlords and renters. Total heartbreak hits the enforcer's family. His single dad gets brutally taken out by hired goons swinging steel pipes. What do you and I take from this? Amidst that nightmare, Sister Baek Soo-hyun stood firm, telling young Jun-soo it wasn't time for tears. Listen up, 'cause you and I are diving into a wild one. With their dad gone, Soo-hyun became the ultimate big sister, hustling hard while keeping flawless grades. Baek Jun-yu realized his only flex was his physical grind. So he hit the streets, delivering papers by dawn and hauling scrap metal by dusk just to pay bills. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun burned the midnight oil, dreaming of scoring a dope job as a semiconductor engineer at the massive Chinggu Group. She literally wanted to change the world, jotting down all those massive goals with a special fountain pen their dad had gifted her. But sadly, those dreams totally crashed. Right after she crushed her college exams, our boy came home hyped with a celebration cake, only to find their whole block totally swallowed by massive flames. Then a neighbor dropped the sickest truth bomb. Some hired thugs literally torched the hood on purpose, targeting their house first. Jun-yu dashed straight into the inferno, but bro was way too late. He spotted a random dude, the future chairman Jin Seok-ho, just kneeling in the dirt, absolutely covered in gnarly charred burns. Even with flames literally roasting his back, Seok-ho had desperately tried to yank Soo-hyun right out of that fiery hell. In the end, our boy could only hold his sister's charred remains, screaming his lungs out into the dark. The very next day, a totally heartbroken Jun-yu flipped the switch and went full vengeance mode. Now watch this, 'cause things get crazy. He solo-charged riot police and demolition crews, catching 8 thugs and 3 cops with fatal skull fractures and totally busted organs. Super shady, but the feds swept the whole thing under the rug and wiped his records just to keep the Olympics looking squeaky clean. Next thing you know, Baek Jun-yu is chilling in a sketchy dark room when this mysterious scouter lady rolls up on him. Spotting his crazy potential, she literally saved him from death row and shipped him off to some elite overseas hit squad called Ordo Knox. For 10 solid years, Jun-yu grinded his way to the top of those assassins, hitting executive boss status with the sick codename Tacitus. He finally dipped out with one massive catch. He can never step foot outside South Korea. Running purely on major payback vibes, he slid back into Seoul to hunt down the dirtbags who teamed up with the feds to drop fancy apartments right on his sister's grave. This epic revenge tour took him straight to the massive Chinggu Group tower. Bro sneaked into the chairman's office, weirdly just a beat-up trailer from their startup days, and pressed a blade right to Jin Seok-ho's neck. But the whole vibe totally flips when Siakho catches Junyu's reflection and straight up bursts into tears like a massive weight just dropped. Turns out, the boss man had been searching for him for 10 years. He literally begs Junyu to end him, hoping it'd make things right for failing his sister. When Junyu yanked back Siakho's crisp collar, "I know what you're thinking, but plot twist." He spotted gnarly burn scars from when the dude tried saving Soo Hyun 17 years ago. Junyu actually had to pause and listen. Siakho spilled the tea, explaining he was only negotiating the deal, but the shady government fast-tracked the demolition totally behind his back. He had bolted to the scene and dragged Soo Hyun from the flames himself, a brutal memory that had basically been giving him nightmares ever since. Junyu flashed back to his sister's big dream of joining Chungu to change the world. Seeing that Siakho still carried that exact same wild ambition, our boy actually let him live. He tossed Siakho that special fountain pen, telling him to dry his tears and prove he could fix the world without totally selling out. The chairman swore to protect it forever. He saw it as the ultimate symbol of the pure goals passed down by both the sister and Junyu. Desperate to do right by their memory, he made a massive vow to build a company that actually helped folks. Chilling in the shadows, our boy listened to these epic promises before finally dipping out. He felt way too guilty to keep that pen. Even though it was her keepsake, after 10 straight years dropping bodies as an assassin. He figured his hands were just way too dirty. He got paranoid that holding onto something so pure would make his sister haunt his dreams, pulling him toward a good life he didn't deserve. So instead, Junyu locked right back into his brutal reality. He strutted into a joint, completely cornering two dudes. Calling out Kimchi Min and Jang Hongsik as members of the Insane Gang. Since they were exactly the targets he wanted, he instantly knocked one out cold. A lady shrieked at the top of her lungs, and suddenly a whole mob of angry goons stood up. Junyu just stared them down, totally unbothered. It finally hit him that the 10 long years he spent grinding for revenge had turned into one massive, empty joke. He literally waved the entire squad forward, and in seconds, the whole spot was wrecked, just flipped tables and knocked out dudes everywhere. While Junyu chilled in the aftermath, this totally mysterious guy in a slick white suit strolled right in. This boss was Park Du-cheol, the heavy-hitting right-hand man of the Ompa gang. He smirked, impressed by the carnage, and asked for Junyu's name. When Junyu asked if he was their boss, the guy just smiled huge. "That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." "Stick with me here." Junyu lunges, but for the first time ever. Blocked just like that. Park Du-cheol catches the fist right in his palm like it is nothing. Stopped dead in his tracks, Junyu finally gets a good look at this guy. And man, those eyes stare back with wild tiger energy. 40 solid minutes of absolute brawling. It is so intense the other restaurant execs are just glued to the sidelines. Finally, Junyu drops to his knees, completely gassed, defeated. He has never faced a dude packing this much monstrous bare-knuckle power. Expecting the end, Junyu tells the winner to just finish him. But Park Du-cheol just busts out laughing, says the fight was as fun as an amusement park ride, and demands Junyu's whole backstory. Totally wiped, Junyu spills about his revenge mission, only to find out his main target's the insane crew. Already wiped off the map, swallowed whole by the Oingpa gang. Junyu calls him just another street thug, and Du-cheol absolutely loses it. He fires back that labels do not mean a thing, as long as you have the raw muscle to get stuff done. They use sheer force to crush dirty politicians and loan sharks whenever the government leaves regular people out to dry. Now watch this crazy pivot. Du-cheol actually lets him walk away, telling his mad crew that Junyu gets to choose his own destiny. Payback finally finished. Juno heads straight back to Siyoko and volunteers as his personal muscle. Why? He wanted a front row seat to see how Siyoko would level up the Shingu group. For years, he watches the man build an untouchable empire. He shows massive loyalty to his trusted crew, while his own totally useless kids. Gyuho and Juhai start plotting a total power grab. Eventually, Shingu morphs into the massive global tech giant Junu's sister always dreamed about. But sadly, time catches up. The aging Siyoko starts losing his edge. He ignores the growing corruption and stops planning ahead. Smelling blood in the water, Gyu Jin swaggers into the office smirking, dropping the bomb that the committee finally invited them. Siyoko absolutely snaps. The news triggers horrific memories of his sister, who died burning in a shady, government-meddled city project. His golden rule: big business should never play politics, period. But Juno quickly figures out why the boss is suddenly so weak. Terminal cancer. Game over. Siyoko is only letting the corruption slide so he does not create deadly enemies for his hand-picked heir. Even when a huge financial crisis threatens to wreck everything, Siyoko stays rock solid, trusting his crew to survive. He eventually taps his third son, Jin-soo Huk, as the leader, mostly just to train the absolute prodigy, young Jin Tae-ha. But the toxic inside rot, it is spreading way too fast. Okay, I know what you are thinking, but watch this. Gyu Jin pulls Juno aside for a coup, name-dropping that the Oyingpa gang boss remembers him. Juno already made a pitch-black choice to protect the utopia his sister and Siyoko wanted. So, he looks the chairman in the eye and lies. He claims he has to skip the massive world tour because of his sister's Memorial Day. Sun going down, Juno stands totally alone. He knows straight up he is booking a one-way ticket to hell for the absolute betrayal he is about to pull off. But the legacy has to survive, no matter the price, as the boss's yacht goes up in a massive fireball through the pouring rain. He vows to guard that dream forever, even if he has to burn in the darkest depths for his own sins. Flashback time. Siyoko stands completely alone in this gorgeous autumn forest, red leaves falling everywhere. With death slowly eating away at his health, the chairman is terrified his entire empire is going to crash down. Juno, standing right there in the clearing, knows the hard truth. Nobody else has the juice to carry this company like Siyoko did. The kids and the executives, they only stay loyal because none of them are strong enough to climb over the giant mountain that is Chairman Siyoko. That kind of weakness, super dangerous. Juno is low-key terrified that if an absolute beast like Park Dutchel decides to eat the company alive, nobody could block him. Back to the present. Juno is standing in a pitch-black hall, fresh blood dripping straight from his chopped-off arm. His master plan: join the corrupt committee to keep the legacy safe, just until he levels up enough to protect it solo. Driven by that one crazy goal, he unleashes a massive, shadow-cloaked kick. Our main character goes literally flying, Tae-ha's ribs cracking on impact. He screams in pure agony, realizing that even with all his training, this one-armed enforcer is somehow moving way faster than before. Our boy struggles back up, coughing blood and gasping. How on earth did a blocked hit still do this much insane damage? He barely ducks under the next wild swing. Totally shocked, he matches the speed, but Juno still lands a brutal smash right to his gut. Spitting up blood, our hero bites down and throws a massive vertical slash with straight-up killer intent. Dudes who fear death are easy targets, and trust me, you and I know he abandoned that fear a long time ago. Let's dive in, guys. Crazy enough, Jun-soo was just buying time. Propping up weak little Jin Gyuho was just a total distraction, bro. He just needed a minute to find a real successor with totally busted power. Flashing back to the present, Tae-ha is literally folded, clutching his guts. His ribs are so busted that one wrong move means his insides are definitely spilling out. But my guy screams at himself to completely ignore it. He's literally lived for this payback. Blood spraying everywhere, he rushes Jun-soo like an absolute tank. Seeing our hero charge like a madman, Jun-soo actually cracks a smile. He suddenly remembers a past meeting. That total psycho Jin Xiang was mocking his quiet ambitions. Chiang, sick enough to ice his own brother, told Jun-soo to eat the whole committee instead of just joining it. Jun-soo dug his vibe, seeing Sheng as the perfect necessary evil, a dude fully down to smash through those established walls. During that exact meeting, Chang dropped chopper footage proving our main character was definitely still breathing. Since Tae-ha was spotted on a Cerno family boat, Chiang saw him as a super annoying loose end. But Junwoo just slammed the laptop shut. He said leave the kid, the mafia would handle him anyway. Now watch closely. The fight peaks. Jun-soo throws a wild high kick, but our boy counters with pure desperation. Tae-ha literally bites down on Jun-soo's neck, slipping right behind him. He shoves his tactical blades right through the enforcer's sides, twisting that steel until blood absolutely erupts. Fading fast, Jun-soo remembers one last private jet ride with a straight-up laughing Jin Chiang. Chang told him to flat-out smoke the old timer and wipe our hero out. Jun-soo totally lied, claiming the job was done. In reality, he spared the boy's life on purpose. He figured if Tae-ha was the real deal, he would survive that hellish nightmare and crawl out the flames. Now taking blood to the face, Junwoo knows he won. His old master's bloodline is showing that insane, fearless brilliance he always wanted. Because our boy survived straight hell and beat every single trap. He completely shattered the walls Jun-soo spent his life building. Fading into the light, Jun-soo sees Syoko's smart kid finally walking the path of an absolute total warrior. Taking one last screaming slash from the young master, Junwoo finally finishes apologizing to the chairman. Junwoo is officially done for, as his severed head rolls right across the executive floor. Bleeding out, the enforcer thinks about his wild, complicated history with late Chairman Jin Syoko. He knows the day his sister burned alive was when their paths totally split in two directions. Syoko built an empire, while Junwoo faked everything, holding serious grudges over the chairman getting way too soft. I know what you're thinking. Did Syoko actually see his betrayal coming? Thinking kindness was just weakness, Junwoo judged the man as totally unworthy. But looking at that black fountain pen in a bloody Tae-ha's hand, he realizes he was the one getting judged. Syoko ran the numbers and knew Jun-soo was never the right guy to run the future. Syoko left a completely different future, walking a path Jun-soo couldn't touch. Inside, our boy drops, absolutely gasping. The duel is over, but Tae-ha is ridiculously beaten up and panting like crazy. Homie lost way too much blood, low-key panicking he won't even reach his squad downstairs. Big problem though, the lower floors are getting absolutely wrecked. Elite Team Black is totally pinned by heavy tactical soldiers, forcing Erkang into a wild struggle against non-stop machine guns. Outgunned and outgeared, the squad is literally about to break. Vi Kim checks his watch. 11 whole minutes passed, totally blowing past their tight deadline. He does the math, guessing our boy isn't coming back, meaning the mission bombed and the boss is dead. He makes the brutal call to retreat immediately. Gwonsugu freaks out, screaming they cannot bounce yet, but Vo Kim is totally serious. He knows if Junwoo drops in, they're all cooked. Meanwhile, the elevator dings with Dujyeong Han. Trust me, stick around. Slumped over, our hero begs his broken body to move, someone is coming. All right, stick with me. A huge figure shadows over Tae-ha and he looks up, instantly recognizing them. Downstairs, absolute chaos. Gwang Sugu desperately tries holding the front line for just 60 more seconds. But Vo Kim yanks him back, screaming that they lost. Suddenly, a wild dash right through the lobby cuts their messy retreat totally short. Bam! Nameless busts in, carrying a beaten, knocked-out Tae-ha. He yells at the stalling crew, dropping the most insane truth bomb of the century. Baek Jun-soo is officially dead, and Tae-ha is the guy who ended him. That news totally freezes Pyong-won-ho and the enemy guards. Complete shock. The ultimate pillar of their entire powerhouse faction just completely crumbled. While his crew frantically escapes, the vibe upstairs stays crazy silent. Doug Jong-han just stands there, staring at his master's chopped-off head. He grabs his chest, looking super confused. Is he finally free now that the guy who basically raised him is completely dead? Zero tears here, folks. He just flashes an evil smirk through the blood on his face and walks out, ditching his past entirely. Watch closely. Getting out alive is never easy, and they are totally cornered outside. Vi Kim offers to stay behind and fight as payback for doubting our boy, but Gwang Sugu refuses to let him play the martyr. Gwang Sugu reminds Vui that the rookies are the future. He needs to survive and actually serve the young master right. The absolute legend decides to take this final stand all by himself. Flashing back from the slums to the top of Kaeungu, he hands the future to the squad. Facing the enemy guards, he flashes a badass, dark grin. But just as the crew hits the garage, boom, a sleek white sedan loudly screeches right in front of them. Japel Kim, the literal underboss of the Own gang, casually peeks from the backseat and offers a sweet ride. Yanseri and Nameless instantly smell Cap, but Japel breaks down exactly why he is helping them out. If the main character dies today, Kaeungu will totally scam the council with lies and wreck the entire power balance. Since he never bets on losers, Japel shields the air so the truth lives. Meanwhile, word of this massive defeat finally hits the 36th floor. Mundane picks up the phone and gets the wildest news ever. Tae-ha actually caught a body. Baek Jun-soo is dead. This reality check completely breaks Jin Chang's. Going totally psycho, the new chairman smashes his red vintage phone and violently screams our hero's name. Cut over to the chill, inside of the Bowman Goob restaurant. All that crazy battle hype fades into the steady beeping of an IV drip. In the back, Tae-ha is knocked out, wrapped in heavy bandages. Aunt Nana just wrapped up emergency surgery. She tells Jo Kim a busted rib piece straight up stabbed his large intestine. Thank God that massive bruise wasn't fatal. Still, she pumps him full of heavy antibiotics to dodge any nasty infections. I know what you are thinking. Being the true Cheongu heir makes his safety a massive, dangerous political nightmare right now. Yale Kim chills in the kitchen as Nana pushes him to take the kid to a real hospital to avoid deadly peritonitis. Jel does the math and realizes moving him is impossible. If Ah-seng gets caught treating the guy who destroyed Shingu's bosses, everyone will think they plotted the whole coup. Nana totally roasts the idea of gangsters actually caring about complex politics, but Jel stays focused on the literal bloodbath they would face if they played dumb, before stepping into the dark alley. He casually offers Nana a crazy high-end university professorship. She brutally rejects it by slamming her knife right into the cutting board. Saving lives is just a fun hobby for her. Outside, Japel links up with Voight Kim's squad in gray, swearing our boy just needs sleep. Driving off, he leaves a cocky message for the hero to come smoke with him later. But as that super fancy car zips through the market, Jill's inner thoughts reveal a super dark plan. He realizes Tae-ha is not just some elite killer. He is a royal boss with insane negotiation skills, smart enough to devour the whole corporate world. Since Tae-ha straight up murdered the legendary bank Junu inside Chianggu's turf, Japal knows this kid is the absolute real deal. And that sparks a terrifying thought. If our guy is strong enough to completely break the system, should Aseng just murder him right now? Freaking out, Japal demands an absolute emergency meeting with all his top executives. Back at the shady restaurant, the paranoia is insanely heavy. Gray argues hard that the whole squad needs to dip from this district immediately. Vuaki, Kim, and Nameless push back, asking why they would move a bleeding guy. Gray exposes how sketchy this spot is. Why would ON, a crew with 30 hospitals, dump a VIP patient in a gray zone spot selling blood sausage? This area is totally lawless. Trust me, watch this. Alright guys, stick with me here. Gray knows they are only safe while ON needs them. Once they drop in value, it is game over. Securing the bag, Gray flashes a USB drive loaded with 30 days of juicy security footage straight from Chianggu's hidden basement command center. Being a top-tier data broker, he knows this intel is pure gold. Easy trades for weapons, big bucks, or a legit safe house. Meanwhile, a totally different kind of crazy deal is going down on a K-rail subway train. Vice Chairman Guang Hu Yang is slumming it on transit, hovering over some dude hogging the seats. That guy, Min Chang-ho, the big bad VP of the Dobang Association. Ho totally roasts him about losing his fancy corporate rides, but Yang blocks out the hate. Looking totally desperate, he practically begs Ho to help put our boy straight into the chairman's seat. Ho just laughs, demanding massive payback for that whole pitcher and batter mess first. Yang instantly agrees to shell out a wild $1.3 billion. But things get super spicy when Yang pitches a deadly trade. If Ho backs the young master, Yang helps wipe out the current Dobang boss so Ho can take over. That cold-blooded flex makes every single goon on the train pull a piece on the VP. Now watch closely. Ho drops his shades, one eye glaring, completely hooked by whatever makes this old guy so crazy gutsy. Meanwhile, night rolls in over the super traditional Yan clan, estate out in Changju. Up high, Yoon Sari is dangling from nearly invisible wires. It is the signature trap of the clan head honcho, Baek Chong Yan. Chilling on the roof, Baek Chong throws shade, laughing that her old student finally crawled back. Since Sorai bilayed years ago, the boss bets she only showed up to finally die for her past screw-ups. But Sorai is not sweating it. Tied up in midair, she glares right back and tells the crazy hag to drop the act and pop the door open. Down in the classic training yard, a super intense chat pops off over some seriously premium hadong tea. Baek Chong Yan, the big clan boss, hypes up the fancy tea, flexing that once you taste the good stuff, you can never go back to basic street coffee. Even with the free drinks, Sorai stays on edge. She is on a hardcore mission from the locked-up Lady Heron. She demands FaceTime with the clan leader, but Baek Chong is totally not buying it. The boss finds it super sketchy that a high-tier officer like Heron got played by the Chianggu squad. She figures Heron going weaponless to the meeting was a huge fail. Sorai insists she saw the whole trap live on the control room cameras. Still, Baek Chong brushes it off, calling Heron a total clown for trying to bail out some dude named Tae-ha. Setting up a massive roadblock, the boss claims as a rank 2 big shot. She decides if Sorai's message is even worth the top dog's time. When Sorai pushes back, "I know what you are thinking." Baek Chong gets super icy, threatening to rip her tongue out, totally calling out the huge hole in Sorai's story. Sorai should totally know the rules mean talking to the second-rank boss first. Feeling the heat, Sorai flashes back to when Lady Heron dropped the ultimate game plan on her. Heron stressed this intel was top-tier secret, strictly off-limits to anyone below the third-rank pay grade. The real kicker, Heron said if she got blocked, she had to name-drop Baek Chong on the spot. knowing the boss would bite. Seeing her flex totally failed, Sarai drops the secret code, literally saying the stands are overturned. Boom, Beck instantly knows the heavy vibe there, realizing it is the signal for a full-blown coup. She agrees to ping the boss, but orders Sarai inside to chill out. Making it obvious she is straight up trapped, Sarai realizes leaving was never an option, and Beck just smirks. The boss brags the Yan clan has stayed elite for 1,000 years, tracing back to the legendary Manhwa cadets. She admits she only let Sarai play rebel because she knew the runaway would totally come crawling back. Sarai balls up her fists, but agrees to stay for 2 demands. She wants twice-a-week visits with her dad, and the clan has to bail out Tae-ha exactly 1 time. She pitches it as a super personal favor to her old master, just paying back Tae-ha for literally saving her entire hometown. Baek Chang calls it total self-righteous nonsense, wondering why a big shot officer even cares about such basic drama. But Sarai totally hooks her attention, saying Baek Chang only keeps her here because she actually wants her around, just to flex the clan's true insane power. And here is where we leave it. Baek Chang shows off a garden of tiny 4-year-old trainees, flexing how they scout kids with absolute god-tier potential. Alright, let's dive into some absolute madness. They train kids to be top-tier warriors or genius diplomats, but only the most flawless recruits make the cut. They snatch them up young. Beck says she was a total glitch in the system, recruited at 17 before finding Suri at 19. Out of nowhere, Baekshung whips out her invisible wires, yanking the kids straight into the air. She looks Suri dead in the eye, claiming she'd trash all these kids without blinking for someone with her insane talent. To see if Suri is washed up, she drops a crazy lethal test, 8 gnarly wire knots. If Suri messes this up, those kids either go splat or get choked out completely. Suri is absolutely seeing red. She calls her master pure evil and gets ready to throw down. Fast forward a few days to Bowman Guk restaurant. Gray and Aunt Nana are totally roasting our main guy by serving him a gross tepid iced Americano. Tae-ha finally wakes up in his own bed. Still hooked up to an IV, just staring at this weird drink like what? His confusion instantly flips to annoyance when the TV shows the new chairman, Jin Chiang, hyping up his big inauguration speech. Chilling with Vi Kim, nameless, and the squad, our boy admits that yeah, he dodged the Grim Reaper, but he feels like absolute garbage. Over in the assembly hall, Jin Chang is flexing in front of thousands. He is posted at the podium with stone-faced guards. And this dude's speech feels less like corporate PR and way more like straight-up war. He swears he will take the company global and honor the founder. Now pay close attention here. He totally snaps, wildly pumping his fist and gripping his eagle cane. He screams that Chunggu will never back down to terrorists, promising that no matter how dark things get, their company's light will stay blazing. Back at the restaurant, our hero is watching this whole crazy broadcast with his main crew. Gray is laughing at the over-the-top vibes, but Vi Kim actually gets what the guy is doing. With the top bosses missing and Baek Jun-soo flat out dead, Chang is super desperate. Even with a bandaged face and some heavy injuries, our boy is totally locked in on Gwangugu's fate. Since Gwangu isn't on the official dead list, Tae-ha tells Gray to keep digging. He at least wants to find the guy's body. While our hero was knocked out, the squad stayed super busy taking orders from Vice Chairman Yang. Vu Kim says the vice chairman actually hit up the Dowoong Association, cashing in some major personal favors. Makes total sense. Being chairman means literally nothing if the council members running the country don't back you. At the same exact time, Yunsuri heads back to her old stomping grounds in Changju. Gray spills that she is running a double play, exposing Shungu's hostage situation, while begging her old wire teachers to actually back her up. While all this crazy backstabbing goes down, a text pings from Jill Kim. It is an invite to the lounge. You probably saw this coming, right? Aunt Nana warns him he could die, and Vic Kim calls it a trap, but our guy goes anyway. He says mafia life taught him that faking it is half the battle, and you gotta trust your own gut to stay breathing. Since he is going all in, he throws on his slick jacket and gloves, telling his boys to trust the process. Good thing he was ready. Pulling up to SVI Lounge, Tae-ha and Vu Kim get totally blocked by Mansu Kong and Jingu Yang, two heavy hitters. Mansu Kong tries to flex, demanding they swap locations and threatening to absolutely wreck our hero. Jingu Yang chimes in, saying they have green lights to kill him. Knowing these dudes are built different, Vu Kim gets into a stance, but Tae-ha, chill. He spots smoke wafting out of the lounge and knows his real target is inside. As Tae-ha strolls toward the door, the thugs rush him, but his specialized crew instantly claps back. Nameless drops from the shadows, pinning Mansuku Kang straight to the pavement with a crazy toxic knife. When Jingu Yang swings a massive bat at our boy, Kang tanks the hit and completely knocks the giant out cold. Voi Kim and the boys hold down the fort, showing off some absolute peak squad loyalty. They completely trust their boss, holding the line so he can crash the meeting. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes from inside. Boss Dutchel Park laughs, roasting Jill Kim for testing the dude who dropped Baek Junu. Trust me, you aren't ready for what happens next. Alright guys, let's jump in. Dukil waves our hero over, officially flexing his number 2 boss status. Tae-ha completely blanks the fake smiles, walking straight to the counter for a premium cigar. Eventually sitting across from Jill, Japple tries making excuses, claiming that whole brawl outside was just a staged show, so their meetup looked totally random to the feds. But our guy, zero time for this boring small talk. Lighting up, he stares dead at Jill and tells him to take a hike. Why? Because Tae-ha already clocked who actually runs the show. He kicks the lackey out so the grown-ups, the actual heavy hitters, can finally talk real business. This massive flex totally stuns Jill Kim, but Dutchel Park gives the green light to stay. Jill backs down, saying he will go babysit the squad outside to keep the peace, and dips out hoping they have a nice chat. With the room clear, Duke leans in and drops some heavy dark lore about his underboss. Turns out, Jill used to be a super clean prosecutor before the gang offed his family. Out for pure blood, Jill straight up exploded the old underboss with a crazy car bomb. When Duke finally nabbed him, Jill screaming about creating a world where monsters like Dusil would be wiped out actually hit the boss right in the feels. Finding that spicy attitude super entertaining, Duke literally hired the guy. But honestly, our main character does not care about this sob story at all. He calls out the gang for acting totally unhinged, asking why they are even sweating these complicated business mergers in the first place. Dukil just chuckles, blaming it on some edgy kid dreams of world domination. This goofy vibe completely pisses off our boy. He slams his hand on the table, forcing the old man to actually take him seriously. Now pay attention here, because outside just hit a weird stalemate. Since everyone out here is a top-tier pro, Tae-ha's crew, Black, and the goons are basically besties right now. They are swapping smokes, geeking out over combat knives, and chatting about whether you can order them locally or overseas. Japple Kim's side eyes the whole scene, super confused by the sudden bromance. Vi Kim says thanks for his time regarding the board meeting, but Japple stays totally locked in on the mission right now. He tells the guys to back up because the big boss is unpredictable and deadly. When red-haired Nameless takes that as fighting words, Jill breaks it down. Dukil wants to hire them, but if they say no or look weak, They are definitely leaving this building in body bags. He reminds everyone that the legendary Baek Jun-soo only got true respect because he threw hands with Dutchel and actually survived to brag about it. Back inside the room, Duckle cuts straight to business. He respects Tae-ha as the boss man and pitches a wild deal. Join up with Ah-sang, and he will literally hand-deliver Jin Xiang's head before dinner. But he drops a warning, even if our boy becomes chairman. His crew gets permanently banned from the council just because Dukil says so. Our hero claps back with the coldest, most logical offer ever. He lays it out simple. Payback is personal to honor the dead, so icing Jin Xiang only matters if he is the one pulling the trigger. Plus, he drops the mic saying his loyalty firmly belongs to the Italian Cerno Mafia now. Since he figures Ah-sang will stay out of his revenge tour, he straight up offers to let Dukil walk out alive. The absolute disrespect. You feel that tension too, right? This disrespect triggers a massive killer aura from Dukil, towering like an absolute monster. He roars at the cocky kid, asking how he expects to win while barely walking off his old injuries. Tae-ha does not even blink. Blowing smoke, he casually reminds the giant they are not wild monkeys who need to wreck such a fancy lounge. Right then, a totally freaked-out waiter shows up, popping the tension balloon and making Dukil burst out laughing. Seeing that cold, pure apex predator energy shining inside our guy's eyes, the own big boss actually decides to let him slide, admitting the kid is totally the real deal. Wrapping things up, Dutchel orders him to spill the truth about Chaeyoung's coup to the council, but Tae-ha stands 10 toes down, saying they can handle the boring politics. But if anybody tries blocking his revenge arc, they are getting smoked, zero hesitation. Meanwhile, over at the funeral hall, it is super depressing. White flowers, thick incense, all gathered around the giant memorial picture of the dead master. Baek Jun-soo, the ultimate tank of their security forces, has finally, completely crumbled. Daeyoung-han stands there alone, bowing his head to pay mad respect. Behind him, an absolute ocean of mafia suits press their foreheads to the floor. Even with all this heavy sadness, you can totally feel the survivors panicking right now. Moon Young-min and Hwang Jun-huk are quietly stressing out, clueless on how the company survives since their absolute unit of a shield got clapped in a duel. So who do you and I think owns the black shoe that just crashed this funeral? Stick with me, the mourners completely panic as Dukio Park, the big boss, rolls up. He strolls right in, just casually puffing a cigar. Some terrified official begs for respect, but this gangster just sneers. He demands soju instead of an apology, and honestly, the whole crowd is shaking in absolute awe. Even through the embarrassment, him and Kaeon realizes the big boss showing up basically proves the wild rumors about that epic rivalry with the dead master were totally true. Duke Park's tribute is super aggressive. He plops down cross-legged and violently jams his lit cigar right into the incense pot alongside the green sticks. He smashes the soju bottle open with his bare hand. Gulping from the jagged glass, he flashes a crazy grin at the portrait. He admits Jun-soo got taken out by a heavy hitter, so no shame there. But hold up, the OWN crew definitely isn't just here to grab a drink. Jill Kim, the underboss, watches Dukal lock his absolute predator eyes on the Kaeyoung mourners. The vibe turns deadly fast. Dukal barks at the rival Chaeyoung twerps to go scurry and hide like rats in their tiny building. Smirking, he straight up declares that until the OWN faction says otherwise, dropping scum like them won't even be a crime anymore. But as Dukal leaves, the massive Dojang hand silently blocks his path. They lock eyes. The tension is incredibly thick. Dukio just smirks, acting totally shocked that guys are actually brave enough to step up 2 days straight. Now pay attention here. He leans in close, asking why Dog-yang hides his crazy killer vibes behind a cheap human suit, totally sensing his suppressed rage. Cut to a creepy circular building deep in the woods, where the big boss council is flexing its power. So Hai-yan, a top-tier official, steps right up to the new chairman, Chiang-jin. She drops a freezing ultimatum. In 2 weeks, Chang has to justify his super bloody rise to power. To make sure he listens, she flashes poison, without the cure. He'll die horribly in 14 days. Chang-jin just smirks at the threat, making Soho absolutely flip out. She drops the polite act, totally admitting she wants to ice him right now. She promises that if he touches her, he will literally get torn apart, innocent or not. But instead of getting scared at all, Sheng-jin bursts out laughing, snatches the glass vial and completely shatters it between his teeth. Crazy. He roasts their dumb rules, yelling they have zero clue what he and Jun Su sacrificed to build this empire. While Sheng-jin loses his mind, Dayang-han heads back to his basic apartment. Hitting the shower, we see his back and shoulders are absolutely covered in nasty, jagged scars. Those marks, pure trauma from serving Baek Jun-su, who basically forced him to ditch his freedom and live like an obedient dog. Since his old boss banned him from killing because he liked it way too much, the dude has been living on ultra-hard restraint mode. But the rules are shifting. You and I know things are getting real when Doom reveals 3 hidden katanas. Inside the dark room, surrounded by security monitors tracking his ops, he draws a sword. Back at the hall, Chang-jin stands with bloody, shredded lips. He drops one last horrifying threat for the council. He'll play along today, but if anyone dares to help Tae-ha, they are literally already dead. Cut to a dark alley. Boom! A deadly ambush pops off. Moving faster than you can blink, Dajang-han uses twin blades to slice 2 thugs before they can even speak. This insane speed leaves Azra, Unit 2's leader for Team Black, totally shook seeing his guys coughing blood. As a veteran deep cover operative, he is absolutely mind-blown that someone actually tracked his elite team this easily. But one look at the brick wall explains everything. He completely forgot to check for the local street cameras. Oops. Black doesn't waste time, charging right in with a nasty curved blade. Sparks fly in a massive metal clash, but it's totally one-sided. Even as a vet, Azra can't find a single weak spot here. The horrible truth hits him. Dajiang isn't playing, he's the actual monster successor to Bijunu. With one crazy fast lunge, Dayang-han slices his throat, ending things instantly. As our guy casually walks away, the dying Azra desperately clutches the brick wall. He's gotta warn our boy, and trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. The Changu Group's internal crisis just hit an absolute breaking point. Up in a high-rise office, Director Chu drops a bombshell. The Ohm faction just pulled off a massive, total blockade against the entire company. Rivals completely shut down the VIP clubs and triggered huge supplier strikes. Right now, the corporate bosses are just paralyzed. Making things even crazier, Director Mayang-gi Kim reveals that 8,000 employees, including top-tier department heads, quit in literally 3 days. But even with the company crashing down, the new chairman, Jin Chiang, just smiles. He doesn't see a disaster. To him, this wild chaos is just fireworks kicking off a brand new era. Boom! A massive explosion absolutely rocks the building, turning the 36th floor office into straight rubble. And Jin Chang, he explains the blast with zero chill. He literally thought the old room smelled bad, so he decided blowing it to pieces was the only way to deep clean it. Flexing hard, he announces Kaingu 2.0. It's a hardcore restructure meant to wipe out every single old tradition. During this insane purge, he completely scraps Kaingu security, shipping every single guard straight over to the Yanggu Corps. Pyong Won-ho steps up, confirming the knife-fighting days are dead. The group is officially rebranded into Black Tech, a heavily armed private military crew. Jin Chang basically tells his surviving bosses to stop crying and get employees working again. Fail. He promises to treat them like absolute garbage livestock. Later that night. You're gonna want to see this. Do Young-han enters the office and slams a blue cooler box onto the table, revealing Ozra's severed head right inside. Jin Chang is totally grossed out, not by the gore, but because the stink is ruining his super expensive suit. He mocks Do-young, asking if he is finally satisfied now that Jun-soo is dead. But the guard snaps. He lunges straight forward, grabbing the chairman's face in an absolute death grip. Jin Chang doesn't even flinch. He coldly reminds the killer that his intense training makes murdering the chairman impossible. He laughs at Do-young's rage, guessing the guard is just salty because our boy stole his chance to end Juno himself. Rushing into the Jiangxio district right now. Bad idea. It would instantly trigger a hopeless war against both the Ong faction and Yang clan. Jin Chang strictly orders Do-young to stay away from the office for 2 full weeks. He tells the killer to just snipe anyone leaving the district, buying time until the Yangam is 100% ready. But then, he gives one crazy, final permission. If the bloodlust gets too bad, Do-young can just drag our hero out and execute him right in the open. Meanwhile, back with the allies, Voi Kim and our main guy are just standing there, completely stunned in front of a white delivery truck. Aunt Nana actually found the parked van, and inside, it holds Ozra's lifeless body. Voi Kim is absolutely crushed. He knows a top-tier special ops leader like Ozra should never have been dropped this easily. But wait, he spots a specific code smeared in dark blood right on the body. It's a highly secret signal only their unit uses, and they quickly translate the grim message. You and I both felt that twist, right? Our hero realizes the dying note's successor isn't him. It's actually a massive warning about Do Young-han. He stares hard at the portrait of his fallen allies. Realizing the enemy is using these super brutal murders just to drag him into one final, completely lethal showdown. We cut to a super intense strategy meeting between our hero and the last loyalists. Vice Chairman Guang Hu Yang kicks things off, breaking down the upcoming corporate disaster. In exactly 13 days, the High Council is holding a formal hearing to figure out if Jin Chiang's takeover is actually legit. Because Chiang was so insanely brutal. The vice chairman thinks the new boss's execution is pretty much guaranteed. Especially since the Dobang Association totally believes Chiang triggered a massive, illegal coup. But hey, the legal route is never that easy. Suri just got back from negotiating with the Yan clan, and she warns they are dealing with a similar mess, plus some major complications. Flashing back to the clan's traditional estate, Chief Esbek Chang Yan breaks down exactly how the council's strict rules work. They operate strictly by the book, blindly following only the people they actually trust. Sure, Gray's CCTV footage is a huge deal, but the chief warns it still isn't enough solid proof to force an instant execution. A totally shocked Suri points out she literally delivered a prisoner's message, but Baek Chang just brushes her off. She calmly notes that Haren's lockup doesn't seem directly tied to the coup at all, meaning Chiang's death penalty isn't 100% guaranteed. So Suri pitches a wild idea, threaten Chiang to free Haren. Baek Chang instantly shoots that down. Since Chunggu is still on the council until the hearing, Haren is in extreme danger if Chang dies too early. So where does that leave us? To stop a total disaster, Haren absolutely must show up to the council and testify as an eyewitness. All right, stick with me here because the stakes are high. She gives an ultimatum. Save Haren and reach the clan in 13 days or no deal. Voi Kim and Eri Kang are totally shook. They know Baek Chang is a straight-up legend with an absolutely terrifying reputation. Gwang Hyung stands up to explain why she is such a big deal. He drops a crazy story. Baek Chang totally wiped out 80 boss-level guys solo just to punish a traitor named Gayame. Thanks to that absolute bloodbath, the Yungai crew completely collapsed. The Doang Association took over, making the Yan clan accept them as the new bosses. This massive flex suddenly clears up a huge mystery about his deal with Jill Kim. He remembers Jill demanding that the Yabori gang leadership get handed over to Hyung Lee. When Tae-ha asked why she did that, Jill played it cool, claiming it just made their official communication way easier. But off the record, it was a massive safety play. Only one fighter in Korea reached top-tier status using silver wires. Our boy finally gets it. Japel was sweating over Baek Chang's legendary skills. Knowing it is game time, Tae-ha glares right back at his hostage, the former big shot executive Gu Hong. With Hyung on guard, our boy towers over tied-up and kneeling Gu. Now pay attention here. Jin Chang wants to distract our boy for 2 weeks by hiding 2 people in separate spots. We are talking about Lady Haran and his awesome mentor, security boss Gwangsugu. Since Gu grinded up the corporate ladder at Cheonggu for years, Tae-ha orders him to spill every secret base they might be hiding in. Gu is literally shaking, crying that Chiang is a monster who murders traitors. But Gwang Hu-yang steps in, calling him an absolute idiot. He warns that since Do Jiang-han raised his sword, Gu's life is basically over already. Just hearing that psycho Doyang's name makes Gu totally freak out, crying that even Baek Junsu could barely keep him on a leash. Our boy leans in with a dark threat. If Gu actually wants to live, he needs to prove his worth today. He mentions the Yongseo district locals would love it if the director became completely useless. That instantly makes Gu scream in terror and finally promise to talk. Later that day, Tae-ha meets Gray outside a cafe to totally test his professional tech skills. He tells Gray to use Gu's intel to pinpoint the hostages. Gray is super stressed out at first, whining that searching is crazy hard and Gu might be totally lying, but our MC shuts him down fast. With 13 days left, he completely trusts Gray, officially making him the first member of his new epic squad. When night drops, the squad gears up for the next wild phase. Vu Kim is totally worried about a Doyang ambush, but our protagonist admits his current physical limits. Since he is still injured and kind of a noob at rescue missions, he admits he called for some heavy backup. You saw this coming, right? Boom! A wild figure suddenly crashes onto the rooftop. Jerome leaps from the shadows smiling, swinging his red staff. He sarcastically asks if Vendetta called him because he is finally ready to die. But our boy stays totally chill. Instead of fighting, Tae-ha officially drops the Mafia underworld protocols on him, hiring Jerome straight up as a mercenary through Ordo Nox for the big rescue. The drama hits the capital as Jin Xiang rolls up to the Blue House Palace, inside a super fancy office. Secretary Siang Choi totally warns Chiang that showing up uninvited is incredibly risky with all those pesky reporters waiting outside. But since the big boss sect leader cares about Chiang's survival, Choi just has to sit there and listen. The villain skips the small talk, aggressively tapping his eagle cane and ordering the secretary to act like a real boss. Chiang then drops his real plan. He has a VIP prisoner he absolutely needs to smuggle out of Korea immediately. Meanwhile, the Jiangseo district is a total spy zone. Cameras everywhere, and systems tracking literally every single credit card swipe and internet search. With all this crazy heat, only 2 clever guys actually slipped past the radar. First up is Gwang Hu-yang. The Yan clan is protecting him since he is a key witness for the huge council hearing. Even though the company benched him, This dude was the vice chairman for 30 straight years, meaning he knows way too much shady council drama. The second guy is nameless, spotted creeping through back alleys for a secret meetup. He meets a shady tech agent, Junny Huang, on a park bench under a massive high-rise bridge. Junny is super annoyed that Nameless ghosted him, so you and I are definitely staying tuned for what happens next. Stick with me here. Junnyuk threatens to call the company to catch the fugitive, but Nameless knows him. He totally gets that Junnyuk just sees this whole call as an annoying, unpaid hassle. To fix that, Nameless drops an envelope stuffed with a full year of salary. Luckily, cash talks. While Junnyuk counts his stack, totally baffled why a runaway is richer than him, Nameless demands Haran and Guanggu's location. The guy cluelessly shrugs about Guanggu, but confirms Haran got moved to a port this morning. She is getting shipped out. When Junnyuk asks why a former monitor randomly joined the Loyalists, Nameless just darkly admits he literally had nothing else to do. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Eri Kang furiously slams the table. Vi Kim realizes if Haran actually gets sent overseas today, finding her in 2 weeks is impossible. Our boy turns to Guanghu Yang for some big-brain geography plays, analyzing a tablet map. Yang immediately rules out Incheon, since the council jointly uses it. He crosses out Olsen, Pohang, and Busan, totally assing turf, while Mokpo and Yasu belong to Dobang and Ong. With the rest owned by the Yang clan, Yang locks onto Oxio Port in the East Sea as their only bet. It is a restricted local port with barely any customs checks. Basically, the absolute perfect shady spot to hide someone. Our guy figures the Eternal Life sect is pulling government strings, though Nameless guesses they just used a tiny boat from a small port. Yang shuts that down. He explains Chiang would never do something that sloppy, even if he was super desperate. Watch closely, things get crazy. Gray panics as a call rings through the tablet taken off Azra's corpse. Tae-ha orders him to pick up, revealing a glitchy video of Jin Chiang. The chairman mocks our cafe full of idiots, panning to a bloodied Junnyuk on his knees. Since the agent spread rumors, Chiang is making a brutal example of him. Nameless screams, but boom, Chiang blasts Junnyuk right in the head, splattering the screen red. Stunned by the cold-blooded kill, Vice Chairman Yang immediately says they should just hang up. They know he is stalling, but Chiang smirks, claiming the Changgu chairman has better things to do. He keeps dropping nasty taunts about Haran's secret location, flexing that he would never use a basic, predictable shipping lane for her. Did you see this coming? Haran is chained in a straitjacket inside a massive 30,000-ton submarine, deep under the sea. Chiang looks right at our hero, wanting a private family chat, but the vice chairman calls it out as a desperate, cheap trick. Going with his gut, our boy actually asks his crew for some quick privacy. Before clearing out, Gray leans in, whispering a reminder that every single word is being recorded. Jin Chiang hears that and drops a mocking threat through the glitchy screen, warning the kid he might discover how his dad actually died. Luckily, our boy stays completely unfazed and just signals his team to trust him. Alone at last, Jin Chiang wonders out loud how Tae-ha is still breathing. He admits he has been trying to figure out this insane plot armor. He points out our hero should have been packed up at the villa, or at that board meeting where he crashed the party. Jin Chiang straight up confesses he hates when his plans derail. He never saw Baek Junu dying, nor did he expect so many loyalists to still be crawling around like annoying little roaches. With our protagonist laying low, the new boss is super confused. Why is a guy who usually kicks down the front door suddenly hiding? He even throws shade, guessing the legendary Jun Su went easy on the boy. Only way Tae-ha survived that villa massacre to bounce back. He absolutely roasts our hero for having zero plan after that, claiming Tae-ha is only alive thanks to dumb luck. Our boy coldly tells him to get straight to the point. Forcing the chairman to reveal his trap, he has Guangsu. He claims he saved the veteran from losing his head and casually offers a wild trade. He will release Guangsu in 2 weeks if Tae-ha hands over the vice chairman and takes his crew overseas. Tae-ha instantly reads the trap. Guanghu Yang is a massive witness for the council hearing, so Chiang is desperate to permanently silence his testimony. Jin Chiang doubles down, basically asking how long our hero and the locals can realistically survive. He warns that once the redevelopment hits, everyone leaves, Jill abandons them and he slaughters them all. What do you and I make of this guy? Stick with me here, because once the council's protection is totally gone. Chiang-gu brags about owning the nation's industry and telecoms, meaning those poor loyalists have literally nowhere to hide. But boom, the tables completely turn when a flunky interrupts the chairman with an urgent call from the political secretary. A totally freaked out Seonja Choi is screaming on the phone. He's demanding why Jin Chang dragged him into a massive mess that woke up international heavyweights. Turns out, some super mysterious English-speaking dude just hit up the secretary with a terrifying bombshell. This unknown guy literally pinpointed a massive American weapon stash. We're talking rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades hiding out in a secret trade ship docked right at Okso port. Since U.S. intelligence secretly planted all these crazy weapons for covert ops. The stranger warns that exposing them on a Korean trade ship would spark a massive global scandal, way worse than the secretary could ever imagine. Now watch closely, because this caller drops one demand. Do not load that Oxio port truck onto any submarine. He straight up tells them he doesn't care about the cargo itself, but demands all Chiang-gu-related business stays firmly on dry land. This total mystery caller, who claims he is just a worried dad, is actually revealed as Caesar Solarno, the literal don of the Solarno family. He's just chilling, smiling over some pasta, joking that parents always worry when kids play near water. And yeah, the Solarno family has enough crazy power to trigger a total geopolitical nightmare. So Secretary Choi tells Jin Chiang he is totally pulling out of the Oxoport transfer. You guys saw that coming, right? He completely bails on Chiang's shady side hustle, leaving the chairman absolutely stunned. Tae-ha instantly jumps on this perfect opening. Our boy drops a hardcore hunting metaphor to explain things. He points out that a real hunter always locks down the territory and builds traps for their prey. Looking dead at the screen, our guy flexes that epic hand symbol and whips out a tactical blade. He lays down the cold hard facts. He didn't wander into Chiang's world, he trapped Chiang right in his. With pure savage energy, our hero promises the chit-chat is officially over. He swears to make every single second of Chiang's life an absolute hell before personally delivering the final blow. So what do you and I make of this? Our boy walks off smiling, sarcastically thanking him for the Oxoport intel.